Hey, what do you think of this new rain video? If you like it, please give the video a like for me. I hope the rain sounds are balanced well with my voice. I realize some of you might wish the rain was louder, or even quieter. Wouldn't it be awesome if there was a way that you could control the volume of just the rain yourself? Or even switch it to a campfire? Well, unfortunately you can't do that here. But you can do it with Chilling, the new app, the new home for scary stories. I'm serious, check this out. There's a menu you can access while you listen to stories that allows you to adjust the rain or campfire or any of the soundscapes that Chilling offers without affecting the story that you're listening to. You can turn the volume of the rain or campfire all the way up or down. Nothing like this has ever been done. It's by far the most ambitious thing I've ever created. So for those that don't know, Chilling is an app that is available on iPhone and Android and features hundreds of scary stories with multiple genres. We have true stories, paranormal, monsters, graphic, gory stories, and we have recently added even more categories. Chilling now has true crime. Every week we add new short stories, long stories that make up an entire series, and new chapters from the classic horror novels, Dracula and Frankenstein, with more classics coming soon. Every day we add something new to Chilling. And did I mention that we added more narrators too? In addition to myself, you can listen to Let's Read, Your Maker, Swamp Dweller, Beside the Dying Fire, and coming very soon, Mr. Creeps. We have 12 narrators in total now, with even more coming soon. All of the stories on Chilling have never been featured on this channel before. Hundreds of brand new stories to listen to, and you can create a highly customized playlist. Let's say you want to create a playlist of only paranormal stories and true stories, with myself, Your Maker, and Let's Read taking turns narrating. You can do that. You can create any kind of playlist you want. We at Chilling listen very closely to what our users want. And because of this, we just added the sleep timer. Now, you can actually set a timer for when you want the stories to stop playing. And check this out. Unlike YouTube, you can darken your screen while you listen. You can try all of this for free for 3 days. Then it's only $2.99 a month. $2.99 a month. And did I mention that you will never have to listen to a single ad? No ads. None. You can listen to 8 hours of scary stories, or 14 hours, switch from a campfire to a thunderstorm whenever you want, and never hear a single ad to interrupt your experience. We are really trying to build something special here, and it would mean more to me than you'll ever know if you joined me, to make Chilling the home for all of us. And you know what? We aren't stopping there. We have video content in the works too. Chilling original short horror films, animated scary stories, and even more. You will not believe what's coming. Show me your undying support. Join the Chilling family. And again, Chilling is available on iPhone and Android. Click the link in the description below to download now, or just search Chilling in your app store. One more thing before the stories begin. I created this really long video for people to relax to, so as usual, there's only 3 mid-roll ads in this video. One after story number 1, one after story number 2, and one more ad after story number 3. The rest of the video will be ad-free, so feel free to relax or fall asleep. Now, let's begin. My name is Braden. I am a 6'3" guy, and I weighed around 180 pounds during high school. I was pretty shy and only stuck to a small group of friends. That was just a small piece of information that will make sense when we dive into this story. It was around 11:30 at night. I was tired and about to fall asleep to the screaming next door to my room. My sister was having a sleepover, and my parents were asleep. As I was doing my nightly routine of falling asleep to Twitch, a barrage of girls barreled into my room. The girls immediately went to the window. Some background info before we continue with the story. My window is located on the side of the house, so that means that my window looks right to the neighbor's house, and I can see the side gate leading to the backyard. So the girls at the window can see the gate in the neighbor's house. I felt that something was off when the girls were staring out the window for a total of 30 seconds to a minute. This next thing that happened chilled me to the bone. I heard a knocking on the window, followed by a man saying in a quiet whisper, "Hey, let me in." When I heard this, I immediately got that sharp feeling in my chest, the feeling of fear and excitement. I got up from my bed not knowing what I was going to face on the other side of the window. I pushed my way past the group of girls to find myself facing the window. I peeled back the curtains to find a short man. He looked up at me with great terror and in somewhat disbelief. When I was looking into his eyes, his pupils were huge. He was definitely on something, but I remember seeing this guy around school, so I wasn't too afraid when I saw him. And it didn't seem like he had a weapon of any sort. But then, I noticed something. There were two men standing behind him in the background. They looked to be seniors that went to my school, and I think I was a sophomore or a freshman at the time, so I knew they could easily overpower me, even though I am a big guy. The rest wasn't a big deal. I told them to get off my property and they walked off. This is where the story gets interesting. After I told them to get off my property, I went back to my usual routine of watching Twitch. About 20 minutes later, I got that sudden urge of curiosity to check and make sure they were gone for good. But of course, this wouldn't be a story if there was something that I didn't see. The first thing I noticed out of place was the gate. The gate was wide open. I was probably thinking 1,000 different things at that time, but here was my thought process. My main thought was that they could have entered the backyard and entered the house already because it's been 20 minutes, and a lot can happen in 20 minutes. My second thought was, what if they just opened the gate to scare me? They could have easily just opened and unlocked the gate just to scare me. My third thought was, what if they are peeking into the girls' room? I know that seems kind of random, but hear me out. My sister's room is located towards the back of the house, and if you look out the window, you can see the entire backyard. In that split second of looking at the gate, I immediately ran out of my room and down the hall to the kitchen. I checked the back door to make sure it was locked, and thankfully, it was. Then, I ran to my sister's room, and I am not kidding. The light was on, and the blinds were open. I know most of you know, but for those of you that don't, when you have a light on in the house, it's pitch black outside. You can't see anything outside, but the people outside can see inside, clearly. Basically creating a see-through mirror with a window. So I told the girls in a quiet but concerned tone, "The gate is wide open." They all shifted their gaze towards the window looking out to the backyard. I immediately turned off the light to reveal who was on the other side of the window, and sure enough, they were standing right there looking in. Right when I turned off the light, they scattered into the darkness of my backyard. I left the room to check the back door again. Nobody was there, thankfully. I waited near the back door for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 5 minutes. I finally gathered the courage to go out into the backyard and face these guys, who were most likely still there. I told the girls I was going to go check the backyard. One of the girls wanted to go with me. I was fine with it because I needed all the help I could get. So we went outside to go check the backyard, and surprisingly, we found nothing. I was thinking that maybe they thought we had called the cops, but I didn't want anybody else, including my parents, to get involved with the situation. So I closed the gate and went back inside. I went from very sleepy to not being able to go to sleep at all. The next morning, the girls told me everything that happened last night while hanging out in the pool. Apparently, he got our location from the Snap map. One of the girls mentioned how close they were together, because the guy that I knew from school was visiting a friend's house from across the street to smoke. The guy got the bright idea to come over to my house and probably try to get some with one of the girls. In the end, the guy was deeply sorry about the entire incident. He said that he was on something and asked us to tell nobody about it. I still haven't told my parents about this incident, and I don't plan on telling them anytime soon. This is my first time actually talking about this to someone who wasn't there, as it still freaks me out whenever I go to sleep. So this happened several years ago, back when I was like 16, and still in the Boy Scouts. One year they were holding what they called National Youth Leadership Training, NYLT for short. My troop decided to send me up for training, seeing that I was the kind of youth authority figure for my friends in the troop. Well, it seemed interesting, so I figured, what the heck, I'll go for it. Big mistake. I later found out that the training was going to be at the summer camp that I frequented. For anonymity's sake, I will leave out its name. All I will say is it is in the High Sierras mountain range of California, and like a 15 to 25 minute hike from a creepy old logging camp from way back in the day. If I remember correctly, it was supposedly an old camp from a company called Pickering Lumber Company. Either way, clearly no one had used it for anything extensive for years, seeing as the buildings were all rotted wood, and the nails and railroad spikes used were ancient and looked to be handmade. The camp itself wasn't anything unusual outside of the occasional odd experience people would report. Things like hearing the sounds of an old steampunk train every so often, even though the railroad had been decommissioned long before the summer camp even existed. So all in all, it was a lot of fun getting to know the group to which I had been paired for the training activities. At the end of the week, when we had our last activity, that's when the truly traumatizing thing happened that prevents me from getting decent sleep to this day. I'll start with the event itself. The four of us. I'll call the others by fake names given that I can't remember them, so we have James, Alex, Sam, and myself. The staff running the training gave us some food for the night, flashlights, and a GPS tracker, along with a set of coordinates. They then set us off in the late evening and said to set up camp, stay there for the night before breaking camp and returning. Nothing too stressful, seeing as I was relatively familiar with these woods, at least during the day, as at night it would change, and I always felt like I was being watched from just around the next tree. So remember that GPS tracker they gave us? Absolute garbage. The thing died on us like halfway there after it started leading us in circles. Back the way we came, off course. It messed up in just about every way you could imagine. Frustrated beyond belief, tired and hungry at what was probably around 8 or 9 at night, we decided we would just set up camp in the next open spot we came across, eat our food, and sleep before making our way back in daylight. So we came to a bit of a clearing on the side of a hill, had our dinner of terribly watered-down soup, gathered some sticks and stones in a sort of large U with the opening pointing down the hill to keep the wind off of us while we were sleeping. Even though none of us had ever seen or heard of bears or mountain lions in the area, we decided to sleep in shifts just in case. Never hurts to be cautious. So during my second shift, probably sometime between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m., as I was laying on my sleeping bag looking at the moon and stars, something further down the hill caught my attention. It sounded like a stick breaking on the ground. Rather than shining my flashlight and ruining my night-adjusted vision, I decided to just kind of look without moving too much in its direction, seeing as I was tired and didn't want to get up. Then probably about 50 or 60 feet down the hill, I saw the large silhouette and glowing green eyes of an animal slowly creeping towards us. Now I know the standard prey animals of deer in the area generally didn't move like that. So I grabbed my knife and my flashlight from the hill and woke the other three up as silently as I could, as I didn't want the thing to jump on us before we were ready. As they were waking up, they looked in the direction I motioned, and they generally whispered something along the lines of, "What is that?" Then, it was probably no more than 10 to 15 feet away when we jumped up with our flashlights, knives, and the tallest one, James, throwing a rock at the thing as soon as my light showed us what had been stalking us. To this day, I still don't know what exactly I saw that night. But even so, it was terrifying. I will describe it as best as I am able. This animal was completely hairless and white as printer paper. This thing, while not very tall on all fours, maybe only coming up to stomach or chest height, I didn't see any ears that I could tell. It had the muzzle of a dog, completely black eyes when not in the dark. Its chest had the same strange outward shape of a canine, but its stomach looked almost human, if far too small. The animal had those weird hind leg knees that dogs have when they are bent at two places. Its arms looked human, but the arms and legs were elongated oddly, while its feet were incredibly thin, and the toes and fingers each were thinner and longer than normal, and tapered off into large claws. The rock that James threw as soon as he saw this thing struck it hard on the side of its head. It lifted itself onto its hind legs, easily dwarfing us before shrieking at us and darting off back down the hill. For hours afterwards, this thing circled us, avoiding the light, taunting us, making muffled coughing sounds. Occasionally this thing made a noise, high-pitched, distorted voice, sounding like it was trying to repeat what it had heard us say earlier on the hike. Then I heard it try to mimic my voice from earlier when I was complaining about the malfunctioning GPS. Then it said the thing that most disturbed me. This thing calmly said,
"Come out and play."
Then the thing was gone. The next morning we looked for some sort of evidence that this thing existed, and that we didn't just have some weird group hallucination. We saw a few prints that looked like handprints, and at the top of the hill within view of our camp, we saw a line of stacked rocks pointing off deeper into the woods, and sitting at the top was the rock that James had thrown. Ready to get out of there, we went and broke camp, when I noticed we were about 200 or 300 feet from an old logging camp cabin that the camp counselors called Rosie's Cabin. This freaked me out, seeing as for years all scouts had been banned from going anywhere near the cabin. After we got back and decided to never speak of it again, I wanted to do a bit more digging to see if anyone else had even heard about it. So a few weeks later I'm back at the camp for summer camp, and I do some digging and ask a few of the older counselors about the cabin. Supposedly, as they told me without hearing my story, several years ago they went in there when they were planning on expanding the camp to the old logging camp, and found what they could only describe as a nest made out of a shredded mattress, leaves and bits of bones from squirrels and birds. To see what would happen, they destroyed the nest, and the next day it was back to the way it was before. Then I asked if anyone had seen what made the nest, and they said that I should go ask the climbing counselor, as he had seen something odd up there a few years back. Supposedly the climbing counselor a few years ago had planned to build a climbing tower at the abandoned camp, but never finished it because one night when he was nearly done, he decided to sleep on top of it and finish the tower the next morning. He said he was awoken later that night to something circling the tower on the ground, and at one point the counselor said this thing looked directly up at him with its glowing, pale green eyes. Sadly, I wish I could tell all of you I know what it is that I saw out there in those woods. I have no idea what it was that seemed to be hunting us when we were children that night, and I dread the idea that one day, if I have children, and if they want to be scouts, that they will go back to this same place to face the same beast that I once did. I live in a small town in Canada. Most everyone knows each other, but that doesn't mean the community is the most safe. There are tons of addicts and alcoholics roaming the streets, and if you don't live in one of the safer parts of town, there's a good chance you could be robbed, or worse. A kid a few years back had his pot laced and died of an overdose within 20 minutes. So yeah, not the best place to live. When I was in 8th grade and I was a pretty lonely kid, I only had 2 friends that I spent 24/7 with. And with these dear friends of mine, we decided at a sleepover that we would go get slushies at 10 p.m. on a winter night. Not our smartest decision, but we were dumb 13-year-olds who wanted adventure. The shop that sold slushies was no more than a 15-minute walk across a football field behind our school, so we figured we would be fine. Oh boy, were we wrong. As we were walking towards the football field, there's a hill that you have to walk over to get to it. So there we were walking about to get to the field, when we spot a guy, maybe high school age, with a bag that had blueberry design all over it. He seemed lost, but we just kinda smiled and continued walking. He stared at us as we walked along, but we didn't think much of it. We were used to creeps staring as we all dressed very alternative and had pretty bright colored hair. But as we kept walking and were just a few feet into the football field, he started following us. Again, we didn't think much of it. Small town. The spot was where people usually went, as it was smack center of the town, and people had fun back there all the time. So we continue on. Halfway through, the guy walking across the football field, he just stopped and kept staring at us. At this point, we are freaked out, but still trying to keep things lighthearted. So I take out my phone and start recording with the flash on, as it was very dark outside. We are just joking around as I'm recording, when suddenly, my friend, who we'll call Clara, looks behind us and whispers, "Oh my gosh, she's following us again." My other friend, who we'll call Caitlin, looks in the same direction and looks horrified, as he was walking through the snow, bag still in hand, smiling at us. At this point, we were just trying to look casual and not panic, as we all knew if we gave away that we knew he was following us, it would probably change from a follow to a full-out chase, if you catch my drift. This goes on for a while, as we're trying to get to the shop for our slushies. The guy would follow us for a while, stop to not look suspicious, wait about 3 seconds, and start following us again. We were all terrified. 3 middle school kids, the biggest of us being 5'7" and in the middle of a sketchy town, at 10 p.m. I was so sure I was never going to see the light of day again. Once we eventually arrive at the stupid shop, one of my classmates, Cindy, was there in her friend's car, intoxicated with some sort of substance, wasn't sure which one. When I told her the situation and begged for a ride back to our friend's place, she basically laughed and said, "Don't get kidnapped." Wow, thanks. We got our stupid slushies and started to head back to our friend's house, deciding to walk on the side of the busy street rather than across the field again. I was holding on to Caitlin's arm. As I was crying from fear, and she was a lot braver than I was, I felt like she was protecting me. Clara was behind us when she suddenly flops onto the concrete and starts to sob and is covering her head, saying, "He's still following us. He's still following us." Caitlin and I tried to shush her and continue on walking, but she wouldn't budge. Eventually, Caitlin and I basically had to piggyback her until she stopped crying. It was a horrendous scene. We eventually made it back to the house around 11 o'clock, deciding to go to bed, with the doors and windows locked. Now, you would expect this to be the end of the story, but sadly, it wasn't. The following Monday, my dad was driving me to my local pool. We stopped for a pedestrian. Guess who it was? The blueberry bag guy. He turned to look at me through the front windshield and gave me the same creepy smile that he gave my friends and I this last weekend. I knew that working in a mental hospital built in the 1800s would be scary. That is one of the reasons I applied, apart from my want to care for people. There was a new hospital built on the same grounds just after I started, and all the patients had been moved down there, so the old building stood empty. I would park next to the entrance of the old hospital because I loved looking at the architecture, especially when walking to my car after my shift. I worked second shift, and by the time I would gather my things and walk out to my car, it would be midnight. Usually, I would leave my things in my car and go walk around the old building, looking for anything. One night, I found what I was looking for. I walked up the mossy stone steps that led to the huge wooden doors of the main building. I thought about how much I missed walking through those heavy doors with the stained glass windows. Since everyone had moved to the new building, rumor was that the doors had been locked and chained shut. I did my usual route, walking outside the ground floor windows, looking into the ones where the lights had been left on. These windows were small, just a bit bigger than your usual basement window, and were situated on the main hall. On the side of this ward, however, were huge windows looking out at the farmlands. You could see into the hall and could see where the rooms were, but there were no windows in the rooms. I made my way towards the old adolescent unit, thinking of a story I read in a book about this hospital. The book was written by a retired nurse who had worked third shift here her entire career. The story was about two adolescent twins that had been admitted to the hospital and had died within minutes of each other with no explanation. As I was about to turn around and head back, I heard what sounded like laughter. I looked around, thinking maybe it was someone walking to their car or driving past, but I did not see anyone. I shrugged it off and kept walking back to the main steps. I took a deep breath in, filling my lungs with the night air. I could smell the rain that had been falling not on an hour prior, as well as the old building smell of the hospital. It was quiet and peaceful. I could hear the traffic from the road out front, the water splashing on the road as the cars drove out. I made it to the steps and turned around at the top of them to admire the building one last time before heading home. The fog was coming down over the big white dome that stood at the center of the hospital. The big ancient oaks that stood out front gave the place a very homey touch and reminded everyone that we were in the mountains of North Carolina. I was looking at how tall the windows were on the second and third floor when I thought I saw a shadow pass by a light in my peripheral vision. I turned my head to see who it was and realized that the movement had come from a window on the adolescent ward. I stared a while longer, seeing if there was an animal or a person, but I saw nothing. I took a few steps closer and was stopped in my tracks when I saw a very tall, fast shadow pass by a light in the hallway. My breath left my body and my hair stood on end. My heart felt like it dropped into my stomach. I closed my eyes and took another deep breath. When I opened them, the shadow was now standing in the window, looking at me. Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey, Samantha." I jumped and spun around, expecting to be attacked by something, but I was met with the friendly face of my coworker, Josh. I greeted him, and he seemed to notice that I was surprised. "Looking for ghosts again?" he asked. "Yeah, just doing my nightly routine." "Hey, do you know if the doors to the main building are locked?" I asked, trying to calm myself down. Josh set his coffee cup on the hood of his car and walked to the bottom of the steps. "The main doors are locked, but there is a way to get in. If you go around back to the medical wing, there's a small wooden door that's kept locked. I don't know why, and you didn't hear that from me," he said as he looked over his shoulder to make sure no one was within earshot. "Oh, are there still people who work inside?" I was hoping that he would tell me yes, so that I could say my earlier experience was an actual person in the window, but I was not so lucky. Josh backed up a few steps toward his car and said, "No, when we moved everything. I think we are not allowed in there at all now. The door in the back is left open for the facility maintenance manager to go in and check the meter box every week, since the power is still on." I thanked Josh and told him to have a safe drive home. As he pulled out of the parking lot, I turned back to the old building. I looked at the window where the shadow had been before and made the decision to just forget about it. I walked down the steps to my car as it started to drizzle rain. I started my car and headed out of the parking lot, but I found myself turning in the direction to the back of the hospital. I thought, I might as well at least look for this door that was left open. I had walked all around the hospital a dozen times and had never seen a door left open. I pulled up to the spot Josh had mentioned, and to my disbelief, I saw a door with a cinder block keeping it ajar. There was not light coming from the door, but I could see that it was open. I put my car in park and sat there for a few minutes, trying to decide if I was crazy enough to go in. After a few more minutes, I grabbed my pen light and my cell phone, as well as my work keys, and walked to the door. As I was approaching the door, I turned my pen light on and realized that while convenient for checking pupil dilation after a head injury, it was useless as a flashlight. I kept it on anyway because it made me feel safer. I put my keys between my fingers to serve as a weapon, like how Wolverine has claws that come out of his knuckles. When I got to the door, I could smell the familiar smell of the old building. It was welcoming, and it really made me miss working there. The new building just did not have the same feel to it. I took another breath and put my hand on the door handle. I froze. What was I going in there to find? Did I really want to do this? Should I call Josh and have him come back to go with me? I moved away from the door and shook my head. I had to do this. I considered myself a huge fan of paranormal activity. I watched all the creepy, scary movies, went to all the haunted houses, and listened to podcasts about walking through abandoned hospitals late at night. I had to find out what was going on down in that adolescent ward. I went to the back door and flung it open. As soon as I stepped inside, I pointed my pen light up at the ceiling so it would illuminate more. It allowed me to see about 4 feet in front of me clear as day. Anything beyond that was fog. I found myself in the back of the medical ward, where they used to bring the trash out from. I looked to my left to see a door labeled meter box, with another cinder block wedged in it. At least the maintenance guy didn't have to go far. I made my way to the front of the unit, not wasting any time reminiscing on old days spent on this ward. I hated working the medical ward because of one patient that was awfully hard to deal with. I went to open the door to get off the unit when I remembered that it had to have a key. Every door in this facility had to always remain locked to keep the patients inside. It seems cruel, but until you work in psych, you just don't know. They had taken our skeleton key when we moved to prevent us from getting in here, but the ward keys were different from the ones that let you in the building. I took my keys out of my hand and found my ward key. I stuck it in the door, and it turned with a satisfying click, signaling that it was unlocked. It opened with a big pull, and it made the most awful noise you could imagine hearing inside an abandoned asylum late at night. The hair on my arms raised, and a cold chill went down my spine. I decided to leave the door open so I wouldn't have to unlock it again. After all, there were no patients to keep inside anymore. I knew that I needed to walk up the main hall by the front door in the main building, and down the stairs to get where I had seen the shadow. I made my way to the main building, leaving the doors unlocked and wedged open. Lights were left on from when we moved out, and I was grateful for that. I rounded the corner to the main doors where I could see out to where I'd been standing earlier. I turned to my left where the huge spiral staircase was. It was made from cherry wood, painted white, and my favorite part of the old building. This staircase led to the geriatric wards on the second floor, and then the all-male wards on the third floor. Behind this staircase was a small door leading to another set of steps that led you to the lower level of the hospital, the adolescent ward. The stairs creaked and groaned, as they always had, but under these circumstances, it was terrifying. I stepped off the staircase and walked up to the door labeled Ward H, Elopement Risk, Keep Door Locked at All Times. I went to put my key in the door and noticed that the door was ajar. I pulled at the handle and it opened right up. The lights left on made it easy to see the entire hallway, all the way up to the nurse's station, which was pitch black. There never was good lighting in there anyway. I walked in with a naive amount of courage, started talking to the shadow I had seen. After a few hellos, I decided to walk down to where I had witnessed whatever it was. I had to round another corner to get to the exact window, and as I did, I got extremely cold. I felt my heart drop to my stomach again, and my goosebumps returned. I stood there looking at the window about 30 feet in front of me. I took a few deep breaths and called out again. Nothing. I gained some more courage and decided to walk up. Every step my feet felt heavier and heavier. My breath shuddered and my heart rate was increasing. I could feel my hands shaking. I stood in front of the window looking around. My eyes landed on the door that was across from the window. The name tag on this door read, Tip. I remembered this patient well. Tip was a nickname given at admission because he would walk on his tiptoes all day long. He was taken home by his family not long after we moved into the new hospital. I opened the door slowly, then just stood there. I felt eyes on me, but not from in the room, from behind me. I swallowed hard and slowly turned to look over my shoulder. My hand gripped my keys tightly in preparation to swing at whatever was behind me, but when I looked, I saw nothing. My shoulders relaxed as I let out a sigh of relief, but this relaxation would be short-lived. As I turned back to the door, I hear laughter. The same laughter as before, except this time, it was closer. A lot closer. My body went cold. I turned my head toward the direction of the sound where a floodlight was illuminating just 10 feet from where I stood. I saw the shadow at the end of the hall I had just walked down, looking out the window like it was doing before. It then turned toward me and, in an instant, lunged in my direction. I swung a perfect right hook, but hit nothing. The shadow passed right through me, and as I spun around to see where it went, the door to Tip's room slammed shut. I ran as fast as I could through the hospital the same way that I came in, all the way back down to the medical unit. When I got to the door that led outside, I kicked the cinder block away from the door and slammed it shut. My back against the door, I slid down until I was sitting on the concrete platform. I stayed there a few minutes thinking about what had just happened. I thought about saying something to the facility police, or maybe the maintenance manager, but I decided that I might get myself in trouble. I wasn't supposed to be in there. That's why they had taken our skeleton key. I decided I had better not tell anyone about what I did or saw. The drive home was filled with emotion and recollection of the event. I don't remember how many times I checked my back seat. I pulled into the driveway around 1:30 and just sat in my car. I had went looking for something paranormal, and I had gotten more than I bargained for. Seeing the shadow in the window was not enough for me. I had to go investigate and prove to myself that I was brave and a true fan of the paranormal. I still take those late-night walks around the hospital. I have even poked around the adolescent ward a few more times. What I learned from that night was that I don't quit, and my fight or flight response is to fight. But that doesn't work on ghosts. That night was the scariest moment of my life. This is a personal account, though I cannot deny that the whole subject of the supernatural has interested me since my early life. It has nonetheless been more than 30 years, and I have kept my peace about the one encounter that I had. Whatever the explanation, it is only with distance of many years that I feel comfortable enough to put it into words, what I saw. Though doubtless in the description, it will appear less than the sum of its parts. The palpable dread of that memory, however, is beyond my skill to relate. I had a vision of something wretched, something foul. It took the form of a human, though it wasn't human, and possibly never was. This happened in the summer of 1986 when I was 5 years old. We lived at that time near the village of Swords in North County, Dublin, Ireland, at the edge of a housing estate called River Valley. Our house was the last house on a cul-de-sac that was set into the slight hillside, so that from the upper windows, we had a wide view of the land around. At that time, the village and estate was surrounded by fields, though it has since all been developed. The forest road that led up to the village was lined with great trees, beech, poplar, and pine. They looked like towers from my bedroom window, and a sheep field lay across the road from the side of the house. I have pleasant childhood memories of bright sunshine and warm breezes looking down on the lambs and ewes in that field from my side garden. My mother, with ghoulish humor, named one of the herd Mint Sauce. Visible also from my window, through the trees and the undergrowth along the forest road, was an old disused blacksmith's forge. I don't doubt that this too has long since disappeared. Perhaps every childhood has its own haunted place. It was the local rumor that this old forge was badly haunted. A girl from my road called Janet. used to offer up a dubious tale that some school friends, on a dare one evening, were driven shrieking from the place having heard a deep growl while one of them was witnessing the phantom of a woman, or rather an invisible form in an old-fashioned print frock hovering in the loft of an adjacent barn. So much for the local legend. I never went near that forge, and what I saw, I don't think has much to do with it. Then again, what do I really know? What I saw from my window of the spare room, just beside my own, at the front of the house. My grandmother used to sleep here when she would be over from her own house in Cabra, in the city. It was the end of summer, and my family had just returned from a holiday, the Isle of Man. And on a childish flight of fancy, I crept from my bed into the spare room. I looked out onto the darkened neighborhood. Shadows danced in the lighted porches of the houses, and colored flashes came from the direction of Dublin Airport across the fields. Then I looked down and saw it on the rock. There was a neighborhood marking stone at the entrance to the estate, just at the junction to the forest road, with the usual "Welcome to" inscription. It lay visible just below the spare room window. Sitting there was the diminutive figure of an old woman in an ancient dress. She wore a plaid cloak with an immense collar of shaggy fur, like the hair of a yak. Despite her apparent great age, her hair hung long and greasy black, down from under her ragged cap. One deathly white hand was clasped over a large brooch on her cloak. The figure seemed to glow in its own light against the darkness around. I saw no one else about. Her face was abominable. She was shockingly pale. She had a heavy brow and terrible raging eyes. They weren't the eyes of a human, more like a wild beast. Most disturbing, however, was my realization that those eyes had been fixed in a stare up at me from before I had even raised my head over the windowsill. Whatever she was, she had been aware of me before I of her. It was a nightmarish sight, a vision of wickedness. But I was not sleeping. I remember the malevolence of the expression on that awful face. It induced a sickening feeling, and I felt like vomiting, but I was unable to move. Then the form of the little woman appeared to be growing steadily larger, until she swelled well beyond the stature of a normal human being. She also appeared to rise in the air above her seat. Then a trickle of crimson passed down over my eyes, and the spell was broken. I collapsed down from the sill and hurried back to my own room. Later that night, I dared to glance out my window, but of course, there was nothing to see. I never saw anything of that weird woman again, and I have been greatly glad of it. We moved the year after, and that was that. But I have never talked about or inquired further concerning this, all through these long years. So this all just happened on Memorial Day 2021 in the biggest little city in the world. I will be using other names in this story out of respect for who they are, but I will use my own name because I'm okay with it. My name is Harlem, and on Memorial Day, I went to my second job as a housekeeping supervisor. Basically, I am in charge of checking the rooms when they are cleaned before the guests can check in and use them. I also am in charge of kicking people out at 11 a.m. Oh yeah, it's always fun to knock on someone's door telling them they need to go, or they will be charged another day. Some people are so rude, but that's just the way some people are wired, I guess. Anyway, so we have only 6 checks out that day. This hotel is very small, mind you, and I made my rounds to all the rooms to see if they are vacant, or if I had to be the jerk that tells them they need to go, and last on my list was room 339. I knock on the door saying, "Housekeeping, room check." There is no answer. I knock a second time, saying the same thing. No answer again. So the third time I say, "Housekeeping, entering room," and slid my card in the door slot. It flashed green, and I slowly opened the door. To my surprise, the door only barely budged, and I could see the door latch was latched from the other side. This means someone had to be in the room, and have had locked it. I took a peep through the small opening, and saw some bags of merchandise on the table, and some dishes in the sink. I then called out the tenant's name. We will call him Russ. "Russ, it's housekeeping." No response. Again, I try calling out his name, and I get nothing. Let me also say that when I tried to open the door, I was hit with really cold AC. Colder than normal. It gave me goosebumps immediately. I walked down to the front desk to see the manager. We'll call her Sam, and I gave her my report on the rooms. She then says to me, "Are you kidding? Russ had his door latched?" I was confused by this comment, thinking to myself, "Well, Sam, people do that stuff all the time, so what's the big deal?" She turns to me with this look in her eyes, as if someone just hit her in the Cheerios, and says, "Karen, who is the other supervisor, and we shall call her Karen, went to his room yesterday around 11 to tell him to check out, and he told her he needed till 12, but when she came back, the door was latched." I thought about this for a minute, thinking to myself, so this guy is either really paranoid, or there is something very wrong here. She then darts off towards the maintenance room, and then grabs this tool that looks like a curved meat fork, and tells me to go with her up to the room. When we arrived, she announced herself as the manager coming into the room, slid the card to open the door, and called his name. She then explains to me that the tool she had was a tool that would actually pop open the bolt lock on the other side, so we could enter. In order to do this, you need to have the tool in place through the crack to fit around the latch, pull the door towards you to slam it shut, and then at the same time push the tool forward. I hope that made sense. Anyway, my manager is like 60 plus years old and has a hard time even lifting a coffee cup. So I just had a feeling she wouldn't have the strength to do this. I offered to try it, as it had been about 34 minutes of her trying to get it. She says to me, "No, Harlem, I'm the manager. I'm the one that does this." Power trip much? Jeez. I was blown away by that comment, and her utter sassiness with that. She was giving up, so I offered another way to open the latch by using twine. She agreed to try it, so we went to the maintenance room and looked for some. All we found was thick string that I knew was too thick to get this lock opened, but of course, she said she would make it work. I rolled my eyes. There we are, back up to the room again, and I explained to her how to do it, so the latch would pop. Of course, she wouldn't let me show her, because she was on a power trip, I guess, so she tried for about 17 minutes and failed. Once again not letting me try, though I knew it wasn't going to work, being that thick. She then scoffs and takes off. I'm standing there wondering, what the heck? Where did she go? Again being hit with that ice-cold AC through the crack. She comes running back about 7 minutes later and has that tool again, and I'm thinking, good, she's finally going to let me try. Well, I was wrong. She tried and failed again for a good 10 more minutes. Finally, I was so frustrated with the whole situation, I grab the tool out of her hand and yell, "Look, I don't care about your power trip right now. You can't open this door. I'm gonna try." She glares angrily at me, but stands aside. I put the tool in at an angle, going downward about halfway, and then I slide that in slow. I take the door handle and slam it shut towards me, and shove the tool in the rest of the way. I heard a click, and she pushes open the door and dashes inside. So the way the rooms are set up, the first area is a small kitchenette, which is next to the bedroom as you're walking forward. It's all one room, no walls, except to the right there's a bathroom. She scrambles to the bed and tells me he's not here. Well, clearly he's not in that room, but anyway, I look to my right to see the bathroom door closed. So let me tell you, up to this point, I have went over scenarios in my head about what could have happened to this guy. As I reached and pulled the doorknob, chills and shivers went down my spine, and as I opened that door, I saw a sight I have never seen before in my life. The gruesome body of the late 40s man was laying face down on the tile next to the toilet, with a huge, jagged knife laying next to him. Sam is screaming like a lunatic, yelling that he has been murdered. Oh my gosh, she can't believe this. She turns around and pukes all over the kitchen sink in the other room. Here I am looking down on this lifeless body, and of course, I am always the type to analyze everything. I could see clearly that this man was not murdered, nor did he die unexpectedly. He had done it to himself. Under his left hand, you could see the biggest gash going from just the bottom of his hand, down about halfway on the inside of his arm. There was flesh seeping out of the area, and blood that was dry. I quickly got on my phone to call 911, and as I'm talking to, let's call her Lucy, the operator, she asks me a series of questions about the victim, which I answer them for her. Side note, she had even asked me to give mouth-to-mouth to the victim, in which I refused on the grounds that I said, "He's dead, ma'am. I can see that just by looking at him. Mouth-to-mouth won't bring him back. Plus, I am not comfortable giving mouth-to-mouth to a corpse. That's way over the top to me, and gross." As Lucy keeps talking to me, suddenly the hotel door flies open and there are 2 paramedics rushing in with a stretcher. This whole time, by the way, I kept hearing the old AOL sound, "You've got mail," coming from the opened laptop that was on the bed. Didn't think anything of it at that point in time, but use it later in a theory. The paramedics are asking both of us the same questions as Lucy was, in which we answered. The male paramedic told us that they will take it from there, but the police are on their way and would need to talk to us. Before leaving this room, I noticed a few things beside the laptop, with the notifications every 30 seconds. The peephole was covered with tissue. There were no clothes anywhere in the room, and this guy was there for a week. The bed was not even slept in, just the open laptop that was plugged into the wall, and a photo on the dresser that had a picture of a young dude. And the TV was turned up so loud, with some kind of what looked like a home movie. As I am back downstairs in the office, I'm thinking in my head what everything means. Yeah, again, I analyze everything, and always pay close attention to detail. I have my own idea of what I think happened to this man. At this point, the police, detective, and coroner have all arrived, and I'm writing my statement for the detective. Let's call her Anderson. She asks me to write down everything that happened in detail. As I'm writing that, she leans over to ask me if I had any thoughts on what might have happened. I stopped writing and looked up at her, and took this time to tell her. I believe this guy did it himself between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. yesterday. Karen was the last person to see him alive. I believe he was about to do it, but then heard a knock at 11 o'clock. He opened the door. It was Karen telling him he had to check out. This interrupted him. Karen came back at 12, and the door was latched, and the peephole covered. I think that at that time, or very shortly after, he took his life. Karen didn't go back to check on him after 12, because at that hotel, they extend you for another day most of the time, and I guess he was a regular who stayed there a few times a year. I believe that he turned down the AC to the coolest setting, because the body would decomp at a slower rate with less smell. I believe that the man in the photo of the young dude might have been his son, or friend, or family member that he wanted to say goodbye to, and the TV turned up loud, as well as closing the bathroom door, to drown out the sound of him screaming, as he did it. I believe that he was kneeling, maybe to pray or something when he did that, seeing as how there wasn't any blood coming from his head. If he had been standing, he would have smashed his head on the tile and bathtub. And as for being naked, well, some people believe that the only way to leave this life is the same way that you came into it. Maybe a purity thing, I am not really sure. And I do believe it was planned, because he didn't have any toiletries with him or clothes. And lastly, the AOL mail notification on the laptop, I believe was because this guy typed a suicide note, and probably emailed it. And people read it, trying to get in touch with him. I told her I also ruled out murder because of the fact that the door was latched from the inside, and the room was up on the 3rd floor, not to mention the windows only open about 25% of the way, simply to keep people from jumping out. The detective looked at me with a mysterious look and said, "Well, I think you should be doing my job. You surely are onto something, Harlem." She said she would keep me informed and that the case was ongoing until the coroner made his final decision. She asked me if I needed anything, and I said no, that I was fine. I walked out of the break room where she had been questioning me, and Sam came up to me and asked if I was okay. I told her yes, but that I wanted the rest of the day off. She agreed. I'll probably never know what really happened to Russ, and again, everything I said about how it might have happened is just my thoughts. If anyone else has any thoughts, please share them. I'd appreciate it. Lastly, and I will leave off on this, the way I feel right now inside, I can't explain. And I couldn't sleep last night, because I have all these thoughts in my head about what happened. Not to mention the gruesome scene I witnessed. I know in time things will be easier, but for a while, I will have shivers when I have to open up a bathroom door in the hotel again. Thank you all for listening. And to Russ, I hope you found peace that it seems you so desperately needed. When I was 17 years old, in 2005, I lived in a quiet village where nothing ever happened. At least, that's what we thought. I had just gotten my license and I was excited to meet up with my older boyfriend in the city on the weekend. It was the first time I was able to drive my car alone since getting my license, so the occasion was a celebration of sorts. I live in Wisconsin, so the distance between nowhere land and city isn't a great distance. 40 miles to Milwaukee. The highway to the major cities is a hop, skip, and a jump. Shortly after leaving the village, I noticed a white car on the side of the road, which wouldn't be uncommon for the area, except for it being summertime. During winter here, it is always a common courtesy to stop and see if they need help. But since it wasn't danger season, I normally wouldn't think twice about it. However, there was an 8-ish-year-old boy walking away from the car. We were at least a mile away from civilization, 14 miles to the nearest city, and I stopped to see what I could do to help. I had expected that he was with a grandparent or something that couldn't walk that sort of distance back to town for help. This was in a time when having a cell phone wasn't that common yet in the young and the old, being 2005. I pulled over next to the boy and asked him what was going on. He told me he was on his way to the only car repair shop in town, which was at least 3 miles away from where we were. I said that was a very long way to walk, and I offered him a ride. He was hesitant, and I told him I'm a student to the high school a mile away. I would let him hold my cell phone and my ID until we got there if he felt afraid, and he could easily dial 911 without me being able to stop him, and we were only a 3-minute drive from where he was going. I said we should talk to the person in the car first, and the boy seemed to panic. First red flag. "No, it's fine, just go." I was like, okay. I was just a kid myself, and my local address was clearly on my ID. He looked at my ID for a minute and got into my car. He seemed at ease with holding my phone and my ID. This was a time before you could dial 911 without a passcode to a phone, so I gave him my passcode, and he seemed to feel even better when he could get into my phone. I told him not to check my boyfriend's messages, because he was too young. With the times and neighborhood we were around, that was reasonable to me. I didn't suspect anything. Then, the car that was pulled over that couldn't move suddenly screeched out of its spot and raced after me with its blinker on, insisting that I pull over. I looked over at the kid in my passenger seat with an eyebrow raised. Again, the child was about 8 years old. He was shaking with fear next to me. The man in the car behind us pulled over, got out, and slammed his car door behind him in a rage as he strutted up to my window. This was odd to me, since they were supposed to be broken down, and the kid looked extremely afraid. When he walked up, I rolled my window down just enough so I could hear him, and the child I had picked up was a danger to himself and others, and I was in danger sitting next to him while driving. He could have killed me. I was afraid because I hadn't expected a broken down car to chase me, and I was having a hard time believing what he was saying. I turned to the boy next to me after I rolled up the window in the guy's face. I said, "Do you know this man? Is what he is saying true? I'm sorry, but you need to be honest because I'm scared." The fear in my eyes, I think the kid misunderstood. He must have thought I was afraid of him. I wasn't afraid of him. I was afraid of the man outside my window. The boy said no, that he was lying. The situation wasn't sitting with me. Something seemed really off, and with how aggressive the man outside my window was, I really was afraid he would hurt me if I rolled the window down far enough. The kid said that he would be okay, and got out of the car and went with him. The look of dread on his face haunts my dreams to this day. It still didn't set well with me that he got into the man's car and they drove away towards the city. I called my date and told him I would be very late and went to the school as fast as my car could take me, with a license plate in mind. I talked to the liaison officer at my school after I ran into the building screaming his name like a banshee. I told him about the kid, and he said before I had even gotten there, someone had dialed 911 about my stopping to pick up the kid, and they were apprehended just as I got to the school. The caller was suspicious of me, too, which scared my liaison officer. I was the school's biggest goody two-shoes despite being the only goth. I gave my statement right there. I was told to never ever stop for a child again, lest I were to be suspected of abduction, and he said I was still in the wrong. I shouldn't have gotten involved. What if the man had a weapon? But the man in the car went to jail and the boy was brought safely back home. He couldn't give me any details on the case, except that the man was apprehended and questioned, and the boy was brought home. And that's all I was ever told. I am not sure what crime I might have stopped that day, but that day I know I did play a part in saving that kid from something. I am so glad I stopped my car. I am a high school teacher in an urbanized province in the Southeast Asian country. I say urbanized because while this city is as modern as can be, you know, cars, televisions, computers, Wi-Fi, all of the comforts that we associate with the modern world, it was still considered a province, in that it is not in a metropolitan area. The school itself is quite urbanized, in that there are CCTV cameras in all classrooms, installed for the safety of students, teachers, and all staff. The classrooms are also fully air-conditioned, which is a plus in my country because we live near the equator. But this quite technologically advanced building is surrounded by trees, long rolling farms, a creek, things that one might associate with the province. Like I said, it was quite an urbanized city. I enjoyed teaching there because while everything is quite modern, the students still retain the quaint politeness and courtesy that develops in kids who are raised in the province. But I am not telling this story because of how I enjoyed every day of my stay there. Way back in 2014, I have 2 periods with the 8th grade class in room 314. The first one was at 12:20, the second at 2:40. I was rushing to room 314, where I will be teaching my 12:20 p.m. class, which is after lunch. The stairwell is situated between 305 and 304, so you can imagine the long hallway that I have to rush through to get to my class. I was already 5 minutes late, so the hallways are pretty empty, save for a few students rushing to their rooms. Room 314 is the last classroom in the hallway, and beyond that is a set of stairs, used only as an emergency exit. Since students tend to be late for classes after lunch, I have a rule that if I enter the room before them, they will be considered tardy. I reached room 314, entered the room, and started my class. We were having a debate that day, and it was the first time that I get to sit down during this class. I sat down at the back and listened as my students performed. A few minutes later, the door opened, and my student, let's call him Kyle, entered the room and smiled bashfully. I jokingly scowled at him and tapped my watch, letting him know that he's already late. Of course, I am not really going to give him a tardy deduction. It's his first warning anyway. The session went on without incident, and when the time is up, I reminded them of our skit later on, for our 240 class. In my country, the students stay in their classrooms with the same classmates, or what we call sections, and the teachers are the ones transferring room per room. Come 240, I was back in room 314, giving my final reminders before we start the skit. When we were about to begin, one of my students, let's call her Erica, told me that their group cannot perform because the lead actor is absent. I didn't notice any vacant chairs, I said. Who's absent? Erica replied, It's Kyle. I was mildly surprised since I just saw Kyle earlier, but I just asked Erica, did he need to leave early? Was he sick? Erica answered, no, he's been absent the whole day. I didn't push the issue, told them they can present next time, but I was so sure I saw Kyle earlier. So after class, I went to the admin office to ask the security desk if I can watch the CCTV footage from room 314, 12:20 p.m. The security officer gave me a strange look and clarified if I wanted to see room 314. The reason I'm asking, said the security officer, is that we thought it was very strange. Every single feed from all 40-plus rooms in the building is working, except for room 314, and around the time that you mentioned. That's when I started to feel that maybe something paranormal just happened. In my late 20s, I got hired on as an overnight security guard at a defunct beef plant slaughterhouse that had been shut down the year before. There were always 2 guards on duty. There was a lot of equipment, vehicles, and supplies left that made it a metal scrapper's dream. So the guards would make the rounds of the property to keep an eye on things. One goes west and around the property, the other goes east. Then we would switch. We would occasionally meet up near or at the back gate to chat for a few minutes, relay pertinent information, and have a quick cigarette. A lot of things would happen that couldn't be readily explained, like rocks being thrown from the empty catwalks and in the cattle pens, bangs, taps, and scraping sounds from buildings that we had already checked, cleared, and made sure were locked. We usually just blamed it on old metal contorting with temperature changes. But one night terrified me and the other guard on duty. I had just started my shift around 11 p.m. I radioed the other guard who was already on a round to let him know that I was headed out down the east side. He confirmed his location to be on the west side of the plant. Now, a full walk of the perimeter of the plant, not including stops to check locked doors and such, takes about 45 minutes. So I know that it will be at least 30 minutes until we pass each other near the back gate. As I am walking the east side, I have a clear view of the back gate. I stopped to check the locks on the doors I passed. I am about 10 minutes to the back gate, and I can see the other guard standing there, his back to me, smoking a cigarette. I thought, dang, he's booking it tonight. So I check one more door before heading to meet him. But when I turned around, there was no one there. I was a little disappointed that he hadn't waited for me, as was usual. It was just kind of a routine for all the guards, so I radioed him and asked if he was all right, or if I had irritated him or something, and why he didn't wait for me at the gate. There was silence for a few seconds before he comes back with, "What are you talking about? I'm in the cattle pens. I won't be at the gate for another 15 minutes. He had apparently been chatting with a police officer parked in the staging lot doing some paperwork, so he was late on his round. No, I saw him at the back gate. Saw his guard hat, signature security jacket and slacks, cigarette in hand, standing looking at the back gate. I look over at the cattle pens just to make sure he wasn't screwing with me. Being the only female guard at that location, it wasn't unheard of for the guys to razz me from time to time. He's on the radio asking me what is going on. I see him pop up as he climbs up one of the cattle fences to check my location. He flashes his light. He is right in the middle of the pens, a good 10 minutes from the gate if he were to run it. I had seen him at the gate, then looked away for maybe a minute and a half. No way he could get that far that quick. So I radio him that there's someone in the property, inside the fence. We go into lockdown mode, checking every inch of the property for the next 2 hours. We find no one. All gates are locked. All doors are secure. We are both shaken and unnerved. You hear things, feel things, maybe see a fleeting shadow around the plant. But this was the first time anyone had seen a full, solid figure. Or, at least, it was the first time anyone had admitted it. I have experienced a handful of paranormal experiences, but only this one sticks out as truly chilling, and one that I still have no explanation for other than the belief that it was something demonic, or an evil spirit at the very least. It was at a friend of my brother's house, where my brother had left some of his things, and asked if I could pick them up for him since he currently was out of state. Being the loyal brother, I went to get them, but decided to bring a few of my friends with me, since I had already made plans with them and figured this would only take a second. While we were there, Roy, my brother's friend, kept telling us that there were demons in his house, and I chalked it up to him just being a little nuts, in combination with him trying to scare us. But the first strange occurrence happened when I picked up my brother's things. Among my brother's things was his old Bible. Curious as to what notes he may have written in it, I opened it up, but quickly discovered that every other page in the 1,000-page Bible was stuck together with what looked like pieces of double-sided tape. Although it startled me, I still did not believe it was something supernatural, and rationalized that Roy went to this extreme measure to convince us of his story. But what happened next confirmed it. One of my friends, Mike, had to take a call from his then fiancée, now wife. During this time I saw him come back inside, walk across the room and into the hall without looking at us. Since this was a house he was not familiar with, I thought it extremely odd that he didn't say anything or ask where the bathroom was, for example. So I called out to him. No response. I walked out into the hall where he went into, and it was just darkness. I called out to him again. No response. At this point, it felt like the temperature in my blood dropped 10 degrees, and I could have sworn the classic cliché of the door closing behind you was starting to happen. I propped the door with my hand before it closed and promptly went outside to find Mike, still on the phone. I asked him if he had just come inside to use the bathroom or something, and he said, "No, I've been on the phone. I don't even know where the bathroom is." As he saw the look on my face, he asked, "What's wrong?" And I simply just told him that we needed to leave. I later explained everything to him on the car ride, at which point he clearly denied that he ever did such a thing, and felt very uncomfortable knowing the story. We both agreed to never visit that house again. Before I start this story, a little background on me. I am a female who just finished my associate's degree and starting to work on my bachelor's degree. It was the spring of 2010, and I chose a university that was an hour and a half away from where I lived. It had the major and minor I was looking for. On certain days I went to school, while the other 2 days I worked. This semester, for some reason I decided to include classes on my work days. One day, I decided to stay the night in town instead of going home and returning the next morning. I would later regret this choice to stay in this one hotel. I drove to this roadside place and checked in. I left to go have dinner at the school and then off to Walmart that was right across the street to pick up a set of fresh clothes for tomorrow. I then returned to my room so I could start to study for a test that I had the next day. A quick layout of my hotel room. When you enter the door, to your left is the bathroom. Glass sliding doors are straight ahead of you. The TV was on the wall to the right, with the bed and table and the chairs right next to the bed. Small lamps near the bed are attached to the wall. I had put my stuff down, got out my books to start studying for the test. I went to go sit down at the table when I noticed that the floor underneath had a soggy feeling. I thought, that's strange. Did they have a water leak or something? I put it out of my mind for a little bit while I was looking over my notes and watching a little TV. I had looked at my watch, saw that it was getting late, and decided to stop so I could take a shower and go to bed. The floor underneath me still had that same feeling. I looked at the bottom of my foot to see what it could be. Nothing was there, and my foot wasn't even wet. So I tried to put it out of my mind again, went to take my shower, and then came back to get in bed. I turned off the TV and the lights and tried to go to sleep. I don't know if it was just a few minutes or an hour, but I heard voices that sounded like they were right on top of me. A man and a woman. I sat straight up in bed looking around to see who was in there. No one. I turned the light on next to me and turned the TV back on. Within a few minutes, my eyes were getting so heavy that I turned off the TV, but kept the light on and went to bed. When my alarm went off in the morning, I went to turn off my alarm and looked down on the side of the bed, and I saw blood going down right where my head had been. I jumped up out of bed so fast and was checking the side of my head for anything. There was nothing. Nothing was wrong. The floor under the table felt even more soggy than the night before. I checked my feet again, thinking this time I might find blood or something. Still nothing. I got all of my stuff together and got out of there quickly. My classmates told me that I looked like hell and asked how much sleep did I get. I told them not much and explained to them what had happened that night. Of course, they didn't believe me and said that I must have still been dreaming. I know I wasn't dreaming or half awake. It happened. I don't know what happened, but it did. I have never been back to that place, and I left that school shortly after that. I live in a small rural community in the eastern U.S. It's a nice little town. Because of my work in the medical field, I have met some interesting folks. I am also familiar with law enforcement and emergency personnel. Small town life is not as dull and uneventful as people think, especially since everybody knows somebody who knows somebody. I have a lot of stories to share, but since this one just happened, I'll start here. Because it's still very recent and the investigation is ongoing, I have to be vague with some details, but I needed to tell someone. I'm single and live alone. Due to a stalker, I have moved twice, but that's another story for another time. However, it is relevant for this story for multiple reasons. The first reason being that I have a dog for the sake of protection, as well as have motion sensors and outdoor security cameras. The second reason being the location of my home, which is literally down the street from the fire department. I can see it from my living room window, and a couple of blocks from the police station. However, next to the fire department is the road department, which is basically a parking lot where they park their road equipment and empty garbage trucks at night and on weekends. Oddly, it doesn't have a security camera. Small town life, I suppose. My house sits on a hill with a good view of that side of the street. Due to the incline, the large trees in the front yard, and the half cornfield on the property next to me, most people on the street below wouldn't notice me in the backyard unless they were actively looking. However, I can see the street clearly. This incident happened Saturday evening. The county was holding the annual Independence Day spiel with a community barbecue, music, fireworks, etc. I did not attend because it's just not my thing. Plus, I have a dog, and the sound of fireworks could be traumatizing. Before the big show, I took the dog out to relieve herself in the backyard. There was still at least an hour of daylight, but the entire neighborhood was pretty quiet, because most everyone was at the fairgrounds or various other holiday events. So when an unfamiliar, large, white pickup truck drove slowly down the street, I noticed. It must have turned around at the end of the street, because I saw it again, moving in the opposite direction, only about 20 seconds later. This time, it turned into the parking lot of the road department. Now, people have been known to toss things into the empty garbage trucks, usually at night to avoid getting caught, because they don't want to or are unable to make the trip to the landfill themselves. Usually it's things like furniture or broken equipment. But I didn't see any of those things in the back of this truck. The driver was a somewhat stocky guy of average height. He took 3 large black trash bags from the bed of his truck and tossed them one by one into the hopper of the garbage truck. Then he left. Now, I swear, I am not one of those meddling rear window types who always thinks activity is suspicious and that their neighbors are up to no good. But something about this didn't sit right with me. Normally, when I see people tossing their garbage into the trucks and leaving, I don't bother reporting it because it's relatively harmless. But this time, I had a gut feeling. So I called the police. If anything, they could get the guy for illegally dumping trash from a barbecue or whatever. While I am on the phone with dispatch, I put my dog inside to cut down on distractions while the officers investigate. A few minutes later, an officer arrived and I crossed the street to meet him, gave him a description of the events, and pointed out which of the trucks the man had tossed the bags. He found the bags. He took photos. He put on gloves and told me to stay back. The bags were tied in a knot at the top, and it took him a minute to untie one because of the gloves and how tight the knot was. But eventually he got it open, looked inside for a few seconds, then twisted it closed and took a few steps back. Crap, he hissed under his breath. What? I asked. It's a body. I felt sick. I could tell he felt sick too. I saw him grow pale. His hand was trembling when he held the radio. Even his voice was shaking as he gave the code to dispatch. The dispatcher sounded confused when she asked him to repeat it. Within 10 minutes, the county sheriff was on the scene. Even he looked sick at the contents of the bag. The coroner arrived about 10 minutes after that, and the first officer walked me back to the house, along with another one who arrived at the same time as the coroner. Though I showed the first cop via the app on my phone when I described the events initially, I now showed them the video on a larger screen. The camera caught footage of the truck as it drove by both times, as well as pulling into the parking lot. Though unfortunately, not a clear view of the license plate or of the man tossing the bags out the frame. We watched the footage over and over, pausing frames, the officers taking notes. Ultimately, they requested this footage as well as a copy of the files from the past week to see if the truck had been in the area before. I have also been saving footage until the road department installs their own camera this week. Because this is still fresh, I don't know many more details. I know the body was in pieces, but I don't know the age of the victim, the gender, the cause of death, any of that. Information hasn't been released to the public. I don't know if the coroner has even been able to identify the body yet. A police cruiser has been parked at the fire department next door for constant surveillance, in case the guy comes back. The guy who dumped the body was likely a local. How else would he know he could dump there? He probably thought that it would get buried in other people's illegal trash accumulated over the holiday weekend, and the sanitation crew wouldn't have bothered to investigate. When I think about how this guy lives in my community, it makes me feel physically ill. To think that he had clearly scouted the area for a dump site, that it may not have been the first time this had happened, that this could happen again. If I hadn't called in, if I hadn't been in the backyard at that exact moment, or if I had ignored that gut feeling, the victim would have never been found, may never find potential justice. Their loved ones may never have closure. In fact, there's a possibility that it just might happen again to another poor soul. I hope it's not me. Oh, please, please, don't let it be me. I think it's time I moved again. Third time's a charm, right? I used to be a nurse at a mental institution, which meant that I had to deal with people who keep freaking out, or were just straight up delusional. I didn't have a car yet, so I either went home by taxi or walking. But I mostly stick to walking home, as getting a taxi just wastes money. One night, I left and started walking home. I always liked walking by myself, since it's so much more peaceful than the place I work at. I was only minutes away from my home, when I noticed a silhouette of a person standing over the street lamp. I stopped for a second before continuing my walk home. However, the closer I got, the more I could see the person clearly. It was an overweight woman with pale skin and long, straight blonde hair. She also looked a bit towering. There were two things that were completely off about her. The first thing was that she was not wearing any clothes and only wearing black rain boots. The second thing was the mask she wore. It resembled a cat and looked like it was made out of porcelain. I stopped again and looked at this weird woman. Why is she standing here, no clothes, in the cold, dark night? Why is she wearing a cat mask? Uncomfortable, I decided to cross the road onto the other side of the street. I don't know what I was thinking making that decision. I looked back at the woman and noticed that she was now looking in my direction, still standing under the light. I look away and start walking, but a little fast. That's when I heard speeding footsteps behind me. I looked back, and to my shock, the woman was now sprinting at me with something in her right hand. It looked like some kind of knife. In my sneakers, I immediately ran as fast as I could. I was so terrified that I wasn't going in the direction of my home anymore. Without looking behind me, I can hear her almost catching up to me, despite her being very overweight. I was running for my life for about 3 minutes, until I lost her. Or so I thought, when I heard her footsteps coming again. I luckily found a large bush to hide in as soon as the woman stopped where I was at. Then she began sniffing. I know it sounds weird, but that's exactly what she was doing. She kept doing it for almost a second before giving up and walking away, along with letting out an annoyed growl. I stayed in the bush until the coast was clear. I contacted my friend to pick me up and drive me home, but kept what just happened a secret. After that was the first and last time I ever saw her. I would always think of theories of who she was. She could either be high on something, or was just completely insane. It is something that I will never know. This happened in summer 2008, I think. I was at a sleepover birthday party at my friend's house. That is going to require some explanation. I live in rural western Pennsylvania. All you need to know about that side of the state is that if you aren't living in Pittsburgh and Erie, you're probably living in an oil town that went bust decades ago. Oh, and you're probably isolated in a forest somewhere too. My family did okay in spite of the economically depressed area we lived in. Now, my friend had money. His family weren't Wall Street investors or anything, but in a town like mine, it was noticeable. He had a big house, a huge yard, a tree house, a trampoline, big screen TVs everywhere, and every video game console ever. You might think I was only friends with this kid because of the stuff he had, but honestly, that isn't true. He's probably in the top 5 nicest people I ever met. His family was also amazing. They took me in for a while my mom was in the hospital once. I still keep in touch with them. So, rich guy, good guy, etc. He had a lot of friends. His birthday parties were pretty legendary among kids in our town. Usually, they involved one of those closed canopy tents outside with movie projectors inside, along with a soft serve ice cream machine and slushie machine. The party in 2008 was a little more low-key. There were a few less people than normal, and there weren't any tents or projectors. We played video games for the first part of the night, and then started to play flashlight tag when it got dark. I know that the rules to flashlight tag can vary depending on who's playing. My friends and I used to play it like group hide and seek. The hiders would go hide in the dark, sometimes alone, and sometimes together if there was a great spot. The seekers got the flashlights and also some cool walkie-talkies. As I said before, the yard we played in was huge, and there were a lot of places to hide. The first hour or so was pretty uneventful. We mostly hid around the treehouse as well as climbing some of the trees inside the yard itself. The only thing we had to worry about was when a cop car drove by. Obviously, we weren't doing anything illegal, but we just didn't want to explain why we were sneaking around a house at night at 11 o'clock with flashlights. My friend's yard ends in some pretty thick woods. My own house, which is a couple miles down the road, has some wooded areas around it as well, but not like this. After you leave my friend's backyard, there is about 15 to 20 miles of wilderness before the next town. He does have neighbors on one side, and all of this is going to become important in a little bit. On this particular time, I was one of the seekers. My group and I were waiting in the house for the other group to hide. We were mostly drinking slushies and messing around. We had just come out of the house and started our search when we heard a lot of yelling. Suddenly, the entire other group came rushing back to the house. They went inside, and my group, really confused at this point, followed them in. It took a few minutes for everyone to calm down and explain what was happening. Their story went like this. That round, they all decided to hide back in the woods since we hadn't been back there yet. They had gone a number of paces inside, but were still inside of the house. Looking farther inside the woods, they caught sight of a figure at the edge of their vision. It took them a little while to figure out what they were looking at in the dark. They thought it might be a tree or a deer or something, but they kept focusing on it. When they were sure that the shape was human, they started yelling and sprinting back to the house. When everyone was finally inside, and mostly settled down, I was freaking out along with some other boys. A few of the people in my group, including my friend who was throwing the party, was skeptical. They were pretty sure that the other group was just trying to scare us. In fact, my friend was almost angry about it. He was going to march off to the woods to check the situation out himself. They stopped him and said that they should only go back to check as a group, or to wake up his parents who were asleep upstairs. Most of the people who hadn't gone into the woods actually found this to be pretty fun in a weird way. It was like being in a thriller movie. Plus, we were in a low-crime neighborhood, and there were enough of us that one unarmed person shouldn't have bothered us. Even if it was a hoax, it would be a fun scare. We came up with a plan to investigate the woods. The majority of the guys decided to go back into the woods with flashlights and walkie-talkies. They also planned to bring my friend's dog, but that didn't work out. The dog was a golden retriever collie mix and was the furthest thing from a guard dog, unless you feared being licked to death. He also got most of his exercise by fetching tennis balls in the big yard, so he was not used to being led on a leash. I waited at the house with another scaredy cat kid with the other walkie-talkie, ready to wake up my friend's parents or call the cops. I wasn't taking the situation very well, but didn't really show it. I tend to seem pretty calm on the outside when I'm usually a nervous wreck on the inside. I at least attempted to calm the other scaredy cat down. After a few minutes and some excited chatter on the walkie-talkie, the investigators returned in a similar state as the original first group. There were a lot of shouting, and it took a few minutes to get the story straight. This is what happened to them. They had gone to the edge of the woods like the original first group had done. It took a few minutes of searching since the figure had been spotted in the thicker brush that wasn't easy to reach. One of the kids had swung his flashlight around until he caught sight of something before yelling and running back to the house. Some of the other boys, who had gotten the same glimpse inside the flashlight beam, behaved similarly. They confirmed that they had seen a person. He was mostly obscured behind a small tree. The features that they could make out from the brief moment were that of a male who was on the taller side with long hair. One of the boys who had seen him thought he might be wearing some light flannel. Apparently, he had made no move to approach them, and had just cocked his head out a little to stare them down from behind the tree. It was at this point that my friend's mom finally came downstairs after all the commotion. We explained the situation to her. Afterward, she locked all the doors and told us to stay inside and to tell her if we saw anything else. She explained that the part of the woods we were going into was probably not their land anyway. They just had the closest house to it. Needless to say, I did not sleep well that night. We were situated on air mattresses in my friend's game room. The really frightened kid actually took to sleeping underneath one. Just before sunrise, I finally drifted off for a few hours. When I came to, everyone else was awake and eating pancakes on the patio. My friend's mom was with them. She had checked the woods that morning and had not seen anything amiss. We were all a little on edge, but things were pretty normal besides that. When my parents came to pick me up, I was reminded of the fact that I only lived about 2 miles from my friend's house. It was a walk that took 10 minutes or less. Even at home, I struggled to sleep for a while. I just kept thinking of how easy it would be for the man in the woods to show up in my yard. Fast forward a couple of weeks later, and I am playing video games at my friend's house again. I bring up the subject, but he was very dismissive of it. It was strange, but he was really pretty short with me. It was like he wanted me to drop it. None of his behavior fits his normal personality at all. He did come with a short explanation though. Apparently, one of his neighbors had a son a few years older than us. He was tall, with long hair. My friend explained that he could be a jerk and was pretty weird. The way he said weird may have indicated some mental condition. My friend's explanation was that this kid had seen us playing and hid in the woods to scare us. That did make me feel a little better at first. It did seem reasonable on the surface, and there's a good chance that's actually what happened. However, there are a few things that don't sit right with me. In my experience, when someone is trying to scare you, there's a "ha-ha, got ya" moment at the end. Like most people want to reveal that the whole thing was good-natured, or they just want to show you how dumb you look over nothing. Back when we had our sleepovers in tents, one of my friend's older brothers would rustle the outside before popping in to see if he had scared us. This person in the woods did nothing like that. He may have just been trying to scare us and went all in on the whole thing, wherein his only pleasure was knowing that he had scarred us for life. Or, if this kid really did have problems, maybe he just didn't understand how pranks typically went. His explanation also brought back an old memory of mine. I had been going to my friend's house for close to 10 years at that point. In one of the early years, I remember playing a game with my friend and one of his neighbors who lived across the street. Both my friend and the neighbor had crabapple trees in their yards. We played a game of basically dodgeball with moldy apples thrown across the road. The game ended when the neighbor, who was a few years older, chucked a crabapple at my friend's head as hard as he could. It absolutely nailed my friend, and he was on the ground crying. I brought him inside, where his parents asked me what was wrong. I told them about the game and the neighbor kid. When he had finished crying, his parents scolded him and said that they had warned him about this. They just said the neighbor kid was not nice. For the record, he did have long hair, but this was a number of years prior to the incident. Now, I don't know if this was the neighbor that my friend had pinned the blame on, which brings me to some other disturbing things. My friend never gave me the suspect's name, even when I pressed him on it. More unsettling was the fact that my friend was not among the kids who had actually seen the guy directly. This was just his explanation for what happened. I don't think my friend was actually trying to cover anything. I think he was just worried that I wouldn't want to come to his house anymore if I didn't feel safe. That was the last time I had a sleepover at my friend's house. That wasn't really because of the incident, but because we were entering high school and overnight parties started meaning something else entirely. My friend's explanation does seem plausible, and that makes a pretty creepy story on its own. The alternatives are even more frightening. I don't even want to think about what kind of guys go stalk teenagers in the woods. in the middle of the night. Back when I was very young, I lived in a town called Perrysburg in Ohio. We lived in a quaint little brick house along a relatively busy road in the center of town. It was nice. Our neighbors were nice and helpful. Our yard was small but fun to play in, and the house itself was rustic and cozy. It was also definitely haunted, and I, of course, had to be the one to discover this. When I was about 4, I had a very strange experience in that old house. At night, it was a very creepy and loud house where floorboards randomly creaked, and all of the cozy little corners suddenly turned pitch black. I often had trouble sleeping and had to lay on the left side of my bed, almost leaning towards the nearby window in order to get a wink of sleep. Occasionally, our quiet and shy cat would jump on my bed and curl up next to me, which always helped. I would feel the mattress indent, almost as if my parents sat down next to me. One particular night, my body simply would not let me sleep, so I crawled over towards the window and waited for the cat to jump up and sleep by my side. Luckily, I didn't have to wait long, as I soon felt the bed sink down next to my right leg. I closed my eyes, happy that I'd be asleep soon. But then, I was snapped out of my relaxed state by a sound to my left. A light footstep. I was petrified. I squeezed my eyes shut even harder and hoped that our small town and shy cat would bravely protect me from whatever intruder, ghost, or demon that was about to show itself. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. There was silence now, and my mind ran wild thinking about what I had seen when I opened my eyes. But when I eventually did, I just saw my cat, who nervously meowed at me and stared up at the bedside. That only made me more scared as I realized that the bed was still indented near my leg. There was no way my mom or dad was sitting there this whole time, and the cat was nowhere near the spot. Quickly looking up, I saw nothing. Nothing except a strange crater in the bed, as if someone was in fact sitting there. That was enough for me, and I scooped up the cat and ran straight for my parents' room upstairs. I tried to explain what happened, but with no culprit and my limited 4-year-old grammar, I really had nothing useful to say to them. But they still let me sleep alongside them until I calmed down. The next day, they asked me what could have done that. I don't think I found out until a little later. A few months later, I was spending a Saturday morning on the couch upstairs, wrapped up in a blanket and watching TV. Our second floor looked like that of a log cabin. The slanted ceiling, the floor, and a majority of the furniture were all made entirely of wood. The staircase near the couch I was sitting on even had an ornate wood railing, complete with decorated little poles that were spread far enough apart that our fat cat would somehow find a way to get stuck between them on a few different occasions. On this particular day, I was just watching a movie when I had a random urge to look towards the staircase. There, in the gap between the two poles, I saw a shadowy face peeking through, somehow barely lit by the light pouring in through the window by the stairs. It looked like a relatively young girl with long hair and big, childish eyes. At first I didn't think it was real and stared at it for a short while to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Once I knew that what I was looking at was real, I became a bit unsettled by its unblinking stare. The real fear kicked in when I realized that there were no shadowy hands holding onto the rails. Because the figure was standing from where the stairs were at their lowest point, that meant that this little girl would have had to have been about 9 feet tall. The only thing I can compare that thought to is that scene from Annabelle Creation, where the little girl Annabelle twitches and contorts into the towering, horrifying version of herself. With my route of escape blocked off by this girl, her stare unbroken, I resorted to hiding underneath my thin blanket. I closed my eyes and waited in fear, hoping that I wouldn't see anything out of the ordinary when I opened them. This was all a bad idea. as after I eventually looked back up, I saw, through the thin sheet, the same figure, but this time, it was towering over me, right next to the couch. I screamed so loud that my parents were up the stairs in about 3 seconds. They calmed me down and told me that there wasn't anything there. I tried to convince them that there was, but they just wouldn't believe me. We moved out of that house about a year after this event, but it wasn't for any reason related to this story. My mom later told me that my aunt experienced the same strange things when she stayed the night in that house. She said that she saw and felt that same unexplained indentation in her bed, and she sometimes saw a strange figure out of the corner of her eye. I also learned that the house was one of those that was frequently put back on the market. New owners would move in, get spooked, or have a streak of bad luck, and move out. Our family owned it the longest, and I still take the half-hour drive to Perrysburg just to see it once in a while. It looks exactly the same, and it still gives me a shiver down my spine every time I drive by it. I grew up in a small southern town. When I was a kid back in the 70s and 80s, it was normal to ride our bikes everywhere, wade in nearby creeks, and play deep in the woods. Where we lived, there were hundreds of acres. There were several spots we really enjoyed playing where odd-shaped trees grew. Grapevines hung over bank edges, or where clearings gave way to the joys of sunshine and wind. One of our favorite spots was relatively small, with several crooked trees we could bounce on. It's hard to describe if you aren't familiar with wooded areas. This area was like a very small valley. It gets very hot in the south, so a valley with towering trees also gave us some good shelter from the hot summer sun. My sister and I had been playing quite a while and were getting hungry. She went to the house, which wasn't far away at all, to make some sandwiches for us. I watched as she walked off. As I stood thinking about clearing away some unwanted branches, I got a very odd feeling. I noticed it had gotten very quiet, which sent a chill down my spine. Then I saw something. I saw a shadow of someone that was standing on the top of the hill behind me. At first I considered that it could be the owner of the property, who was a kind elderly gentleman. But he wasn't this tall, nor this slim, and he would have spoken to me. Now, as a 10-year-old, I had learned that if I closed my eyes upon seeing a scary thing, it would be gone when I opened them. Maybe this sounds odd, but when I did this, either what I saw would become explainable, or simply would be gone, and filled away as a figment of my large imagination. I closed and opened my eyes. The shadow remained. My heart was racing. I was frozen. Again, I closed and opened my eyes. The shadow remained. I noticed it moved its arm slightly. I continued to close and open my eyes, but this shadow was very real. I felt its stare. I have no doubt whoever it was watching me. After what seemed like forever, I heard my sister walking back. I watched her as she made her way to me with sandwiches in hand. She was talking, but when she saw me, she stopped and asked what was wrong. I looked again to the shadow, but it was gone. I was no longer frozen and told her we needed to go home. I started running. My sister was so afraid she dropped our sandwiches. As we got to our yard, I told her what I had just seen. Even as a 10-year-old, I was very practical and very skeptical. I decided to go back the next day at the same time and study shadows from that hill. My sister came with me, though she was afraid. I had her stand on the hill and stood where I had stood the day before, but my sister's shadow was normal. I tried several things, but I couldn't explain away the shadow. It was very tall. I estimated the person to have been at least 7 feet. I have seen a lot of strange things in my life. I can find logical explanations for most of them, but I know the shadow I saw was real. I never saw it again, but I will never forget it. About 2 years ago, something happened to me in the middle of the night that's still the strangest experience I've ever had. It's actually happened to me twice, making me sure that it wasn't a dream or a weird coincidence. I woke up in the early hours of the morning to use the bathroom, a usual nightly occurrence. I don't think I've ever slept the whole night undisturbed before, but then again, I'm sure many others can say the same. But on this particular night, I went to use the bathroom, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. I could hear my mom snoring in the room next to me. She slept in that room because my dad's snoring kept her awake. Ironically enough, her snoring kept me awake. Still, once I had finished in the bathroom, I went back to my room and checked my phone to see what time it was. I groaned as I knew I only had a few more hours until I had to be up for work. This thought always made it difficult to relax and fall back asleep. Still, I rolled over in my bed and faced the wall of my room, closing my eyes in an attempt to doze off again. It was difficult as I'm a very light sleeper, and the slightest noise wakes me up. The fact that I could hear my mom snoring irritated me, and I was tempted to make a noise to get her to stop. I decided against it, hoping that she would stop on her own, as she sometimes did. About 10 minutes went by, and my mom had stopped snoring. But despite this, my brain just wouldn't shut down. It was buzzing with thoughts of work and plans for the day ahead. I was still in the same position in my bed, rolled up in my blanket as I had been for the last 10 minutes. I tried to focus on the blackness of my eyes, and think of crickets chirping and fireflies glowing in a forest, thoughts that often helped me to relax. But then these thoughts were instantly wiped from my mind as I felt a set of fingers tucking in the blanket that was wrapped around me. I froze. Had I fallen asleep after all and was dreaming this? Had my mom or dad come into my room to check on me for some unknown reason? No. I would have heard my door open, which is less than 2 feet away from my bed, and the noise would have easily woken me up if I had been asleep. Plus, my mom had started snoring again. My eyes opened and I blinked, still feeling those fingers gently tucking me in. As if this wasn't bizarre enough, as the fingers were tucking me in, they were also tickling me. I swear, that's what it felt like. I was actually being tickled by someone that wasn't my mom or dad. No one else lived in the house. Someone completely unknown was touching me. The feeling wasn't enough to make me laugh out loud, but enough to make the muscles in my face work to make me smile. The tickling stopped around 10 seconds later. I breathed deeply, and my face relaxed as I moved my arms slightly. Finding that I was no longer frozen, I slowly turned over in my bed. It was dark, but there was no outline of anything in my room that I didn't recognize. No figure hovering over my bed. No pair of eyes staring at me through the blackness. No threatening presence of any kind. My eyes darted all over my room, and I eventually sat up and turned on the light. I even looked in my wardrobe and behind the dresser. Nothing. I then opened my bedroom door and could distinctly hear the snores of my mom and dad in their rooms. What had just happened? To say I was just tickled by a ghost sounded completely insane. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I really was in the early stages of falling asleep, and my subconscious had somehow seeped into my reality. Perhaps the muscles in my sides were spasming. Maybe. I would have believed any of these rational explanations if the exact same thing hadn't happened a few months later. Again. I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and I couldn't get back to sleep. I was facing the wall of my room, again, willing myself to drift off, and once again, not long after, I felt myself being tucked in and tickled in exactly the same place. This time, though, I actually breathed a quiet laugh and somehow managed to turn my head almost instantly. Nothing. Again. I honestly don't know if these experiences were real, but the fact the exact same thing happened twice, and they say things come in threes. Even after 2 years, every time I roll over in bed and face the wall, I am half expecting to feel those unknown fingers tickling me again. As a goth, I truly love any spooky, and have read dozens of books about the supernatural in my spare time. But despite this, I had usually considered myself a skeptic more than a believer. But what happened to me has made me consider the possibility of departed loved ones with a sense of humor watching over us. This story happened about 3 years ago when I was 16. I used to hang out with a couple of guys that lived in my neighborhood and also attended my high school at the time. I definitely would not consider them friends at all, just people I hung around after school hours and during school hours. One Friday night, one of the people from the group of friends, let's just call him Andre, was telling me about this abandoned and possibly dangerous apartment complex / psychiatric hospital about 10 minutes from our town. Apparently, the complex used to house extra patients from the psychiatric facility that was previously built on their grounds. Andre was mentioning that him and I, along with about 2 others, should go check the place out. I was at first extremely hesitant, not only for the obvious reason, but because I didn't really know who Andre and the other 2 people really were. I've only seen Andre about 2 or 3 times in school throughout the year, and have only said what's up to him once. I found it a little weird that all of the people he could have been interested in going with, he chose to text me. I ended up saying what the heck, as I was extremely bored, but also curious myself to see what this abandoned area brings, as it was notorious throughout our county and area. Andre himself and the 2 others were already at my house within 5 minutes of me agreeing. I bought a flashlight, along with decent running shoes. It was about 11:30 p.m. at this time. The car ride to the abandoned complex was extremely annoying. As I previously stated earlier in the story, I didn't really click with Andre and his close friends like that, and they often said and did things that were extremely inappropriate and childish, which made me feel some type of way. I just wanted to go in with them for maybe 10 minutes and go home and go to bed. All 4 of us boldly entered the rusty and old fence that was still barely standing outside the actual building. I'm not going to lie, at this point I was strongly regretting the stupid decision I had made tonight. As we opened the fence, I had immediately picked up on a rather strong and unpleasant smell that I cannot describe in words, but not necessarily of anything crazy like a dead body. It just smelled wasted, unlively, like this place hadn't been touched in decades. I looked up at the first building itself and got shivers down my spine. The way the moon was shining and the old rusty bricks of the place revealed almost a sinister look and vibe. I looked at Andre, just to see his childish self smiling and asking who wanted to go first. I told him he should go first, and he did. All 3 of us followed, as we had to open an extremely loud door to get into the stairwell that led upstairs to a very long and narrow hallway. As I looked down the hallway, I noticed that all the doors on each side were closed, except for one all the way at the very end on the left side that was clearly wide open and dark inside. We all suggested that it would be best for us to each go our separate ways with exploring, which sounds extremely foolish, but that's what we were at the time. I immediately wanted to walk through the hallway with my flashlight, but decided to go up one more floor. The others each went into different rooms and found nothing too exciting. Old rusty paperwork, computers that didn't work, etc. As I was making my way to the floor above us, I noticed things on the walls. Things like graffiti and writing, along with very disturbing messages. Things like sadness and sorrow and death. At this point, I realized how unnerved I was, but decided to keep going as I felt I was too deep in to turn back. When I reached the top of the stairs, I realized that it was literally the same exact layout of the previous hallway below, and again, all the way down on the right side, there was one single door open. I decided I was too curious of why this one door was open, and the rest of the others were completely shut. The door was about 40 yards to where I was standing, and I started to make my way over to that side. Each door has a reasonably sized glass window, Some were circle-shaped, and some were square. What I was seeing through each window was extremely disturbing. It just reminded me of a war zone, like there was some type of havoc. There were mysterious liquids smeared all over the walls, and broken glass almost everywhere I stepped. At this point, I had been in the middle of the hallway on that floor for about 5 minutes, when I decided to look once more at the open door, and realized that it was now closed. I was taken back by this, and was deciding what to do, when I saw a silhouette of a man appear from the dark corner straight across the door. I flinched and shined my flashlight, and the man who was now about 20 yards away from where I was standing. "Andre?" I called. As my eyes adjusted to my flashlight, I realized that who I was shining my light at was not Andre at all. Instead, it was some dirty and crazed-looking older man, maybe in his 40s or 50s. He had long, dark and dirty hair, and seemed to be wearing nothing but flip-flops. He had deep cuts on his body in his stomach area. His glare shot right through me and my flashlight. My first instinct was to say, "Hello?" but then realized that whoever this person was not at all in the right state of mind to be in here with no clothes on at almost midnight. I turned and sprinted back down the other end of the hallway and down the stairs. As I reached the first floor, I came to a heart-wrenching realization that the 3 other people I had come in with were now gone, and I was the only one in the entire complex, along with the mysterious crazed man. I ran throughout the hallway we had come from, fearing I would see him again. Every turn, every corner, thinking he would appear. When I had made it outside past the gate, I saw Andre's car about 2 blocks down from the place in a more residential area. I walked up to the car and yanked open the left side back door, infuriated that they would do something like leave me by myself in a place like that. I had found Andre and the other 2 in the car, passed out drunk. I shook Andre up, and what was his excuse? They had got bored in exploring and forgot to call me to let me know they were leaving. I have learned something from this experience, and it is to never do risky things at all, let alone with people you aren't exactly friends with. I don't know anything about what was going on that night, why that man was in a place like this by himself, with no clothes on, and I don't want to find out, either. I lived with my dad until about age 8, and this is the age I was when this event took place. Now, my dad wasn't a normal dad. His profession was on the not legal side of things, and even at a young age, I was aware of this. He would constantly have people in and out of our home, and constantly be making deliveries to a vast cast of characters. We moved more times than I can count, and it was difficult to fit in anywhere, as most people quickly became aware of my dad's job, quote-unquote. I will say this, even with all the terrible life choices he made, I knew he loved me. He never hurt me, and one night, my dad proved just how far he would go to provide me safety. We lived out in the middle of the woods, in the country where the neighbors literally were miles apart. We had a landline phone and basic cable with a slew of movies to keep me occupied, as my dad put when he was working. It had been a very long day, full of aggravation and frustration for my dad, and he had a horrible cough. As it grew dark, my dad went through, locked everything up, and told me he was taking some cough medicine and going to sleep. Reminding me not to be up all night, he disappeared into his room. Excited to have the night to myself, I made some cereal, put in a movie, and got comfortable on the futon in the living room. About 2 movies and way too many bowls of cereal later, I got up to use the bathroom. Tiptoeing through our home, cautious to not wake my dad, I went back to the kitchen for something else. The only light was coming from the TV, which faced away from the kitchen, so not much help, but enough to not turn anything else on. Something caught my eye on the floor in front of the sliding glass door. I bent down, finding a piece of paper on the kitchen floor. I quickly looked up and all around the kitchen, wondering if my dad was playing a joke on me since I didn't listen and was up so late. But I was alone. The note read, "I see you." I quickly checked the sliding glass door. Locked. The front door. Locked. Windows? I don't know. I went to my dad's room and poked my head in the door. There he was, fast asleep, snoring like a train. I didn't dare wake him. I went back to the living room, hopped on the futon and covered up. Suddenly, I heard a light tapping on the window, like if a pebble was being hit against the glass. I didn't move a muscle. The tapping grew into thunderous pounding on the sliding glass door. It was so loud, I thought it would shatter. "Daddy!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. My dad didn't wake. I ran to his room to find him still snoring, and I shook him with all my tiny might, but he barely woke enough to tell me to go to bed. I urged him to wake up. I heard something, and someone was banging outside. He growled at me and slowly got up. Going to the living room together, he stopped dead in his tracks, and I ran my face right into his back, being so close to him. I peeked around my dad to see several notes all around the kitchen floor. My dad looked scared, then angry. "Did you make this mess?" he began asking me. I assured him I did not, and that someone was pounding on the glass door, and quickly showed him the "I see you" note. He didn't believe me. Thinking I just wanted attention, he told me to clean it all up and go straight to bed, reminding me again that he was not in the mood and felt miserable. He went back to bed, and I stood there, shaking. I started picking up the notes, not wanting to read them, but curiosity getting the best of me. Run. Hide. Die. 3 more notes. I couldn't ignore this, and no matter how angry it made him, I was showing my dad. I ran to his room again, shoving the papers in his face, begging that he read them. Seeing the fear on my face, my dad sat up, flipping through the notes and said, "Coat and shoes now." I didn't hesitate. I was ready in seconds, and so was my dad. He grabbed the car keys and pep-talked our escape plan. Basically it was, run to the car, buckle up and hold on. As he opened the door, a dark figure stood, weapon in hand, lifting it and hitting my dad square in the face, knocking him backwards. The figure grabbed me up like a cat and began walking away with me. I started kicking and screaming and trying to get out of the grip of this stranger's arms. I couldn't. The man threw me into a van and took off. I moved inside the van to the back doors, banging on the rear windows and screaming for my dad. The man yelled at me to shut up or he would knock me out too. I didn't stop screaming. The man pulled the van over. Our home was out of sight. The man got out, walked around to the side, and slid the door open. I jumped out as soon as the door opened and ran as fast as I could. The man was faster. Catching me with ease, the man grabbed me by my hair and said, "Don't run, don't scream." I didn't listen. I screamed for my dad. I kicked and squirmed and gave it my best, but I was no match for the man. As he pulled me alongside the van, I saw lights coming up fast. I knew it would be my dad. I started screaming again as loud as I could, and the man threw me inside the van and shut the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, what sounded like shots, so loud I couldn't help but scream. This somehow gave me the strength to go from the back of the van to the front and hop out the driver's side door. I ran out into the street towards the oncoming lights. It was my dad. He was going fast. I moved to the side of the road, and as my dad passed me, he looked over at me. It was like everything slowed down for a split second, and suddenly, he slammed into the van. I ran to my dad's car screaming for him to be okay. His face was bloody and busted up. He stumbled out of the car, grabbing my shoulders, asking if the man had hurt me. I sobbed and shook my head no. My dad told me to stand behind the car, and he approached the van. I could hear the man yelling curse words at my dad, and saying threats of death and something about, "This ain't over, Billy." And then silence. It seemed like forever, but was mere minutes. My dad scooped me up and told me, Let's get out of here, Paulie. My dad held me close and told me that he loved me. He put me in the car and got in the driver's seat. Smoke was coming from under the hood, but we were able to drive away, eventually. My dad drove us away from our home, the van, and the man. I didn't see the man as we drove by, just a small flicker of flames turning into a roaring blaze as we drove away from everything. I soon fell asleep, gripping my dad's finger and knowing I was as safe as could be. When I was 18, I worked at my college's residence building at the front desk, and I think I almost got assaulted. Or murdered. You be the judge. During the summer, the building operated as a hotel, so 2.5 floors were hotel rooms, and half of the third floor were student rooms. The whole building operated with a hotel swipe key system that was pretty outdated, and all the doors were powered by 4 AA batteries. If the batteries died, there was a decently lengthy process to replace them and reprogram the door. A dark-haired guy came to the front desk from inside the building while I was working an overnight shift at around 1 or 2 a.m. and said he left his key card in his room. I made him a new one and made my first error of the night. Hotel guests could have as many room keys remade as they wanted, hypothetically. Students, however, were supposed to be given a temporary key card and charged $2 to be returned when theirs is located. I gave him a new key for his room and asked if he was a student or a hotel guest, and he replied, "Student." At this point, I should have checked our system to charge his account, but I was caught up doing administrative duties and forgot. I used to trust people way too easily at this job, but quickly learned not to. Later on in the night, maybe around 3 or 4 a.m., he came to the desk again and said that he couldn't get into his room. I asked if he just forgot his key again, and he said no, the door wasn't working. I asked if the light was coming on when he swiped his card, and he said no, so I figured the batteries were dead. I told him I would have to change the batteries, and went up to his room with them. He asked me for my name, and I told him. He didn't tell me his. I opened the room door manually with a master key, and told him I would have to prop it open while I worked on the back panel to replace the batteries. He said, "No, it's okay, I'll close it," and closed and deadbolted the door locked. Really weird, but I tried not to think about it. I had changed the batteries on plenty of other doors by this point, and some students were iffy about having their doors propped open for their room to be on display for anyone walking by. He also had a really thick accent, and I thought he might be an international student, since we had a lot of students from other countries where English was not their first language. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and thought maybe it was also just a language barrier issue. At this point, though, I really felt like something was wrong, but I tried to ignore it so I didn't freak him out. While I was trying to focus on fixing the door as quickly as possible, he kept trying to entice me to go further into the room, saying his bed was broken and that he needed me to take a look at it, that there was something underneath it that needed to be fixed, etc. He held out a little gold house key and said, "I have a key, go get it," and threw it under the bed. He said there was a leak under the fridge. He just kept trying to get me down on the ground, throwing random problems at me. Obviously, I told him no. I would send maintenance up in the morning to take a look at it if anything was broken. I had my back to him, and he asked me if I would take off my glasses. I said, "No, I need them to see." His tone of voice changed, and in the most steady, chilling manner, he said, "Ella, it's okay, you can take them off." And from behind me, he reached around and tried to take off my glasses. I swatted his hand away, and, trying to remain composure, said, "No thanks, I need to keep them on." Even though he was really creeping me out, I didn't want to get in trouble if he complained about me, or risk upsetting him and having him yell at me. I got up to grab something from the door repair kit, and undid the door deadbolt and opened it up in the process. He jumped toward the door to close it again and told me to keep it closed. I told him no, I had to open it to start reprogramming it from the front. While I held the door open with my foot and grabbed something from the door repair kit, he started playing with the little wispy hairs at the top of my forehead and trying to touch my shoulder. I swatted him away again and asked him not to touch me and focused on getting out of there. He once again tried to get me to follow him into the bedroom, saying the bed was broken, and I went as far as the door frame to see if I could spot any actual problem with his bed. This is when I realized that he had nothing in his room. No dishes in the kitchen, no shower curtain in the bathroom, no sheets on the bed. Nothing. This wasn't his room. My brain once again went back to the international student theory, thinking that he had just arrived today and hadn't gotten a chance to buy anything yet. But in the pit of my stomach, I knew something was wrong. I fiddled around with the door for a few more seconds before announcing that it was fixed, and quickly gathered the door kit and left. Before I had reached the elevator, he came back out with his shoes on to follow me. He tried to get back in to get his shoes and called out, "Ella, the door isn't fixed. You need to come back." I went back and opened the door manually and told him if the door was broken, I would have to send up maintenance to fix it in the morning. I knew he was going to follow me to the elevator again, so I closed the door behind me once he went inside and ran down the stairwell as fast as I could. When I got to the front desk, I checked the computer and saw that the room he was in was supposed to be empty. It wasn't a student room or a hotel room. I locked myself in our back office and called campus security. He came back down a few minutes later and went behind the desk. I yelled at him to get on the other side and wait, now that I knew he wasn't a resident. He tore the corner of a slip of paper I had sitting on the desk and drew a flower on it, then put it back on the top of my papers. When security arrived, he ran back up to the empty room and tried convincing them he lived there so he wouldn't have to leave. He kept showing them his key, which had decided to work on the door again somehow. They escorted him back downstairs and came to ask me if he really did live there. Obviously he didn't. That's why I called you guys crying and terrified. He kept interjecting to argue that he did live there, but couldn't even recall his room number when asked. Security asked him for his student card, and he couldn't produce it, so they told him he would have to leave if he couldn't prove that he lived there. While they were grabbing his information, I listened from the office and could immediately tell he was lying. The phone number he gave was just a bunch of random numbers. The name he gave was prefixed by as if he was trying to think of a name. When they asked him for his address, he just said, "Across the street." One security guard asked if he lived in the apartments across the street, and he said yes, but couldn't tell them what the building number was. He said his apartment number was 1200, but I moved into that building a few months later, and apartment 1200 doesn't exist. When security asked what his purpose was to be sneaking into a room, he just kept up the ums and uhs and saying he didn't know. They would ask, "Were you trying to see a friend? Do you know anybody who lives here? Were you here to hurt somebody?" And he kept fidgeting and saying, "I don't know, no reason, I was just here." At one point, he tried to tell them he was my friend, at which point I poked my head out of the office to say that I literally have never seen him before that night. He left. We didn't call the police because he didn't actually do anything, but it was still unsettling. Later on, it dawned on me how we figured out the room was vacant. One of the housekeepers had been using it as her personal break room. A few days later, a housekeeper came to the desk and told me they found the door deadbolted open, the TV on, and a housekeeper inside watching TV. She must have forgotten to close the door when she left for the night, and when the creep let himself into the building, he found it. I never saw him again, and to this day, I have no clue what he was doing there. I haven't worked there since last winter, and overnight shifts still give me the heebie-jeebies. It was mid-October, gentle warm winds blowing the multicolored leaves around the desolate road. The sky had just changed from the warm orange sunset to chilly darkness. The moon brought a chill that carried a warning with it. Be alert. This wasn't a dangerous area, but it was known to be full of desperate, high-risk individuals, possibly to no fault of their own, and some by choice. All around, low-income homes, city rent-assisted rentals, halfway houses for recently released jailbirds, a few two-story homes, once beautiful, now defiled, being known as drug houses or full of prostitutes. So, not high crime, just an area with a lot of criminals. You're probably wondering what someone would be doing in this area after sunset, on a chilly October evening. I will tell you. I had a friend, we'll call her Rose, who had 3 children, and although she worked multiple jobs and was not in the criminal crowds, it's in this area that she could provide a 4-bedroom home for her and her children. We had been friends for quite some time, meeting each other at a side restaurant job, serving for the quick cash. Rose and I had made plans to take the kids to the movies. The kids were ages 10 to 15 years old, so it wasn't so bad going out places, as they were fairly independent at this age. Movie night is tonight. I pull up across the street from her house and put the car in park, crack the window, and grab my phone to alert Rose that I have arrived. I typically would go to the door and knock, but the busy road that Rose's place is on makes it difficult to hear someone knocking. So to be cautious, or so I thought, I decided to stay in the car and call Rose. In my anticipation of our night out, I slipped and let my guard down. Upon putting my car in park, it automatically unlocks the car doors. Normally, I am beyond on guard and have a habit of immediately hitting the lock after going into park. Tonight, however, I had grabbed my phone after immediately going into park, thus foregoing my usual protective actions. As I sat there scrolling my phone, waiting for Rose's first response, usually an apology for running behind, then another "I'm almost ready" text, the sound of feet approaching snapped me out of my phone zone, and I looked around. At first seeing nothing but orange and brown leaves wisping by, illuminated by my headlights, which I also neglected to turn off. As I clicked the main headlights off, leaving only the parking lights on, I instinctively hit the lock button at the same exact time a man in black, hoodie and all, tried to open the passenger door handle. Had I been a split second slower, the door would have opened. The timing was absolutely insane. The man bent down, peering into the window while continuing to try to open the door, aggressively grabbing at the door handle. As he moved to the back door, trying each handle on the passenger side again and again, all I could think to do is yell, No, not here for you. Wrong car, man." The man stepped back, as if to acknowledge his mistake, and I put up my hand in the universal, "It's okay" motion, and his response was to walk around the back of the car, and as he approached the driver's window, I rolled it up, now face to face with this mysterious man dressed in black. The darkness and his clothing hid his face, making it impossible to judge his intentions. As I stared out at this stranger, I told him I'm waiting on friends to come out with their kids, and I couldn't help him with anything. He continued looking inside the car, I assumed, not being able to see his eyes. I looked back at my phone, startled by the chime of a text alert. I heard a tink-tink sound. Looking back up at the window, now staring at a weapon being gently tapped at the window. The man motioned for me to roll the window down. In this situation, we all think how heroic we would be. I froze, but had the mind to barely crack the window. The man held the weapon in my face and demanded money. He actually only said, "Money," and I looked at him and said, "I don't have cash. I don't carry cash. If I did, I would give it to you." The man remained calm and steady, and again said, "Money? You think I'm playing?" I began to look around my car, telling the armed man, "Hold on, let me check around," reminding him again that I don't carry cash. Looking back to the man, I again said, "I'm sorry, I don't have cash." The man was not giving up. All of a sudden, I remembered my change wallet I kept behind the seat and told the man, "Hang on, I have a wallet in the back." I reached back and grabbed the wallet, praying I stuck some cash in there. Wallet in hand, I quickly unzipped the larger pocket. To my relief, there was a $10 bill. I took it out, slipped it through the crack in the window, with weapon still in my face, and said, "This is everything I have." And the man took the $10 and began to casually walk away. He didn't run. He didn't yell. He just started walking away, calm as can be. I rolled the window up, flipped on the headlights, and put the car in reverse to back into the driveway behind me, and turn out onto the road opposite of the way the man was walking. As I started backwards, the man turned around and again pointed the gun directly at me through the windshield. I paused, put my hands up to show him I was stopping. The man started walking backwards, weapon pointed at my car, until ducking behind a house and disappearing into the night. And just like that, the situation was over. I had been robbed. I sat in shock for a moment before continuing to back up, turning around and driving the opposite direction. I pulled into the next open gas station, called Rose, and told her and the kids to lock the doors and stay inside. Movie night was canceled. I ended my call with Rose having summarized the events that unfolded directly in front of her home, across the street, and reminded her to lock up and consider moving, and I would help however I could. Glancing into the passenger seat, I pulled the blanket down, seeing my son still fast asleep. I was thankful that he slept through the whole situation, and that he had brought his favorite blanket to nap with this night. He was only 6 years old, and I woke him up, carried him inside the gas station, and called the police. I wanted to notify the police in hopes of them catching this guy, so that another person wouldn't have to be in this situation. Thinking back on the whole event, I was thankful the man didn't get too nervous as I was digging around in my car, and even more thankful his intentions were money motivated, and not worse. Needless to say, I don't go to that area anymore, and Rose was able to move a month later. The mysterious man was never found. There was a carnival in town that weekend, and the police thought that he may not even be from the area. Not to mention, I couldn't give them much of a description. The report was filed. I tucked my son back into his seat, buckled him back up, and just in case, covered him once again for the ride home. When I was 16 years old, I decided to surprise my parents with a bouquet of flowers for Valentine's Day. We have always celebrated this as a family holiday rather than a romantic one. I didn't have a car to drive to a florist, but my high school was within walking distance of a hospital boasting a gift shop that sells floral arrangements. Between classes during the week of Valentine's Day, I set off for the hospital by my lonesome, cutting across campus to walk through a network of side roads populated with specialty doctors' offices that keep odd hours, the sort of buildings where traveling doctors mainly hold surgery consultations or perform small procedures a few times a month. The trip there passed without incident. As I was walking back through said deserted roads with a vase of flowers in tow, I noticed an unkempt 1990s car close behind me. While my memory of the car is hazy, I am left with the impression that there were at least 2 men within, whose faces I could not see. Initially, I assumed that the driver was simply afraid of hitting me, the reason that they weren't passing by, so I made a point of dramatically trudging further into the grassy shoulder of the road, demonstrating to them that they could safely drive ahead. They still refused to pass me by, continuing to creep along behind at a slow pace. Beginning to suspect that the driver was more interested in me than a destination, I began to walk faster. The car confirmed my suspicions by matching my speed. Despite the impracticality of my shoes and the threat of spilling water from my vase, I commenced to run as fast as I possibly could. They hit the gas and again matched my speed. I realized at this point that the car was following me, that there was no one in sight to notice, and I needed to get away. I bolted into the first parking lot that I saw. The car turned in after me. Despite there being only 2 or 3 cars in the spacious front parking lot, and there being no other sign of activity in the office, this car did not stop to park in the numerous spaces available there. The driver instead opted to pursue me into the partially under construction back portion of this lot, behind the office. It passed every available parking space to corner me against a pile of debris and rubble from the construction, coming to a diagonal stop less than 3 feet away. Before anyone could emerge from the vehicle, I somehow managed to scale the small prominence of the rubble against my back, vase in hand, and jumped from its peak to land painfully on the other side. which fortunately was a plot of undeveloped land within sight of my high school campus. I took a quick peek back over my shoulder to see if they were still in pursuit, but the car had sped off after I reached the top of the rubble pile and was now nowhere in sight. They had not parked in the lot at all. They had no business there. The driver was following me. I sprinted at top speed and didn't stop until I was soaked with sweat in the dead of winter and panting in the student lounge among my classmates, who didn't seem to care when I told them, possibly because our hometown is supposedly a human trafficking capital and the crime rate is outrageous. In retrospect, I should have told an adult, alerted campus security, and called the non-emergency line of the local police station. But I was young, foolish, insecure, and afraid of getting in trouble for leaving campus when I didn't have a signed permission form permitting me to do so. I kept trying to convince myself that I had misread the situation or was overreacting. I don't know what I would have even told the police had I called them, as I was entirely ignorant on the subject of cars and couldn't have identified the make of it had I been asked, and I couldn't see the faces of the occupants. I was also worried that my parents would restrict my already extremely limited freedoms if they knew that I had been in any danger. I feel horrible for having never told anyone, and earnestly hope that my secrecy hasn't led to someone being hurt or killed. I believe the only missing people, aside from runaway children or elderly adults with dementia in this city right now, though, are men, aside from one woman a few decades ago. I am an overnight security guard for a large building parking ramp. It's generally a really quiet job with a lot of free time, but occasionally, I do have to kick out homeless people. It's a horrible part of the job, and I do my best to direct them to the next safest place to sleep. Most people are understanding, as they unfortunately go through this a lot. If anything, they want to vent, and I try to be an open ear. Our protocol is to ask them to leave. Then if they don't, tell them to leave. And if all else fails, we have to contact police. I have only once gotten to that last step. It's important to note my general routine at work. I sit in a shack in the parking ramp for an hour. Then I go for a walk around the building, and then back to the shack. The doors are all locked, but there's an entryway with an ATM that's open 24/7. This is usually where I find people looking for a place to sleep. For more context, I am a smaller woman and unarmed. On this night, there was a woman trying to sleep by the ATM. I followed protocol, and after the first 2 warnings, I had to contact police. She yelled at me, which is out of the normal, but understandable considering her position. It must be frustrating being constantly kicked out of every semi-safe space. Police arrived, and because I was a little scared, I watched from inside the building to make sure they got her out. If she was yelling at me, she was full-on screaming at them. This goes on for about a half an hour before she leaves the building. Unfortunately, that's all the cops are required to do, so she makes her way to the bus stop right outside. The problem with this is the bus stop is parallel with my shack. She just sits and stares at me with hatred in her eyes. This gets uncomfortable pretty quickly, so I decide to take another walk. When I'm passing the door that leads out to my shack, I decide to take a peek out of the little door window. I don't usually do this, but I felt uneasy knowing that she was probably still in the area, and it's a good thing I did. I can just barely see it, but behind my shack, I see the slightest wobble. There she was, hiding right behind my shack. It's not a big thing, maybe a 10-foot cube made out of large windows and metal right at the entrance of the parking ramp. I have no doubt she was waiting for me. I call the police and just keep watching from the little door window. While I'm waiting, she eventually lets out an angry scream, kicks the miscellaneous junk in front of the shack, and storms up the stairwell in the parking ramp. For an extra kick of anxiety, the floor above me had a broken door that wasn't locked at the time. Eventually, police get there, and after some harsh words, they get her to leave again. And this time, she walks off into the night. What really scares me was what I found on my next walk. There is a mirror next to the door I was watching her from. I couldn't see it from inside, but from this side, it was obvious. She had broken the mirror, and a large piece was missing. Maybe I've allowed my anxiety to build this all up in my head, but from my perspective, she had taken a large, sharp object, hid behind my shack, and waited for me to walk up. This happened a few years ago, and sometimes I still have nightmares where I didn't manage to get away. Let me start off by saying, I live in a pretty big city, lots of bars and clubs, and I have experience with partying and drugs. I have been in blackout drunk situations, and this was not that. I no longer go out on my own. That night, I had decided to go out with some friends, bar hopping. I mainly knew only one of the girls that I hung out with on the regular. The other two were more acquaintances, or strangers. I was very outgoing and loved meeting people, so that was nothing new for me. We had a few drinks at a bar and continued on to the next one, having fun. Great times. One of the girls I didn't know well pulled out the party stuff sometime during our second bar visit. I decided to skip it because I wasn't looking to get too messed up that night. My friend said yes, and she and the third girl went to the bathroom. The second girl, let's call her Barb, kept saying that I should go with the other two. I declined and declined. She got a little aggressive and mean after the third time I declined. My friend came back just then, and Barb acted like nothing had just happened. We had some new guys join our group to flirt. I am in a relationship, but my friend and Barb were not. By then, the second girl had left. Barb and my friend were starting to get pretty messed up. I went to use the bathroom and text my boyfriend that I was coming home soon, and saw that my phone was dead. When I came back, the guys had gotten us shots. I was still pretty sober, and declined the shot. Barb shoved the shot into my hand, and to avoid a scene, I took it. I started to tell my friend I was heading home, but one look at her face and Barb, and I saw that they were out of it. I was starting to feel pretty woozy myself, so I grabbed my things and their things, and started shoving them to go. The guys that bought the shots were protesting, but I wasn't getting resistance from the girls. I hailed a cab, and I remember putting the girls in the back and telling the driver that we were dropping off my friends at their house and then going to my address. Then blacked out. I remember dropping off my friend. Then a blackout. Then I was alone with that driver. I was in the front seat, and he was holding my hand. I looked around, disoriented, took in the sight of him holding my hand while driving, like my boyfriend would. I saw my wallet in the center cup holder. The meter was off, and was telling me that he was taking me to a romantic place. I told him no, please take me home. My boyfriend was waiting at home. He said something along the lines of, "Stop talking about him, I told you," which to me in hindsight indicates that I had already told him many times. He said he just wanted to pretend for a little and held my hand tighter. I didn't want to trigger a violent reaction, so I left my hand there and started to reach for my wallet with my other hand. He saw, let go of my hand, and took my wallet from the cup holder to his other side where I couldn't reach it. I was still woozy and blacked out again. When I came to my senses, we were parked near a very known, romantic and touristy location in my city. Normally this place is packed. Not that night. It's pretty far from anything else too, and surrounded by woods. I started to cry and tell him please take me home. I want to see my boyfriend. I won't tell anyone. Please. He looked at me and said, "I will take you home if you pretend you are my girlfriend for a little while." I sat there in shock. I wished my brain wasn't rattled. I wished I had never gone out. I wished I could see my boyfriend for the 1,000th time that night. I said okay. He smiled, put my wallet back in the cup holder. I took it slowly and put it under my leg. He took my hand and looked out the front window, out into the little lake that he had brought me to. He started talking, and I don't remember what he was saying. I was trying not to black out again. I waited for him to look at me and asked again, "Please take me home." He said if I let him give me a kiss. I said no. He looked mad for a fraction of a second and squeezed the hand that he was still holding. He leaned in fast and kissed me anyways. I kept my lips sealed tight against him, ready to bite and scratch and not go down easy. He let go of my hand and backed away. He started the car and started our way back to civilization. I was crying as silently as possible, trying not to be heard so he would forget I was there and want to touch me, hold my hand. I waited until we were near enough people that I could bolt out of the car and find another way home. I think he saw me grabbing my wallet from under my leg and knew my intention to jump out at the next red light. He snatched it again and said that he would drive me. I just nodded, but by then, I didn't care about the wallet, my phone, or anything else. I didn't know what time it was by then. I do know there was almost no cars driving in my usual busy city. No buses, no people. I didn't care anymore. He stopped at a red light. I unlocked the door and yanked it open and ran. I didn't look back, but I heard a car peel out of the intersection. He was running too. My phone still dead. No wallet. So no money. Really far from my house. I was still drowsy and crying. I had no idea what time it was. I started walking home. I heard a car pull up near me and started running out of instinct. I heard a woman's voice yell out, "Are you okay?" I stopped and swirled around, and the most beautiful person I have ever seen in the world was walking towards me slowly, hands out in front of her so as to not scare me. I started crying even harder, more incoherent than I had ever been in my life. She hugged me so hard and asked for my boyfriend's number. She called him. He answered straight away. She started telling him where I was, that I was okay, that she was taking me home. I cried the whole way back, trying to explain what happened, but still woozy, still freaking out. It was hard, so we drove in relative silence. When we got home, my boyfriend was waiting outside, losing his mind. My savior gave me her phone number to call her when I felt better, and drove off. It was 5 a.m. I left the bar at 10 p.m. That's all I can remember. A week later, my wallet showed up in my mailbox. There is something that makes us feel indestructible in our younger years, teens to 20s anyway. That, or it's just the simple thoughts of, that couldn't or wouldn't happen to me, type of attitude. Well, I will tell you of a time when just that type of situation created itself in my life. I was in my early 20s and started working out with my best friend, walking 12 plus miles each day, weight training, and eating healthier. Some days our schedule would conflict, and I had to go it alone, so to speak, and would always walk a paved path near my home. The path was a mile-wide circle, similar to a track at a high school or gym, and had a small lake in the middle. This particular area was most definitely not a safe area, but it being daylight and having a gas station nearby only served to fuel my confidence and can-do attitude. I headed about just before dinner, water bottle in hand, and ready to tackle today's 12 miles. Well, 12 plus the 1.5 to reach the path. Overachieving today, I laughed to myself. Reaching the circular path, it was nearing 6 p.m. in the evening in summer, so not nearly close to getting dark quite yet. I walked onto the path, noting my start time and starting spot. I took off. I had my phone and headphones. Back when all headphones plugged into your phone. Started some music and prayed for a breeze. About 3 laps in, I was alone. Some groups had come and gone. Some kids on bikes cut through for a quick trip around, but pretty quiet. Rounding lap 4, I looked directly across the lake and noticed a man on a bike. I only noticed him because he was wearing a long-sleeve black thermal-type shirt and was wearing a black skull cap. Making a mental note to stay alert but not freaking myself out, I decided to make this last trip around my last, just to be safe. After going around the 5th lap, the man on the bike was still staying a far distance from me, almost precisely half of the distance from where I was at any given time on the path. Realizing this, I figured he must be doing the same as anyone else that had been there, just getting some laps in or hanging out. After a few more laps, I started to get an uncomfortable feeling, which was prompted by the man on the bike stopping on the other side of the path and just looking in my direction. I didn't want to take a chance at offending the man by doing an obvious U-turn right then and there, but I should have. As I got closer to where the man on the bike had stopped, I took my phone out and pulled up my friend's number. If nothing else, I could call her, and hopefully hearing me talking with someone would be enough to deter this man from anything nefarious. I passed the man, giving a nod of the head as a universal hello, and the man very softly said, "Hey, beautiful day out here." I agreed with a quick, "Sure is, a bit hot though," and kept walking. I looked down at my phone, feeling silly and paranoid, and decided to finish up and head out before I completely made a fool of myself. A gut feeling of fear hit me, and an inaudible warning ran through my ears, saying turn around. As I looked behind me, trying not to be obvious, there at my literal heels was the man and his bike. I could feel the hot air being pushed off the bike tire on my legs. The man was that close to me. I jumped, startled, looking at the man and said, "Oh my gosh, you scared me," while grabbing my heart. The man said, "Sorry, I wasn't looking." Knowing this was a lie, but not wanting a confrontation, I simply told him no problem and turned back around, walking a bit faster towards the exit off the path. A few other people were entering to walk around. I was just about off the pavement when the man on the bike shouted, "Hey girl, it's your lucky day." I waved and kind of laughed, but the way he said this ignited my flight sense, and I began to jog towards the gas station on the other side of the trees, next to the walking path. I grabbed a drink at the gas station, called my friend from the inside of the store, and asked to be picked up. I was not about to basically give this man an invitation to my home by walking back. About 20 minutes later, having endured some questioning stares from store employees, my friend's car pulled up, and I walked out slowly, making sure that the man wasn't lurking about, waiting for another chance to do whatever he had a mind to do. Hopping in my friend's car, she looked at me and I told her the whole story as she drove me home. I said thanks to my friend, and she unloaded a slew of "be safe, watch out, stay alert, call me" phrases. I nodded and raced inside, locking everything that locked. The following day I stayed in, reevaluating my workout plans, and kept wondering what that man meant by what he said. It could have been an innocent statement, but I didn't get an innocent vibe whatsoever. My phone rang as I was about to climb in bed, and I answered. It was my friend that had driven me home the day before, urging me to turn on the TV to a certain news channel. "No thanks, I don't want a bunch of world drama in my head just before I try to sleep," I snapped. "Turn it on now," my friend yelled back. I reluctantly went to my living room, grabbed the remote, and turned to our local news channel. My heart fell to my stomach as I listened to the story of the grisly assault and murder of a young woman found dead on a walking path. The reporter went into many details I won't share here, and unintentionally blocking my friend's words out, I listened to the reporter, saying the police had no suspects at this time, but believed the woman had wounds and impressions of a bicycle tire on her face and neck. This happened during the summer of 2015, and I had just graduated high school and still lived in my hometown. I was out with some friends, and it was getting really late, like around 1 a.m., so I decided to head home. I stopped by a drugstore close to my house that was 24/7 to pick up some aspirin and snacks. The one I went to was in the same parking lot as the supermarket. This is important to know. I parked my car close to the store, and it was empty. There were no more than 2 other cars in this giant parking lot, and I was nowhere near them. I head in and grab what I came to get quickly because I had this overwhelming feeling of dread the whole time. I felt like someone was watching me, but I couldn't see anyone else there besides me and the cashier. Then, after I had gotten everything I intended to buy, I stalled checking out and just went aisle by aisle looking at random things because I thought whoever was out there would leave if I took too long. Really, the whole time I thought I was being paranoid because I wasn't used to going out late. I had strict parents growing up. After about 20 minutes of that, I pay and leave the store. I get to the door and literally bolt to my car, pepper spray in hand, and lock myself in. I turned my head to check the back seat, and right before I could breathe a sigh of relief because no one was there, someone tapped on my window. I looked around before I left the store near the entrance, and no one was around my car. So how did I not see a person there? This is where I really freaked out. I don't know if this person was Ted Bundy inspired or what, but this was odd. He was a very handsome blonde man, with slightly long hair and a cast on his arm. Now my first instinct was to drive off, but he was leaning on the front hood part of my car, and I didn't want to hurt him. So I rolled my window down just an inch so he could speak, and maybe back up just a bit so I could drive off without hitting him. But no, he stayed glued on my car. He then asked me if I could help him with directions and look up an address for him. I said, "I really need to go, sir. Maybe ask in the drugstore if they can help." Already went to the supermarket, and they couldn't help. That place closed at 8, and there was no way this guy had just been lurking around for 5 hours, waiting for some random girl's help. He then went on about feeling really tired, and if I could just give him water or food that I had bought, since he had no money. I told him okay, and began to reach to the passenger side to grab the chips I got, and began to roll down the window slightly, and like I expected, he moved closer to my window, but he was now off the car, so I just hit the gas. He started chasing me, and I heard a scraping sound on the side of my car as I pulled away. I didn't drive directly home in case I was followed, and drove down the highway for an hour because I was so distraught over what happened. I finally got home, and the entire side of my car had been scraped from the door almost to the trunk. I am sure he used a knife or some sharp object because it was a really rough scrape. I reported the incident, but they never found him or any similar incidents in my town. He was watching me the whole time, maybe from the windows of the store, because how else would he have known that I bought food? I also think he hid behind my car so I couldn't see him when I came out. I feel like he was trying to get me before I got in my car, but I got in too fast. Thankfully. My cat likes to go outside every day. In the morning, he follows us to the door, takes the elevator down with us, and then goes about his day outside until we bring him back home again in the evening. Now my cat isn't the most punctual guy, so it's pretty common for him to stay much later in the neighborhood, sometimes well into the night or for several days. Or he gets bored and doesn't play for more than 2 hours and wants to get back inside. The problem is that we're not home, so he just has to wait. My family and I live in an apartment on the first floor, so my cat's solution is to sit under one of our balconies and meow at the top of his lungs to get our attention. When we're home, it works perfectly fine, but when we're not, it's a lot less effective. So our solution was to gently ask our neighbors that have the keys to our apartment to bring him up so he doesn't have to wait outside all day. Those that don't have the key sometimes let him inside the building so he's not literally outside, for example when it's raining. Our apartment is a bit special because it's bigger than the others, so to get inside, there are two ways when you get into the main hall. 1. Take the stairs to the left and open the door that has 2 locks. 2. Use the elevator with the special key that goes directly inside our apartment, and the door only has 1 lock. The cat is used to the second option, and me too because we're both lazy. But when the neighbors that don't have the key let him inside the building, he goes up the stairs and waits. Since I usually use the elevator from the parking, 2 floors below, that means I don't see him waiting in the hall, and he meows outside the door to get me to open it up for him. All around, we have our habits with my parents and neighbors, and it works fairly well. Now you know how everything goes with my little guy. Anyway, here's what happened a while ago. My parents like the outdoors very much, so I'm usually left alone in the weekends. Generally, it means taking care of the chores, and inviting my friends over so that we can have the apartment to ourselves, which is pretty nice. This time I was alone. It was late, around 11 p.m., and I was just chilling in the living room before hearing meowing over the sound of the TV. Someone let my cat in the building, and he was waiting outside the door. I took my keys and started opening the first lock. I don't know about other pet owners, but I know my cat meows by heart. It's a kind of rising meow that's very high-pitched and very cute, and that also has a specific rhythm because I have been hearing it nearly every day for 5 years. So I stopped. The noise isn't what it usually is. It's too deep and just off. This isn't my cat outside the door, and he's the only cat around that knows that he has to wait by the door and scream to be let inside. By that point, I had stopped halfway through opening the door and waited to hear him again, and noticed scratching. My cat never scratches that door. At that point, I am super weirded out by the situation, but the meowing is getting super loud, and I didn't want the neighbors to be woken up, so I continued with my key, but suddenly I heard another noise that freaked me out. A cough. For the record, I am not a very cautious person, and in my whole 21 years of living in this apartment, I must have looked in the peephole a total of maybe 5 times, but a small part of my brain told me to do it that night, and thankfully, I did. So, I let go of my keys and put my eye against the door, and saw it. A man standing there. He was meowing in front of my door. To say that I was terrified is really an understatement, but my heart stopped. I just stood there petrified for what felt like an hour. I don't really know how long it took for me to move again, but eventually my body just took over, I guess. I did what you'd expect, ran for my phone, stood in the corner of the living room and called the police. By the time they came, there was nobody in front of the door. I can't even remember when the meowing stopped. They just took my testimony before telling me to be cautious and left. To this day, I still don't know what that meowing guy wanted. I'm not sure I want to know. I also don't know how he got inside the building, since you need a key to access it, and how he knew that I would open the door if he imitated my cat in front of it. At least I will be careful from now on. Oh, and my cat eventually did come back since then. It was the year 2018. My best friend and I were getting more adventurous as our senior year continued. We would stay out late, smoking, and walking around various neighborhoods or high-riding. 2 young 18-year-old girls. My best friend Julia is about 5'5", brown hair, blue eyes. Then me being 5'9", blonde hair, blue eyes. Most would think that we were absolutely stupid for doing some of the reckless things we did. Yet we did not care. We craved the adrenaline, and we were both a bit disturbed due to some trauma we experienced as individuals. Fear did not exist at this time, as we had been through enough scary situations to be numb to the idea of fear. Now at the time, it was close to the end of the school year, and honestly, our parents stopped paying attention to us most nights. I was home alone, and my best friend and I were left to do whatever we wanted most days and nights. That is when the idea of urban exploration became our new favorite thing to do. We explored all over our town in New Jersey and surrounding towns, although we could not find a building that was daring enough for us thrill seekers. After searching YouTube for a couple days, that is when I found it, the holy grail of abandoned buildings near us. Only 30 minutes from us into Pennsylvania was an old, abandoned school that was home to delinquent children. After doing some personal research on the school, I came to find out that the school was closed due to a fire. Although after visiting the school a couple of times, something told me several way more sinister things happened on the grounds of the school. There were about 25 buildings, so it took more than 6 times searching to really get the absolute full experience this school had to offer. On campus was a security guard who drove around in a blacked-out Jeep. He never would leave his car. Only once did he catch us, although he just told us to leave. Again, never leaving his car. I still wonder if he had the same feeling about the place as we did, and that he had found sanctuary, never leaving his car. Since there were so many times we visited, I am only going to highlight the most terrifying moments we experienced. Of course, from least to most blood-curdling. To give you the ambience of what we were facing, I will tell you this. To get into the campus, you needed to cut through the trees and bushes with thorns on them. Always wear pants when exploring. After you get through the brush, hopefully unscathed, you are greeted by several decaying buildings. The smell of mold and nature kind of all hit you at once. Absolutely everything there is overgrown and seriously falling apart. Graffiti is pretty much plastered everywhere. Besides the physical look, the gut-wrenching feeling you get when you walk foot on this property, that alone will make you want to turn back and never set foot there again. Something about this place seriously is wrong, and you feel as though you should not be there. Something I came to personally learn about this place is every time you come back, things seem to get more and more out of place and otherworldly. Walking into these buildings, most windows are boarded up, so you can only see using the small light on your phone. Other than that, it is pitch black. The first truly terrifying moment I had on this campus had to be finding the blood-chilling room where it looked as though it was an old dentist office or something medical. I am not sure why it was there or what they really did there, but when I walked in, I got this strange feeling of death. Scattered in the pitch-black room, all I could see was open syringes covering the floor, a dentist chair that had dried red substance resembling blood all over it, and everything else in the room untouched. As my best friend and I explored this small, dark room, we began to hear footsteps coming from down the dark corridor. Trying to rationalize the noise, we automatically assumed it was the security guard and ran the opposite direction, back out the small window we came from in the other room. Upon reaching outside, we hid behind some coverage and waited quite a bit of time. We did not hear the noise again, nor did anyone come out. The next time we came, we decided to try to find the building that contained an old game room in it. Since we explored most of the buildings, we figured out which one it most likely was. Searching the perimeter for any way and checking doors, we could not find a way in. Circling back, I found an old, dirty window which looked as if it opened to a dark, cement basement. Being the confident kids we were, I jumped through it almost immediately. Now, the first thing we saw as we walked out of the closet window was a wide-open basement. With further analysis, we realized just how scary this basement was. The only thing down here besides it being absolutely freezing in mid-May was the old worn fireplace. Written above the fireplace was something demonic, or like demon worshippers had written on it. Several pentagrams were graffitied. Looking towards the middle of the floor, was red paint of a pentagram, very big, smack dab in the middle of the floor. Candle wax was everywhere, and it was accompanied by a strange smell. With the sense of existential dread suffocating the room, we darted towards the steps at the back of the room. We did not step foot in that basement ever again. The second to last time visiting the campus, we decided to be even more ballsy and explore at night. It was roughly 12 at night, maybe slightly later, and again, it was simply just my friend Julia and I. Besides it being dark, approaching the school, my blood ran cold. Everything in my body was telling me to run the other way and to not set foot back at this campus. Yet again, I ignored my gut instinct, and we began our journey through the woods to make it into the campus. Tonight was different. I decided to actually document our journey as if we were on Ghost Hunter or some other paranormal show. The whole time I was recording, I would go back and forth from me to see what I was seeing. As me and Julia began walking through the pitch black, using only her phone light, visibility was dim. We could only see about 7 feet in front of us. The rest of this campus had been like it was not even there. Just utter blackness surrounded us. I was laughing and talking to my audience on my Instagram story, boasting about the trip, as if it made me the coolest person ever to risk my life just to see some buildings filled with asbestos, mold, and possibly homeless people. Just as I turned the camera to face Julia and sort of interviewed her about her current experience, is when I saw what made my heart stop and my jaw drop. I froze in the position I was in, just holding the camera pointing in Julia's direction. As Julia looked past my camera, almost questioning why I got so quiet, she saw my face. The viewers at home could only see Julia's expression. It had said more to the people at home than either of us could explain. Seeing how absolutely horrified I was, and how my face had turned the lightest shade it could, she let out a scream and grabbed my arm, pulling me into a different direction. I felt as if I was no longer present, and adrenaline had taken over my body. My legs were moving, yet it felt like I was not controlling them. We jumped and hid behind a tree as Julia pleaded with me to tell her what I had seen. For a couple of minutes I just sat there, trying to process what I had just seen. I did not want to believe anything scary and paranormal could be real. It felt like a true scary movie came to life. When I regained my ability to talk again, I told her exactly what I saw. When I tell you, you most likely will not believe me, for it is so utterly insane, it's almost laughable. That image will never leave my memory, for it is burned in forever. Standing right behind Julia, just in the shot of my camera, was a black figure. With a closer look, I remember not believing what I saw, and experiencing what felt like paralysis as I was stuck staring at this figure, standing only 3 feet behind my best friend. A man, on a large horse from what I could make out. No detail to him at all, like he had literally been a shadow, just a blacked out figure. The worst part was his large, broad body seemed as if it had no head. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, it absolutely was. I had heard stories of the Headless Horseman as a kid, yet I never expected to see anything like that in my waking hours of the day. After telling my best friend what I had seen, we hightailed it back to Jersey and decided to do some more research and see if anyone had any similar experiences, or the same one. As we searched, I found countless stories that made my bones hurt about this place and what other urban explorers had experienced. One in particular made me literally almost faint. To be brief, this guy who had been really into exploring found this place years back and decided, like us, he wanted to keep coming back and see everything the campus had to offer. He explained how every single time he came back, weirder and weirder things happened to him, which to my knowledge was exactly how I felt. But what he said next made my soul sink into the floor. He explained the last time he decided to go was at night. He explained how in front of the red house, he had been chased out by a headless horseman. My stomach sank. I went right back to the live video I had taken and watched it back. The part in which Julia looks at my horrified face, directly in the background, sat the old, decaying red house, half burnt down. My jaw dropped. We did not visit this place for a couple of weeks. I would love to say I learned my lesson and this is the end of the story. I would be lying. After a couple of weeks had passed, our urge to visit the campus grew to an insane level. Almost as if something was pulling us back, like we had strings attached to our bodies. Being the reckless kids we were, we decided 12 was not scary enough. Let's go at the devil's hour. 3 a.m. Now, as we walk towards the woods, we need to cut through a thick fog that appears out of nowhere. If you think that was not enough to scare us away, you are right. I led the pack and proceeded towards a gap in the trees. As I am about 10 feet ahead of my two friends, I noticed some movement coming from the trees. We were not alone. Thinking who else might be out at 3 a.m., I started shifting backwards, alerting my friends as I slowly backpedaled. Just as my friends looked in my direction, a deer came running right towards us. Right before it reached me, it stopped dead in its tracks 2 feet away. This was like no deer I had ever seen. Again, I felt myself with short-term paralysis, as I felt like I was staring directly into the devil's eyes. The mist completely surrounds the deer like an animal, to the point I could not even see its feet. That's when I noticed its peculiar eyes glowing a weird, yellow-red color. None of this seemed normal. That's when I noticed my friends booking it towards the street. Not wanting to be alone with this creature, I ran as fast as I could and eventually caught up with them. None of us wanted to admit how truly spooked we were, so we decided to try and find another entrance. Walking down the side road that followed next to the campus, we began to keep walking straight, occasionally looking for another opening. We then decided that at the end of the road, the campus had a church that sat in an open field. Thinking it was the safest way in, we kept walking down this road at 3:30 a.m. now, with absolutely no streetlights. It felt like we had been walking forever, and small talk was at the minimum, due to all of us low-key being scared out of our wits. That is when we heard it. We were almost to the church. It was about a quarter mile away from us. The sound of a chainsaw rang in all of our ears, sending chills down our spine. A chainsaw has a very distinct sound, yet in order to keep them faithful to the mission, I said, "Hey, maybe it's just a generator." Assuming they agreed with me, I proceeded walking towards the strange noise. Suddenly, the sounds of speeding footsteps broke my concentration, only they were headed away from me rather than towards me. This is when the fear really hit me. My friends were so far away from me, panic began to set in. I was only brave if I had my friends there, easing my anxiety. The second I noticed them running, my heart sunk. The chainsaw grew louder and more aggressive. I am downright sweating at this point. Finally, instinct kicks in and I bolt towards my friends, somehow catching up with them immediately. We all decided to go home since it felt like the campus was doing everything in its power to keep us out. To this day, I am not sure what was lurking past those trees, but I am not willing to ever go back and find out. Just remember, if you decide to go urban exploring, never go alone, and always follow your gut, for you never know what your animal instincts could be protecting you from. I have had a couple of experiences, both weird and paranormal, when I was around 3 to 5 years of age. Growing up, I was a really timid and scared child. I would never leave my mother's arms and would cry if she even went to the bathroom. Not to mention the fact that my 2 older sisters would try to scare me a lot, as it was their way of joking around. Anyways, before I moved to Australia, I lived in South Asia, and we used to live in these flats, apartments that were really old but pretty lively. There was a lot of young families in our flats that had children that were around me and my sister's ages. We often spent most of our time playing with them. So one day, my sisters, 3 of our other friends, and I were running up and down these flights of stairs, playing tag. We all stopped on a certain floor that one of my friends used to live on. She was quite older than us too, around 13 or 14. We were all arguing about who's it and who got tagged, until suddenly we get interrupted by a short, old man. He had a really hunched back and disgusting teeth that were rotting away. He held his arms out in front of him, and it looked like he was holding ripped up pieces of paper in his hands.
"Can I play with you, children?"
He asked us in a weird way, like he put on a high-pitched voice. My friend, who lived on this floor, replied, No. We were starting to get weirded out at this moment, and I remember my heart was beating super fast.
"Why not? Let me play. You guys run and I'll catch you,"
he replied as if he was sulking. I have to ask my mom," our oldest friend replied. Right after she said that, she whispered to all of us to run with her to her apartment. As we were running to her door, he started following us. But luckily, her apartment floor wasn't far away, and the door was open. We all got in there, and her mom asked us what was wrong, as we all looked scared. Our friend told her what happened, and surprisingly, her mom didn't seem worried about it or anything. However, I was really shaken up by that experience. We waited a few minutes inside her apartment until we were sure that the old man was gone. I was seriously so scared, I begged our friend to carry me to our floor, which was right above hers. My sisters are 5 and 4 years older than me, so they couldn't really carry me back. Another experience I wanted to share is a paranormal one. So, the layout of our apartment was a bit weird. Our bathroom, which was a really weird bathroom, had 2 other rooms inside it. One room for the toilet, which was just a cubicle-sized room, and another room for the shower. The shower room was big, and outside those rooms was our sink and the washing machine. So, basically it was a toilet, shower, laundry room, all in one. Anyway, one day it's just me, my mom, and my 2 sisters in the apartment. I was playing with my sister Holly in our room, and we were giving each other makeovers. As she's doing my makeup, she messes up and tells me to go wash my face so she can redo it. I go into the bathroom, only to the sink to wash my face. I already know that my other sister Heather was in the toilet doing her business, and the shower room was empty. I could hear my mom in her room talking to our relatives over the phone. As I'm washing my face, I started getting this weird feeling, like I was being stared at. I continued washing my face until I looked up and saw my face in the mirror to see if I got all the makeup off. It was then that I noticed, through the mirror, that our shower room's door was cracked open. I looked behind me and I see this tall, naked woman peeking through the crack at me. I still remember her so vividly. Her brown eyes were glaring back at me. She was all wet, as if she had just taken a shower. Even though I couldn't see much through the crack of the door, I could tell she was wet and not wearing clothes. And honestly, this woman kind of resembled my mother, but at the same time, she didn't. This woman who was glaring at me through the door looked evil, and she looked angry. My heart was beating fast at this point, and I remember letting out a nervous laughter. I don't know why, but I was just really confused, and for some reason, let out a small laugh. I could hear Heather in the toilet finishing up her business, and that's just where my fight or flight senses kicked in. I ran out of that bathroom into my mom's room to tell her what happened, but she was on the phone and told me to go away. So I went to Holly and told her about what just happened. She didn't believe me and said that it could have been Heather. As she said that, Heather walked into the room and asked what we were talking about. Holly asked if she was trying to scare me, and Heather replied, "No, I was in the toilet this whole time," while sounding really annoyed at the fact that Holly accused her of trying to scare me. I told Holly how the person I saw looked like our mom. She, for some reason, looked really offended about what I just said. She grabbed my arm and took me to our bathroom to show me nothing was there. And she was right. When we looked in the shower room, it was empty, but the floor and walls were wet. I pointed that out to Holly, but she just said one of us must have taken a shower earlier, even though I think we both knew that none of us had taken one before this incident happened. Honestly, I would have just chalked it up to one of my sisters trying to scare me, since they did that a lot. But the person I saw in the shower room was a woman, and she was tall. Shortly after that, my dad decided we should move to Australia. After that shower lady incident, I had a few more strange experiences happen to me, but as I grew up, they just stopped happening. It was April of 2019. I was with my now ex-boyfriend at the time when this event occurred. His name was Richard, and my name is Abigail. We were hanging out at my house. It was around 5:30 p.m. when we began to get hungry for dinner. So, Richard and I decided to ask my mother, Olivia, if we could go to the Chinese restaurant up the road from my house, to which my mother said we could go. So, Richard and I grabbed our hoodies, since it was now beginning to rain, and we began to walk to the restaurant. It is important at this point that I mention that when we were walking, Richard was walking on the left side of the road, and I was walking on the right side of the road. I know, not very gentlemanlike. Anyway, this minor detail will come in handy later on in the story. While walking to our destination, Richard and I talked. After about 10 minutes of walking, we reached the viaduct right by the restaurant, so we began to walk under it since we had to. After we passed it, Richard suddenly had a look of fear on his face. I looked up at him, and then behind us to see this man behind us. The man appeared to be on his cell phone, and he kept staring at Richard and I. I asked Richard, "What's wrong?" To which Richard responded, "Something about that man seems off. I don't know exactly what it is." I shrugged it off, thinking that it was just Richard being paranoid. We continued walking when the man hung up his cell phone and began to start following Richard and I. Richard kept turning around, and he tapped on me. I was confused and startled at the same time and asked, "What's wrong? What's going on?" As Richard moved away from the right side to now in front of him, he responded with, "Don't say anything, be quiet. Just stay in front of me, and whatever you do, do not look back. Just keep going forward. Go." As he speed walked behind me with his right hand on my right shoulder, I responded with, Okay, and increased my walking speed, and began to panic even more. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Richard look back, so I decided to look back out of curiosity. I was able to get a better view of the man, who now had his hoodie up. He appeared to be about 5'4", 5'6", had a bowl cut, square forehead, slanted dark brown eyes, had a black right eye as well, prominent nose, thin black mustache. He looked hunchback, had a mean look, had a very dirty face, and was wearing a dirty blue Nike hoodie with dirty beige cargo pants and dark brown worker boots stained with mud. I instantly felt fear jolt my whole body and began to feel like I was going to have a panic attack when I saw the man reach into his right hoodie sleeve and push a large object about 4 to 6 inches up his sleeve. Richard and I both saw that it was a large kitchen knife. I turned around super fast and was shaking at this point. I grabbed my phone, which was inside my hoodie, and went to turn it on, and it would not turn on. My phone was dead due to a battery problem I had. Richard's phone was dead as well. Richard and I wound up taking a detour to the restaurant and lost the man in the process. We went to dinner, but unfortunately we were a little bit too short on money, As a result, Richard and I discussed what we were going to do, and we had decided that Richard should go to my house to get some extra cash for my mom, which the waiter was okay with since he knew us both. It is important at this point to mention that my mom didn't drive at the time due to some health conditions that she was dealing with. I texted my mother to let her know what happened, and she was okay with it and was going to wait for Richard while I stayed at the restaurant. About 10 minutes goes by, and Richard arrives back on his bicycle. He looked afraid as he entered the restaurant, so I asked him what was wrong, and we went to go pay the waiter a few dollars we owed. Richard said, "We should stay here a few extra minutes." I was confused and responded with, "Why?" Richard responded and said that when he was returning from my house, he hurried since he knew the man saw us heading to the restaurant. When Richard reached the viaduct, he saw the same man under the viaduct. The man was faced towards the freeway on his phone again and smoking a cigarette. Richard and the man made eye contact as Richard rode by. The man looked furious that I wasn't on the back of Richard's bike on the pegs and began cussing to himself and went back onto his cell phone. I got really freaked out and asked Richard, "How are we going to get back home?" Since the viaduct passage was the easiest and fastest way to my house. So, we decided to take the longer way home, after we waited in the restaurant for about 10 minutes. We did not see the man again after that incident. We reported to the police, and we never heard back from them. A few girls I know in my area had similar experiences occur to them, with a man who matched my exact description. This is something that happened to me 5 or so years ago. I was fresh out of university with my degree in international development. I wanted to help underserved communities, develop meaningful projects, and see more of the world. I was young. I was naive. Eager to get started, I took one of the first jobs that offered me a position. It wasn't something I necessarily wanted to do, but it was adjacent to my interests, and, more importantly, took me to a place I had never been before. I loved everything when I arrived. It was beautiful, sunny, and green. My new coworkers, all local staff, were amazing and so kind. My boss invited me to play soccer on Sundays with his family. My fellow project coordinator would go out dancing with me on the weekends. My roommate, a fellow expat working in development as well, was a fun and spunky woman I adored. I felt so blessed. Then, one day, it changed. I was walking downtown with a friend. There was a vegetable and fruit market that had great, fresh produce directly from the farmers growing it. It was about a 20-minute bus ride from my apartment, so not close, but not incredibly far either. My friend and I loaded up and began walking over to a quiet corner to call a cab to help us haul our goods back. Then I heard it. A man shouting my address. It took me a second to realize he was shouting my address. I turned around to see a man hanging out of his car, slowly crawling along the road with us. My friend recognized my address too. She turned to me and asked, "Do you know him?" I had never seen him before. He kept shouting, "Yeah, you. You're living in the back house on the second floor, right?" That made it even worse. I lived on a big, suburban lot with 2 houses, one in the front, where my landlady and her family lived, and the second in the back. The second house was split into 2 apartments. The bottom floor housed 2 students, while I lived on the second floor with my roommate. You couldn't see the second house from the road, much less the stairway that led to the second floor. My heart was pounding. I wanted to shout back at the guy, but I was scared. I was a 22-year-old woman, living in a foreign country, and I didn't want to draw attention. I didn't know how he would react. So we walked. My friend tried to comfort me, saying that maybe he knew my landlady's family. I was probably the only redhead in the whole country, He could be a neighbor I hadn't met. The encounter didn't leave me. It stayed in my mind. A week or so passed, and I stopped glancing behind my back whenever a car came by. I started to feel secure. Then he showed up again. I was walking home from work. It was getting dark. My office was a 15 to 20 minute stroll from my apartment, perfect as a quick way to stretch my legs. I was halfway home when I felt someone watching me. Then the slow crawl of a car pulling up beside me. I knew it was him without looking. "Hey," he said, leaning out of his window, one hand on the wheel. "Why you shy?" I ignored him and kept walking. There was no one around. It was getting dark. "Come on," he said. "Let me give you a ride. I know where you live." Not reassuring. I started to feel my chest tighten. I wanted to call someone, but didn't know what he would do if I reached for my phone. I was practically jogging now, but he just sped up to match my pace. "Listen." And now he was angry, his voice hard. "You don't just ignore a man like that." I wondered what I would do if he stopped the car. He looked fit, young. He could probably catch me. He could hurt me. So I did something that, in retrospect, seemed absolutely bizarre. I yelled at him, wildly, rapidly. I did it in my first language, not what they spoke in this country, not a language he would ever have heard, probably. I screamed curse words and threats, anything I could think of. I will never forget the confused fury on his face. But he did slow down, letting me run ahead. I could see a woman at a bus stop in the intersection ahead. If I got to her, maybe she would help. Maybe he would be scared off. By the time I got to the woman, he was gone. I kept walking home, looking behind me with every step. I told my roommate about what had happened. She told me not to bother reporting it to the police, since they were corrupt and wouldn't do anything. When I told my boss, he told me the same. He said he had a baseball bat and that he would come whenever I called. I saw the man again 2 weeks later. He was sitting in his car, parked in front of the gates to my apartment. I had been about to take out the trash, but retreated before he could see me. I told my landlady, and when she went over to confront him, he drove off. This continued for weeks, not every day, but once or twice a week. He was always there, waiting. I took cabs to and from work. I never traveled alone. I barely slept, waiting for him to break in and kill me. My last weekend abroad, he almost did. I went out drinking with a group of my friends, 4 of us in total. We were celebrating the end of my contract, and I was happy to go home in a few days. I couldn't wait to see my family. I couldn't wait to put an ocean between me and the man. We had beers at a local bar, a 5 to 10 minute walk max from my apartment. When it started to get late, around 1 a.m., we tried to get a cab, but it was impossible. The roads were jammed, and people were everywhere outside. Cabs couldn't even get to us. So we thought, even though others warned us not to, let's walk home. It would be faster than calling a cab. We'll be fine. We're a group of 4. No one will hassle us. We got halfway there when we had to cross a main road. There were no streetlights. Not that kind of place. The road was absolutely empty. Not a single car in sight. We crossed the road. A few more minutes, but then we were backlit with the bright headlights of a car coming up. We glanced back. A cop car. 2 men in the front. And I knew, even though I couldn't see from the bright lights in my eyes, he was driving. He was a cop. The Jeep slowed, as I knew it would. He rolled down the window to drawl. "Hey, miss. Nice night, yeah?" My friends immediately knew who he was. I could see how nervous they were. We were alone on a dark, empty street in the middle of the night. They were cops, so they were armed. No one would intervene, probably. Too dangerous. "You girls need a ride?" He leered. His friend, who I could see now, was grinning hugely. My last few days, I thought, and this is how it ends. We sped up our pace. I don't know what our plan was, other than to get away. Then, I heard one of the doors of the Jeep open as the passenger jumped out. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, although I didn't dare turn back to see. We were at the turn to my street now. 2 minutes more to get to safety. The car was right behind us. Whoever had gotten out of the car was right behind us. 2 of my friends were ahead now, while another clutched my hand and dragged me along. Then, out of nowhere, another car appeared. They were coming from the opposite direction, illuminating us all. When they slowed to see what was going on, I have never been so grateful. It was an older couple, and they looked concerned. I think they knew something very bad was about to happen. I heard, not saw, the car door swing open. I almost got hit as they sped past us in a hurry. The other car stayed, watching. They offered to escort us home, driving alongside just in case. But I knew he wouldn't come back. Not tonight. I still took a cab with my friends to their place for the night. We took my roommate with us, just in case. Nothing happened after that. My last 2 days were uneventful, although I couldn't shake the feeling that he might show up at any given moment. Driving to the airport, all packed up and ready to go home, my cab got pulled over by a cop. My stomach dropped. I couldn't breathe. It wasn't him, although it could have been. It wasn't until I got on the plane, until I landed in my home country, that I finally felt that terror leave me. I still get nervous when cars drive up behind me, when men roll down their windows to shout at me. It's never him, but still, you never know. I was living with my parents and sister in Brisbane, Australia at the time. 2008, which means I was 19 years old. I remember my dad had just gotten Foxtel, cable TV in Australia, but only the TV in the lounge room could use the cable box, and I really wanted to somehow get the cable in my room without paying $99 or whatever for a new box. So Dad one day went out and bought an AV transmitter receiver. It was basically a 2-piece bit of hardware where you would plug this tiny box into the cable TV in the lounge room, and it would transmit a video signal to the receiver connected to the TV in my room. So one Saturday, I decided to connect it. My younger sister, 16 at the time, was the only other person home at the time, upstairs in her room. My room was downstairs. I opened the box and connected it up. At first I was going back and forth, trying to get the cables right, trying to get the channel right, etc. But no luck. Until I finally got something. I remember just sitting there and something started fuzzing in. This is where things started to feel like a horror movie. I remember thinking, oh, here we go, and waiting to see the picture come in clearly. As it started fuzzing in, I remembered that this whole time, the cable set top box wasn't even on, and that's why it wasn't working this whole time. But then why was I getting a signal? It seemed to all hit me at once. As I realized the box was off, the picture fuzzed in, and I saw a bed. I freaked out, as at first I thought it was my bed. I had recently seen Saw 2 and remembered that scene where she turns on the TV and it's a camera filming her in her apartment. That was the first thing I thought of. I sprinted upstairs to my sister, absolutely terrified. I told her to come down and take a look. She came down and we both realized it wasn't my bed. We didn't know whose bed it was, or how I was getting the signal. Obviously, it was the AV receiver picking up a camera signal, but we were just so confused as to who or what it was for. Eventually, my parents came home, and we concluded that it would have to have been a neighbor or someone living close by for us to be receiving the signal. We waited around until about 6 p.m., and then someone came into the room. My dad recognized it as one of our neighbors. We still didn't know what the camera was for, but we assumed it had something to do with fidelity. Either his wife or he had set it up to watch the other and see if they were cheating. Either this, or it was to tape themselves doing stuff. We entertained the idea that he was a murderer and would film himself murdering people in his room, but just to freak each other out. We'd always make jokes about how one night we'll turn it on, and it'll just be his face with clown makeup, staring at the camera waving, and then him walking out of the bedroom with a knife. This never happened, but what did happen was still very creepy. We connected to this signal for over a week, but after a few days, the novelty kinda wore off. We felt a bit weird watching it, and just resigned to the explanation that it was to catch his wife cheating. Until one day, we turned it on and realized what we had discovered. Our neighbors were having a bunch of renovations done to their house. During weekdays they would be out, and there would be workers at the place pretty much all day. It had been like this for over a month. We started watching the feed and saw a man walk into their room. It was the plumber that had been there regularly for the renovations. We didn't think anything of it, until he started opening drawers. I called out to my mom, the only person home at the time, and we started watching it. He started getting the wife's underpants and sniffing them, doing all that really creepy stuff. At first we were like, oh my gosh, how embarrassing. He's being filmed. Will the neighbors see this? But then, what happened next was truly terrifying. He slowly walked over to the camera and looked right down into the lens. We were convinced that he knew we were watching. My mom immediately called Dad. I kept watching. He started fiddling with it and then put it back down. I told my mom that I don't think he knew we were watching, but he's definitely the guy that put the camera there. My dad came home, and by this time, the plumber had left. Much to my mom's pleading, my dad went over to the neighbors to tell them what we saw. My mom wanted to completely stay out of it and was terrified, understandably. When we told the neighbors, they had no idea what we were talking about. They allowed my dad to go up to their room, and what he found that was holding the camera was an installed device in the wall that was designed to monitor water usage, which was completely normal at the time, as Brisbane had been hit with a drought recently, and there were lots of water restrictions. I think still is. The plumber had installed this into the wall, but had fitted a camera behind it in the wall to watch the bed. Immediately they called the police, who came over and conducted an investigation. For the next week or so, we didn't hear much about it. I spent most of this time just telling my friends, showing them pictures. But truthfully, my whole family was scared every night. It was just very creepy thinking that we could have stuff like that hidden in our house. Chances are we don't, but it was still really scary. After a couple of weeks, my mom was speaking to the wife next door and asked what happened with it. The wife said that the police found out that he would, at nights, come to our street and sit in his car, which had really tinted windows, and watch them on his laptop. When my mom told me this, I got the biggest shivers. The reason was, besides the obvious creepy guy sitting in his car watching people through a hidden camera, was because on multiple nights, when I had driven home late for my girlfriends, or walked home drunk after a night out, I remember seeing a station wagon, always about 30 meters down the street from our house. It was never there during the day, always at night. I would always walk past it and look at my reflection in the windows, assuming no one was inside. I was always so confused by whose car it was, but literally never thought it was anything. It still scares me so much that it was this creepy plumber sitting in there on a laptop, watching a hidden camera stream the neighbors next to my house. I have always loved listening to spooky stories. This blood-curdling experience shocked me beyond my wits' end. To preface, I am a Hindu, and we hold gatherings for certain gods, with the most popular of these gatherings being the October Durga Puja. Although there are many plays and musical performances from fellow Hindus, and sometimes popular Indian bands, being the pessimistic teens we were, we looked into many other avenues of fun. The gathering was held in a high school, which the organizers rent annually for the weekend. It was a breezy Friday night, and me and my two friends, Mihir and Adi, had decided to venture around the school as we knew the most of it. After a previous incident that happened in the band room, where a group of boys from the gathering vandalized it, you would think the doors to the rest of the school would be locked. But no. We found an unlocked door leading straight into one of those big main staircases, where students coming from the lower level usually traverse to the upper, and vice versa. We made our way down a hallway of lockers until we made it to the school's gymnasium entrance, adorning a banner with a picture of the mascot and one of those bogus school spirit phrases. The lights to the gymnasium, to our surprise, were still on. We were sitting there cracking jokes, drinking Coke, and blasting Tyler, the Creator, without a care for the fact that one of the police officers or custodians might hear us laughing away. About 20 minutes passed until we heard the loud creak and bang of one of those big metal doors. The creak caught us off guard immediately, silencing any conversation we were having. We stared blankly at each other and turned towards the door where we had heard the sound. Thinking that we were going to be in deep crap if we didn't book it out of there, we quickly picked up our drinks and snuck out of our little lounge of solitude as stealthily as you could, considering the basketball court elicited a squeak from the friction between it and our rubber soles. What happened next turned our blood into ice water, making it a pit in our stomachs. We had been situated near one of the corners instead of the middle of the court, as to have a quick escape should someone come into the gym. As we were running into the locker rooms, as the exit in there would create more distance between us and what we thought to be a school police officer, we turned back to see a man dressed in all black, wearing the school's mascot's helmet, which was a knight, and holding a metal pole. I looked back to the unnerving sight of that man, muttering to my friends, "What is that? Go, go, go!" Both my friends looked back for a second, and I guess the adrenaline instantly kicked in as they doubled their speed. We ran through the corridors, and the whole time, we were able to hear the sound of a metal object, which I am guessing was the sword the man carried, scraping against the marble floors. That eerie screeching sound followed us for what felt like an eternity until we made it outside to where the back parking lot and dumpsters were situated. We took a breather to discuss what happened. Mihir, who was pale as a ghost, seemed to have seen the man close behind us in flashes, stating that he had these stains on him as if he had wiped his nose on his jacket, and that his head was slightly cocked to the left. We were all gathering our thoughts when we heard a man's deep, breathy, but muffled voice from inside the school. "Heathens from the religion of the East, show yourselves to me before the devil shows himself to you." Right. Then and there, we knew this dude was some sacrilegious nut job, whose only goal was to cause us harm simply due to the fact that our religion was different. He then said, "I watched as you three little servants of Satan wandered far from the pack. Now I have you where I want you." That was enough for us to sprint out of there immediately. Knowing we didn't want to bring this dude closer to the kids who were hanging out in the front, who were unbeknownst to the psycho that awaited them should they come to the back. I surmised that we hide in the woods next to the school to lose him. I had watched enough scary stories to know that sitting in a brush was probably a bad idea, but what other choice did I have? I had no idea what kind of harm he meant to do us, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out. We ducked into a set of bushes and waited for that man to come around, which he eventually did, allowing us to get a better look at him. Adi was somehow keeping us cool, which helped us as well, making us all quiet and only able to hear the scraping of that metal on the cold grass. We could see his clothes were worn out and filthy. His hands looked rumpled and burnt, with skin resembling that of a sickly man on his deathbed. His hair went halfway down his back, and seemed to be slick with grease that had been left unwashed for many years. Ironically enough, he let out this devilish, blood-curdling gargle of a groan that made my body go numb. He slowly looked around for about 5 more minutes before walking off, across the baseball field, and into the far reaches of the forest. We ran straight back inside, all shaken from the occurrence, to see that everyone had gone into the auditorium to watch the band that was playing that night. We decided not to tell anyone, not even our friends, instead opting to discuss amongst ourselves. I have decided that the best way to share this story was with fellow being scared enthusiasts such as myself. To this day, none of us know what happened to the man, and there have been no further sightings to our knowledge. One night I was getting ready to leave my girlfriend's house, and the most frightening thing happened to me in recent date. A little backstory is needed for context. I am 19 years old, and I am unable to get a license to carry as the age is 21 in my state, which I have been wanting to lately for self-defense. My girlfriend lives a little over 30 minutes away, and I usually hang out with her after work. It was about 11 p.m. when I was heading out, and she had a super small driveway, so I need to park my car on the opposite side of the road. Usually it's just me parked on the other side of the road, but this black SUV was parked in front of me. I didn't think much of it though, and hopped inside my car. As soon as I turned the engine on, the car in front of me turned their lights on. After I pulled out and started driving, they did the same and began tailgating me. The car followed me all the way onto the highway. I tried to speed away from them, but they wouldn't give up. If I switched lanes to pass someone, they switched lanes too. If I went back to the right lane, so did they. Eventually I tried slowing down to let them go by me. Instead, they turned their high beams on. For the rest of the highway I was stuck with their high beams flashing in my eyes, and them driving right behind me. When my exit came to get off, they got off with me. Keep in mind, I live in a very small town. This is when I started getting very paranoid. I decided I was going to take a different route home. A long, illogical, and convoluted route with many back roads and neighborhoods. I turned left off the exit and got onto the main road, which took me to a set of lights. Instead of going straight, like I normally do, to another set of lights in the middle of town, I took a right onto a back road that leads to numerous neighborhoods and ends when you get to the secondary main road in our town. They were still right behind me. Before I reached the main road, I took a left which took me to another back road. Again, they turned with me. I took a right which took me to a neighborhood road, and they followed with me. I was done using my turn signals at this point, as I was sure they were following me. The end of that neighborhood leads you back to the main road that we would have been on if I had just stayed straight at the set of lights like I normally do. No doubt in my mind, this person was following me with bad intentions. After taking a quick ride onto the main road, I took another right, which led me down on another back road. I haven't seen a single car on the road since I got to my town, and the car was now speeding up to catch up to me. A fork in the road was coming up, and I took a last-minute left turn to try and lose them. They began revving their engine behind me, as I remembered that the police department of my town was only a minute away. After taking a right turn at yet another fork in the road, it took me to a secondary main road in our town that I had mentioned before. With one more left turn, I was coming right up to the police station, and I turned into it, watching as the car continued by me, right to the set of traffic lights that they would have gone to if they had stayed straight after we turned off the highway. There's no other reason why they would have tailgated me with their high beams on through all those back roads, just to go the same place they would have gone if they stayed on the main road. After hanging out in the police department for about 10 minutes to make sure they left, I contemplated filing a police report, but what would I say? I had no description other than a black SUV that most likely wasn't even from my town. I can only think of the worst that might have happened if I led them all the way home. I advise everyone to get some sort of self-defense in their car, especially if you drive at night, like me. This all started 4 years ago. I was 14 at the time. I hadn't heard of any sleep paralysis before this event. I had nightmares on and off as a kid, so it wasn't unusual for me to wake up from a bad dream. Back then I didn't know what to do when I was scared, so I would knock on the wall connected to my parents' bedroom until they came in to check on me. A little background. I had just taken the top bunk off of me and my older brother's bunk bed, so my bed had a fence on the short sides. I went to bed around 1 a.m. I was mid-dream when it switched script and became a nightmare I would never forget. In my dream, I was walking home from school. The street out front had no traffic, which seemed odd because it was the only way to get off the highway into our town. Halfway home, I heard some footsteps echoing mine. It seemed like whoever was following was very close. I picked up my pace a little to try and get away from the person. Of course, my 14-year-old brain took a scene out of a cheesy horror movie, and I ended up tripping over my shoelaces. The footsteps began getting closer, and a figure emerged. I tried to get a good look at whoever it was, but they were so conveniently standing in front of a street lamp, so I couldn't see very well. At this point, I had woken up. My heart was racing harder than I had ever felt. I have bradycardia, a type of arrhythmia that means my resting heart rate is slower than it should be, so it was very unusual for me to feel like my heart was beating out of my chest. My whole body felt like it had been submerged in dry concrete. The only thing I could move was my eyes. I was hearing this deep growl, like breathing, over my frantic, breathless self. After what felt like hours listening to someone else in my room, I heard my bed springs compress. Whatever was in there with me was getting closer. I closed my eyes, hoping it would just go away. This thing was close enough. I felt its hands caress my covered legs. I could feel the heat off of its body. It moved up towards my head, avoiding my body completely. My body sunk into the bed with every move it made. I panicked. I thought, maybe it's an intruder, and I'm frozen in fear. Maybe they're going to kill me. My instinct of fight or flight kicked in, and I opened my eyes, wanting to look my potential killer in the face. I was greeted by bright white eyes and a crooked white smile. Its body looked misshapen, almost anorexic. I became full of fear. I wanted to scream for my parents, but I couldn't muster enough strength to make a sound. It lowered itself to my face. It didn't say anything, just sat there breathing. I remember starting to cry when it scurried off my bed and straight into my closet. This thing turned around, with its glowing face and black, distorted body, and put its claw-like fingers up to its mouth, shushing me. It turned and disappeared into the dark shadow my hanging clothes made. As soon as it was out of sight, I regained feeling and cried out for help. My dad came busting into my room. I explained what had happened, and he told me, "It was just a dream. Go back to sleep." I nodded and waited for him to exit my room. I turned my light on and stayed up for the remainder of the night. I am now 18, and since this event, this thing has come back only to make my good days bad. Most of the time it just sits on my fence, staring at me with its creepy smile. I wish it would just leave me alone. When my friend and I met the woman we now refer to as the Banshee, it was about 10 o'clock at night. We were walking back from a milk tea place, and we were maybe at mile 5 of a 6-mile total round trip, almost home. We were walking on a long stretch of sidewalk next to a wide road that is busy during the day, but almost empty at night. A little background. My hiking buddy and I sometimes go for long walks through town at night, when we can't get out to trails during the day. It's dark, but our routes go through a fairly safe blend of residential and shopping areas. Usually we head to some sort of late-night restaurant or food truck. We walk, stop for food or drink, and then head back. We wear glowing vests that are battery-powered and reflective stuff to make sure traffic sees us, because we have had some too close encounters with distracted drivers. We have also had a few encounters with strange people. She didn't start making strange noises at first. It was a long stretch of straight sidewalk, and we had seen her coming for a long time before she started. No one else was out walking along the road at this hour. There were plenty of street lights. She would appear under the lights, then disappear in some shadow of bushes and trees, and reappear again under the lights. We were glowing in our vests in addition to the streetlights, so she had to have seen us coming. I figured she worked at one of the shops or restaurants nearby, and was getting done with closing up. I figured she was just trying to get home, just like we were, until she started making these random noises. The first sounds like an odd hacking noise, like she was attempting to clear her throat as noisily as possible, but this was just a warm-up. The sound changed to something like a cross between a crow cawing and a small dog's bark. Rendering it now is hard, but the closest thing might be. So we kept walking towards her, watching and listening, thinking perhaps she has a disability or some other issue. She looked decently dressed, and she walked steadily and deliberately, not like someone on something. If not for her noises, she seemed completely normal. Then she made these loud but low-pitched groaning sounds. Something like, it had us briefly making zombie movie references, joking a bit, but we speculated if she was maybe talking to someone on earbuds or making an attempt at singing something. But it got weirder as she added some higher-pitched screechy sounds, something like an angry cockatoo might make. At this point, she's less than 2 blocks away, and she's rotating through these bizarre sounds with short pauses of silence between. She looked like someone's cute little grandma. She didn't look like anything you would expect to see making those sounds. She's wearing an old-fashioned thick skirt, a cardigan, and clunky-looking shoes, carrying a single cloth shopping bag. Her hair is short, curly, old lady perm. She looks adorable. She sounds insane. She's getting closer. Her bizarre noises are getting more unsettling, and I realize I can't see what she's clutching in her other hand, the one that doesn't have a shopping bag. She looks harmless, but the sounds are too weird. My buddy looked at me and asked, "Time to cross?" Echoing my own thoughts. We didn't want a confrontation with this woman. I nodded, but just before we step out into the road, the lady seemed to have the same idea. She suddenly veered off the sidewalk and went into the road, making a steady diagonal line towards the other side. There was no traffic on the road at this point, so I wasn't worried. I relaxed a bit, continuing on. I figured she was avoiding us, just like we were about to avoid her. But just as we started to pass her, She suddenly screamed and rushed at us from the middle of the road. Her mouth was wide open as she charged at us, just shrieking. We stepped quickly apart, and her abrupt rush took her right between us, just shriek-wailing that horrible sound. It sounded like it would hurt her throat. Banshee-like is the only word I have for it. We were several feet apart, both braced for her to come back and do something. But instead, she veered again and went down the sidewalk the way she had originally been going. As she walked away, she kept looking back at us and keeping up short bursts of the shrieking banshee noise, stopping to take breaths. As she got further away from us, she started caw barking at us again. We stood there for a while, just silently watching until she was a good long ways off down the sidewalk, with her very strange crow barks fading into the distance. I still have no idea what was wrong with her. Did our lights somehow trigger an episode? I hope she's okay. She seemed to know where she was going. This event takes place in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, during the mid-1980s. What I can say about this is that it was the most frightening experience I have ever had, and I am very thankful that I never found out what the true motives of these men were. I cannot definitively remember the exact year, but it was early summer of either 1986 or 1987. I was around 11 or 12 at the time, and can still recall the fear of this incident quite vividly. I should first start by saying that growing up, I was unusually strong and big for my age. Therefore, my parents were never that worried about me being out on my own, even at an age as young as 11 or 12. Since this particular story involves bicycles, I should start by saying that I started racing BMX when I was 7 years old, as did my friend who was with me during this incident, and continued up until around the age that this story takes place. This fact is important because I believe those BMX skills are part of what enabled my friend and I to escape unharmed during the incident. When I look back on this incident, I can remember myself feeling uneasy at the time, and for no real reason. I can recall that it was a night in early summer. I get the feeling that it was very close to school ending, as this was one of the reasons my friend and I used to convince my mom that summer was pretty much beginning on that night. My best friend Luke and I were planning on riding our bikes to his grandparents' house and spending the night. I should note that his grandparents' house was a beautiful 4-story house that was a near mansion, built on the edge of the downtown area. The interesting part is that by this time in the mid-1980s, the house was in what was considered to be one of the worst areas of town. It sat all alone, surrounded by medical offices at the very edge of both the downtown area and the beginning of what was considered the dangerous area of the city. Very sad how quickly neighborhoods can change for the worse. But this is vital to the story, as it relates to the reason my mom was hesitant for us to ride our bikes down and through that neighborhood so close to nightfall. I think she was also concerned that our bikes may tempt someone to try and steal them. It's worth noting that I had a blue and white Club Fuji road bike, and my friend had a sweet Super Sport Schwinn. I can't remember exactly how much they were valued at in 1986 or 87, but they were nice bikes, and probably cost over $450 a piece at the time. Kind of spoiled now that I think about it, but we were middle-class kids, and did not understand how much that set our parents back at the time. It was starting to get late by the time we convinced my mom to let us head out. I remember thinking we didn't have much light left, and even some of the street lights were threatening to turn on. I would estimate that it was around 7:30 p.m. when Luke and I took off on our ride to his grandparents' house, which was where he was living at the time with his mom. We grew up across the street from each other and have known each other since we were 2 years old. We are like brothers. I should also say that the neighborhood where we grew up, and the one we had to pass through to get to our destination, was at the time considered part of the bad neighborhood in town. We felt perfectly fine going through it, because it was our stomping ground, and we knew everyone around there, and the streets, like the back of our hands. The ride should only take us about 20 minutes at a regular riding pace, but knowing how my friend liked to take detours and make stops to get pop or candy, I figured it would take us longer. Now at this point of our trip, we are about 10 minutes in, and having fun just riding around, taking different streets and flying through our old neighborhoods. The only thing I can remember is that it was extremely deserted on the streets. No traffic, no people out and about, which is kind of odd for this area in the evening. There is really no explanation for this, but I can remember it fueled the strange feeling I had from the beginning of this ride. I told Luke we should probably start taking a more direct path to his grandparents' house. Luke said he wanted to stop and get a Gatorade at the Jiffy Mart, which is where we spent a lot of our time growing up, getting our candy and pop fixes. He went inside the store to get us a couple of orange Gatorades. I sat outside to watch our bikes, and as I did, I noticed this creepy-looking van driving around the block. I didn't think much of it at first, other than to think to myself how much it looked like a stereotypical kidnapper's van. After I saw it circle around 3 times, I started feeling a bit nervous, but as I stated earlier, I was extremely strong and big for my age, and my friend Luke was the most street-smart kid I ever met. In fact, he recently spent 5 months in the projects of Washington, D.C., when his mom moved there with her piece of garbage boyfriend. They eventually moved back after the boyfriend showed his true colors, and I couldn't have been more thrilled. He told me how tough it was in the projects. He's afraid of no one. Nothing. Even to this day. Sorry, I'm getting a bit off point, but this is important as neither of us were concerned about being abducted. In our minds, that happens to little kids. I guess we forgot that the famous Des Moines Register paperboy Johnny Gosch was 12 years old when he was abducted. Roughly the same age as we were at this time. So, Luke isn't worried at all, and even seems to be getting a rush from it. I'm not feeling the same way, and I can't shake the feeling that there's something different going on. Something more sinister. We sit outside the Jiffy Mart drinking our Gatorade while keeping a lookout for the van. We don't see it come back around and decide to take off down the road and go past our childhood houses. Now at this point, we think that the van is gone and was possibly not even interested in us in any way. I felt slightly relieved, as it was getting dark at this time, and I was ready to get to where we were going. Now, I know this area better than anyone, and have hiding spots in my memory from growing up here, so I was already preparing different escape routes for us that a vehicle would have trouble following. I think I was doing it to ease my mind, because I was still pretty spooked, and couldn't figure out exactly why I was. As we got about halfway down the hilly road that leads away from the Jiffy Mart, I saw the van on a side street out of the corner of my eye. Like you might imagine, the van must have seen us because I heard a screech of tires, and the van came squealing around the corner in our direction. I yelled to Luke, and he followed me as I already had a path in mind. Now the BMX racing comes into play. Both Luke and I are extremely fast on bikes, with excellent handling skills. Whoever was driving and navigating the van appeared to not be familiar with the area, as we were able to lose them by taking routes that weren't obvious paths for vehicles. The topography of the area we were at in the beginning of the chase was on a hill, and there were many alleyways that were somewhat hidden unless you knew exactly where to turn. I think this was the only reason we were able to put some distance between us and the van. The thing that really scared me was the sound of the van gunning the engine as it desperately searched for us. I remember thinking that the van's engine roared like a demon, and I was having a hard time understanding why they would continue to pursue us with such unrelenting commitment. Luckily, Luke and I knew the area so well, and had found our old hiding spot from when we were kids. It was in a wooded spot behind a garage that no one used, but gave us cover and many escape routes. Luke and I had eluded the van for a moment, but we could still hear it in the distance, circling around, and with the same demonic engine roar that made me cringe when it got close. Our plan was to hang out there for a bit until we felt it was safe. We were still quite far from his grandparents' house, and since it was the days before cell phones, we had no other option but to wait. Luke still wasn't as concerned as I was, even though I could tell he was a bit unnerved by the situation. We both couldn't understand why they would be so reckless in their driving just to scare us or take our bikes away. It felt like they were hunting us for something bigger. I don't know why I thought that, but I just got that feeling. So after about 20 minutes of waiting, we decide that the van and its occupants must have gotten bored looking for us, and we cautiously exit our hiding spot. We look around and see nothing, not even any neighbor activity. We head down the alley and make sure we check every route and headlights we see to make sure the van is nowhere in sight. I should describe the van in question before moving on. It was a rather beat-up copper-colored Ford or Chevy van, 1970s or 1980s. I think my fear at the time blocks the detail of it, since the only time it got really close, I was too busy making some crazy maneuver to get away from it. As we get to the street that our childhood homes are on, we decide to go down like we planned, and we reminisce for a few minutes about past memories on this street. We then head around the corner of this street as we are planning on connecting with the road that will lead us straight to the parking lot that connects to his grandparents' home. It's just a couple of blocks away, when I think I see the van cross, roughly 4 blocks down. Luke thinks I'm seeing things, and I can't be certain, but it seems likely, knowing what was to come. We keep on riding down the road, and I am feeling very uncomfortable, like I am being watched, but there isn't anyone around. I still to this day can't believe how strangely absent people were that night, although we did see some guys who possibly saved us. So, we get to the street that will eventually take us to our destination. I'm still feeling anxious, but slightly relieved because we are only 6 or 7 minutes away. Just as I am thinking that I hear the sound of skidding tires, I look back to see the van backing up after screeching to a stop, reversing and coming straight for us. Luke takes off and I follow as the van is gaining on us. We cut off through a narrow alley, not meant for vehicles, and the van follows our exact path, which I was shocked at. I am in full panic mode, and Luke is too, which made me even more frightened. We did everything we could to try to elude this van. We were very close to the busiest street in town, so we pedaled over towards that way as the van finally got out of the maze that we took it on. It was at this point that I got a look at the occupants of the van, and it didn't make me feel any better. There appeared to be at least 3 men in the van, all scruffy males from the fleeting glance I got. For some reason, I still get the feeling that they weren't interested in our bikes, especially since it seemed like they were trying to run us over. Once we got to the main busy road, we again hid in the cover of people walking around the city sidewalks. I felt safer by all the traffic lights and businesses, but 9:30 p.m. downtown at this time wasn't particularly safe for kids either. There was still an adult theater right on the main road at this time in the 1980s, but at least the perverts running around this night weren't after us. We rode over and hung out by a McDonald's that was crowded and only saw the van briefly as it passed by and headed off into the night. We decided to leave when we saw the McDonald's crew shutting the place down. At this point, we are only a few minutes away from Luke's grandparents' house. Our plan was to ride as far as we can on the busy road until we have to turn left for the last leg of our journey. We are exhausted at this point and just want to get home, so we book it up the road and turn onto the street that leads to his grandparents' house. As we start riding down the road, we see the van 3 blocks down, and it spots us and floors it, coming after us. Luke and I are forced to take left, which takes us further away from his grandparents' house. But we have no choice, as the van is approaching us fast. We hop a curb and speed across a parking lot with no entrance on the side we take. thinking the van won't follow and we can lose it while it has to go around the block to find us. I hear the sliding door of the van open, but we were way too fast for anyone on foot to catch us, so they appeared to abandon that tactic quickly. We got over to another street, which at the time was considered the most dangerous street in our city, as it had a notorious bar where fights happened on what seemed like a nightly basis. It was lucky for us that we saw a group of guys shooting craps outside the bar, and we knew a couple of them because they were older brothers of our friends. Just as we started talking with them, the van creeped up on the street north of us. Upon seeing all of the guys out playing dice, they slowly drove away. The guys playing dice asked what was up with the van. We told them it had been aggressively pursuing us for quite some time now. They said to take off and that it likely wouldn't be back now because of their presence. We agreed, and they went back inside. We really did think that that would be the end of it, as the guys we were talking to were very bad dudes with dubious reputations. They liked us because we grew up in the same neighborhoods and we went to school with their little brothers. Unfortunately, our night wasn't quite over. We decided to avoid the road where we last saw the van to be on the safe side and took a street that wasn't so out in the open. Had we had taken the most straight-line, easy route, we would have been easily spotted by anyone looking for us. So, we cut across another street and ended up in a parking lot that was in the back of a pharmacy and medical supply store. As Luke and I are riding across the dark parking lot, going towards the front of the pharmacy, we see the van creeping along the road. It's obviously still searching for us as it slows and stops, as if they were looking all over for any sign of us. In kind of an unspoken moment, Luke and I both know this isn't a normal situation. These guys have been following us for over 2 hours now, and they haven't given up. We are now close enough to see his grandparents' house, sitting in the dark, waiting for our moment to spring. Luke and I, in our 12-year-old minds, both agree that we must split up. One of us will be bait, and the other will get to his grandparents' house and call the cops, or come help, whichever one of us the van pursues, then the other. Just at that moment, the van abruptly turns and starts coming up the one-way street towards us. We wait for it to get close, and then Luke cuts back through the parking lot and speeds out onto the street. The van swerves and goes after him. I speed as fast as I can down the street to his grandparents' house, as I see the van within 20 feet of a frantically pedaling Luke. I get to his grandparents' house in record time, and I'm so worked up that I can barely speak. Once I calm down, I tell Luke's grandma, grandpa, and uncle what was happening. They knew that I wasn't joking around, as my personality is very mild-mannered, and I was frantic at that moment. We all started heading out the back to the car to go look for Luke, and just at that moment, we see him flying towards us through the parking lot that connects to the property. I have never been so relieved in my life. I seriously thought he would be gone forever, but he was able to get away. He said one of the guys in the van tried to tackle him, but missed, and the van got stuck at a light. The cops were called, but I am not sure they took it too seriously, as we never heard anything from them again. Luke and I couldn't sleep at all that night, and told his mom and stepdad about it, and they were concerned, because they knew this wasn't like us to embellish anything. Luke and I eventually calmed down, and we were falling asleep when I swore I heard that demonic van engine roar one last time. We were on the top floor in Luke's room that led out to a huge balcony overlooking the road. I saw the van drive slowly down the street and then turn off into the night. We never saw the van or the occupants again. I am not sure if they knew that's where we fled to, or if they were still just driving around, looking for us. Think about this, though. We first spotted them at roughly 8 p.m. They chased us until we finally were safe at Luke's place, around 10:30. I saw that van for the last time at around 3 a.m. Did they just want our bikes? Or were they just having fun scaring two kids out at night? For years, I just assumed they wanted to steal our bikes, because that happened constantly in our area during that time. But what kind of grown men in a creepy van pursue two 12-year-old boys for the better part of 7 hours? A few months after our encounter, two friends of ours around the same age as we were had a very similar encounter while delivering newspapers in the early morning hours. Same van and occupant's description, but in this situation, two of the men were on opposite sides of the block, closing in on them, while the van drove slowly around the area. That's not my story to tell, but I always wondered if it was the same group who chased after Luke and I. I still don't know exactly what was going on that night, but something tells me it wasn't good, and we were extremely lucky to get out of that situation unscathed. It was a cold afternoon in early December. I was walking home from school at around 5 p.m. due to sports. I live in Colorado, and during the winter, temperatures can hit to a single digit or lower. Even though I had multiple layers of coats on, I still felt a cold shiver run throughout my back. I shivered every other minute as the path home seemed to stretch on forever. The path I am told to take by my parents runs along the outside of a dense forest area. It is extremely inconvenient that the school I was attending at the time was on the opposite side of my neighborhood. Ever since I was little, my parents always told me to never cross through the center of the woods. They never specified why, and any time I asked, they would uncomfortably change the subject. Knowing darn well that I had a long time before I would make it home, I chose to make the biggest mistake of my life. As I walked, I blankly thought about taking a shortcut through the woods to save time and energy, but the only thing that held me back was how heavily my parents stressed me to not. My cold, wet boots from the snow and my numb fingers caused me to think about the more efficient way to get home rather than the safer, longer way. I looked to the sky. I thought for a moment about how long it would be before the sun set. Based on my memory, I believed I had enough time to cut through and make it back home before the sun disappeared over the horizon. I then looked into the woods and took a deep breath before walking in. Nothing strange happened most of the trip, and if anything, it felt only peaceful, having the birds chirping and the breeze brushing the pine needles. About halfway through, I noticed that the sun was already starting to set, and that my calculations were not too accurate. I didn't panic because I knew I was close to home by the sound of the cars ahead. I am not 100% sure why, but I began to get the urge to just run. I accused my body of being foolish and that there was no boogeyman chasing me. But as I continued, the urge did not subside. Every part of my body told me to run. And that's what I did. I ran as fast as my cold limbs could, and for some insane reason, I believed I heard another pair of footsteps behind me. When a glimpse of light from nearby houses appeared, I ran faster. I leaped into some random person's backyard and stopped to catch my breath. As I looked behind me, I saw a pale white-faced man on all fours crawling slowly back into the woods, dead black eyes staring right into my soul. My eyes swelled with tears, and I walked through the lit concrete sidewalk the entire way home. When I arrived, I didn't tell my parents of the encounter, but they seemed to be more worried about me than usual. Over time, I began to forget about it, but whenever I looked into the woods from my window, I sometimes see the man, watching, observing from a distance. I am too afraid to tell my parents, but I also don't think I can keep it a secret for much longer. Hopefully the man will get bored or find a new victim. Just please, let him leave me alone. Okay, so I guess in all stories, you need to start with a little background. I live about 20 minutes outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, home to all of the creeps, Anne Rice novels, and paranormal lore. I grew up with it. I have grown to distinguish between tourist trap spooks and the real deal, quote unquote, so to speak. Being here has, ironically, made me even more the hard-nosed skeptic. New Orleans is a place where, when you step onto the centuries-old cobblestone roads and see old buildings mixed into modern structures, you feel how different it is. The history, tragedy, and the joy of the last centuries permeates the air. It almost vibrates. If you've never visited, I can't explain this unique experience and vibe that I've never felt anywhere else. If you're into history, I highly suggest you visit sometime in your life. That being said, the paranormal never really scared me. I believe in a lot of things. I also believe that there are a lot of things that we can't explain, and that we're not supposed to be able to explain. My family and I always go to New Orleans many times a year. My step-grandmother, God rest her soul, who is Native American, always told me that I have a beacon aura and that I've always been a magnet for things not of this world. Great thing to tell an 8-year-old, huh? I digress. At any rate, I never understood what she meant until a few years ago. It all started when my then-boyfriend's family came down to visit. We always take everyone to the French Quarter to do all of the touristy things it has to offer. They have dozens of would-be professional tours. We decided to shell out the money to take a trolley paranormal tour. The quarter is big after all, and I was already in a foul mood. We started at St. Louis Cemetery No. 1, where the most notorious voodoo priestess is buried, and where Nicolas Cage has reserved a monument to be buried in. Same old, but they were into it. Another thing that's unique about this city is that all of the graves are built above ground, with the bodies being placed in crypts. Because we can't bury our dead below ground due to being below sea level. It just adds to the creep factor. We went to a few more stops before we came to the oldest Jewish cemetery in NOLA. Surprisingly, I had never been there before. It was almost 6 p.m., and the sun was almost down. The cemetery had closed earlier, so we couldn't go in the gates. It had been my birthday a few days earlier, and my boyfriend's family got me a brand new digital camera. I tried to take some pictures through the iron gate at the front, as I really love old headstones. I'm weird. Don't judge me. The tourist lady kept on with her story about the place. She said that the cemetery had a lot of lost souls, as it was made to be segregated during World War II. Sad. I wasn't paying close attention. We went around to the side of it with a 6-foot stone wall. After she finished, we started to head back to the trolley. I don't know why I did this, but I turned around from our group and ran back to the wall. I am a short girl, so I got up on my tiptoes and reached my camera over the wall to get a picture of the cemetery. I couldn't see what I was taking a picture of as I just lifted my camera over the wall and pressed the button blindly. I only took one picture. Just one. I didn't look at it until we all got back on the trolley. My boyfriend asked me to see the picture I had taken of him in front of the gate. I flipped through until I got to the one over the wall. My stomach sank down to the floor, and I know I went 3 shades whiter, even though I'm Irish and already extremely pale. My boyfriend asked me what was wrong. I didn't say anything and just showed him the picture. He looked at it and shook his head, doing a double take. The picture was of the cemetery over the wall, and in the middle of the picture was a huge, blue and purple jagged streak. It was creepy. It wasn't the sun, because it was already behind the horizon, and there were no streetlights. The couple in front of us asked to see it, and that led to the whole trolley wanting to see. The tourist lady was shocked and asked if I would email it to them to put on their website. I tried to brush it off, but I couldn't shake the weird off me. After we finished the tour, we decided to take them to the oldest bar in NOLA for a drink. It's an old pirate bar. Cool, right? Well, it's not very big, and the back of the bar is pitch black with a few candles. After we finished, we were talking about where to eat. As we're about to get up, I suddenly feel a huge shove on my back. It knocked me to the floor. I jumped up quickly, mad at my boyfriend for pushing me. I was like, what the heck? I was moving, was I not fast enough? It was dark, but I could see his face, and he wasn't laughing. Babe, I didn't push you. Did you trip? Are you okay? I was so mad thinking he was just messing with me because I knew that I was pushed. Hard. I stomped out, fuming. I calmed down after a while and met them at the restaurant. I apologized and tried to rationalize. Again. We finished our night and went home. My boyfriend's family left a few days later and thought nothing more about my experience. A week later, I started having weird things happen at our house. My dad was living with my boyfriend and I at the time. Odd things happened, like finding lights on when we knew they were turned off. Our laptops being open when we know we shut them earlier. Cabinets being opened randomly. We even watched a nightlight in the kitchen go on and off a few times while we were in the bedroom. We tried to brush all this off like we tried to do back in New Orleans, but this was child's play. One night, we were cooking dinner and I went to get my phone from our bedroom. I was laughing at our conversation, looking at my dad when I stepped into our room, and when I turned my head back towards the front, I was startled when I saw a huge black figure in the corner near the window. The room was bright, with our lamps and TV on, so I know what I saw. It scared me so bad that I screamed and fell backwards onto the floor. My dad and boyfriend came running over to me, asking if I was okay. I was not okay. It freaked me out, and I refused to stay by myself after. I wish this was the end of my story. I wish. One morning, I had to be by myself as everyone was at work. I tried to chill and cook my breakfast. It was quiet, and I was getting out my pan to cook eggs. All of a sudden, I hear a huge bang. I dropped my pan and looked around, bewildered, trying to figure out what it was. I found my air conditioner cover almost ripped off the hinges. It had a lock on it, and it was bent backwards, like it was pulled out with a pair of pliers. I ran out of the house and refused to go back until my dad got off. Then, that night, my boyfriend and I went to bed, and we must have been asleep for hours. Around 3 a.m., I was woken straight up out of a dead sleep by a loud, guttural, deep howl in my ear. It sounded like someone was right in my ear. I sat up super fast, my heart beating hard, breathing fast. I look over to wake my boyfriend up, but he was already awake. He was sporting the same terrified look on his face. We just looked at each other wide-eyed. He whispered, "Did you hear that too?" I was shocked. He had the same eardrum-splitting scream in his ear too. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Then a week later, I get up to go to the bathroom. Our room is pitch black during the day because we both worked nights and slept during the day. So we have dark curtains and no lights. If we get up, we can't see if the other is still in bed unless we reach and feel for the other. When I walk out of the room, I see my boyfriend and dad leaning against the wall across from the bathroom. The door to the only bathroom in our home was closed shut. Both of them just stared at me, dumbfounded. I was like, "What? Who's in the bathroom?" They both just looked at the door and back at me. My dad said, "We thought you were in there. We've been waiting to piss for over 30 minutes. I was like, "Well, no, I just woke up to pee too." My boyfriend lunges towards the door to open it, and I could see the light on under the door. He tried to open it, but it was locked. We had to get a butter knife to turn the lock and open it. No one was in there. Even though this was so creepy, they both brushed it off, saying I probably just did it in my sleep. Really, guys? I sleepwalked, which I have never done. Upset, left the lights on, locked the knob, and closed the door, and went back to bed. Right. Sure. Besides other little things, the last experience of this story was what made us move 3 days later. After the bathroom incident, I was staying at home alone for a few days as they had gone on a fishing trip. I had to work, so I had to stay, albeit reluctantly. I finally settled down to try and watch some TV in my bed before sleep. I don't remember going to sleep that night. I don't even remember turning off the TV. I woke up around 3 a.m. again, and the TV was blaring loudly, much louder than I remember having it when I turned it on. I shook my head, feeling drowsy, trying to find my remote, but I couldn't find it. I felt dizzy. I stood up and almost fell back down. I turned on my lamp that I swore I had left on when I fell asleep. I looked around, and the loud TV was disorienting. I finally found the remote across the room. Odd. Our room was extremely long, as it was a garage turned into a room. It was all the way on the opposite end from my bed. I turned down the TV and looked around for my cat. I couldn't find her. I went to go find my phone to call my boyfriend to check on him, still thinking it was early. I couldn't find my cell phone either. I was so confused and still very disoriented. I looked around for about 10 minutes before I realized that I had to use the bathroom. I stumbled into the restroom, and while I was doing my business, I jumped almost off the toilet at hearing my ringtone blare next to me. After composing myself, I looked down, and there's my phone sitting on a pile of magazines. The last time I saw it, it was next to me on my bed, on the charger. I picked it up, confused, and I look at the missed call. It was from an unknown number, so I couldn't call it back. I was a bit taken aback that it was so late at night. When I clicked out of the call log to message my boyfriend, I was taken to my photo gallery as it was the last screen it was on before the call. I don't remember looking through my gallery recently. At the time, I had an older model cell phone because I hadn't upgraded to a smartphone yet. It was a simpler slider phone. Remember those? I finished my business and walked back to my room. I looked back down to my phone and I noticed 3 new video files in the gallery. They looked dark, and I couldn't really tell what it was. Now, for those of you that don't remember those phones, when you take a video with it, you have to go to the camera function, press the record video button, press enter, record the video, and when you click the button to stop recording, it doesn't automatically stop and save the recording. It asks if you want to save or delete it, and you have to physically choose the option you want. If you click save, you are then prompted to name the file and then click save. I have a point to why I'm telling you the function of my phone. When I clicked on the first video, I couldn't tell what it was, but I continued to watch. I started to hear mumbling and whimpering, so I put my ear back down to the phone to listen harder. It started to get louder, and it sounded like me. I felt my blood go cold when I heard myself beginning to whimper and audibly cry, like I was in pain, mumbling about, "Please don't hurt my daddy," and "Please stop." I couldn't understand most of it, but I sounded terrified. I looked at the screen, and I can finally see the backlight of the TV on my face. Barely. I could make out that I look like I'm asleep, but in a really bad dream. I was moving from side to side, making these noises and terrified whimpers, screaming every little bit or so. The video ended, and I immediately clicked the next one. It was the same thing, only this time I realized that whoever or whatever was holding my phone and recording me was right directly above my face. They would have had to stretch out their arms very far over the edge of the king-size bed to achieve this angle, or be standing on the bed above me. The phone kept moving into my face, close up, not zooming, physically moving right in front of my face. I was even more terrified in this video, and my pain seemed louder. The third one was the exact same, only I was screaming bloody murder in this one, and the TV was up very loud, in the state I found it when I woke up earlier. It was like I was stuck in a nightmare and I could see the tears rolling down my face. As the video abruptly stopped, I reached up and felt my hair matted to my forehead and cheeks, where I had tears and sweat dry. I couldn't understand what was happening. The reason I told you how that particular phone works was because there was no way I filmed myself in my sleep and was able to fumble my way through all of the crap to do on that phone. It's not complicated if you're awake, but even in a sleep state, I deem that impossible. The titles of the videos were 9991, 9992, and 9999. I couldn't even fathom what was happening, and all I could do was stare at my phone. I felt like someone was watching me the whole time I was going through this, enjoying it. There was no one in the house, and none of my friends would break into my house, record this, put it in the bathroom, and then leave. There's just no way. I found my cat hiding in the closet, terrified out of her mind for some reason. I scooped her up, put her in her carrier, and hauled to my friend's house. When I told my dad and boyfriend, they said it was probably a prank or maybe an intruder. All of the doors were closed and locked, no windows broken or open. I felt like an idiot for suggesting it was anything but explainable. They knew I wasn't going back in that house, so we found an apartment and moved out within 3 days. While we were unpacking, I found that camera from the New Orleans trip. I had uploaded them on my laptop, so I quickly deleted them when I freaked myself out thinking about it, but I didn't delete it from my camera. It's been 3 years since this happened, and I still have night terrors and crazy little things happen. My boyfriend is now my husband, and I'm wondering if maybe I brought something back with me that day in NOLA. Did I catch something in my camera and it clung to me? I don't know. I try not to think about it too much or I freak myself out again. Like I said, I still have things happen. For example, I closed my laptop while I was writing this to go take a shower. When I came back, it was open. Thanks, Ghost. I guess they just want their story told. I constantly feel watched and hear random noises and not being able to find the source. Friends who know this story suggest I do EVP, or electronic voice phenomenon, but I refuse to ever do a recorder session, as I am terrified to listen to what they may have to say. Well, there it is. I would send in those videos too, but I am not prepared to let strangers hear me be in that much pain. Believe me or not, I see people talk crap on these videos saying they're fake. Usually, I agree, but I'm a hypocrite. This really happened. I don't care. Just be careful what you bring home, whether it be a stray animal, a stray one-night stand, or a stray ghost. Pleasant dreams. The following story is true and took place on Thanksgiving Day in 2019. During this time, I was 22. I was staying with a friend for a couple of months after I had a physical dispute with my father. We did not get along as I grew into adulthood. He had certain expectations for my future, but my mind was set on a different path. I was in a vulnerable state, and I desperately wanted to get rid of these feelings of anger and loneliness. I normally spent Thanksgiving at home, so this year was a bit different for me. As the night approached, my friend Valerie left to attend dinner at her grandparents' house. She planned to stay there for a few days. Because of this, Valerie expected me to go home until she came back. But she also wanted me to go so that I could mend my differences with my dad. However, I dreaded going back home to face him. So instead, I accepted an invitation from someone to go to a party. A little background information. The person who invited me was an older gentleman named Jerry, who I have known for a few years. When I worked as a bartender, he would order a drink, and we would have casual conversation. He disguised himself as a guardian, gave me advice, and would occasionally hand me an envelope with several $100s in it. He seemed really kind. He admired that I was in college and still managed to work a full-time job. His energy was genuine. But don't get me wrong, there was always a thought in the back of my mind that told me he maneuvered with an ulterior motive. Prior to this party, Jerry and I have always communicated with each other only at the bar. When he invited me to the party, he did not explain the details, and he sounded a bit frantic over the phone. Nonetheless, I showered, got dressed, and headed outside to wait for him to pick me up. As Jerry pulled into the driveway, I could see him through his car window, either talking to someone or to himself. I could not tell. I get inside of the car and shoot him a quick glance. His eyes were bloodshot red. On our way to the party, Jerry and I discuss our lives and what's been going on with us. He asks me about school, and I ask him about his job. I am not sure exactly what Jerry does in his personal life, but he always seems to be paranoid and on edge. Anytime I would ask him something, he would fidget with the steering wheel and shoot me awkward glances. His hands gripped the wheel tightly as he sped down the road. I believe he was on something. Jerry hands me a white envelope as we pull into the driveway of the location. After arriving, we enter a house and immediately, I see at least 40 to 50 people of all ages talking and performing risque acts. I walk further into the crowd. I can feel the eyes of men and women stare me down in interest. Jerry grabs my shoulder from behind and asks me if I'm comfortable. He claimed he wanted to show me a different part of his lifestyle. I assured him that I would be okay, even though I felt completely awkward. At that point, I was nervous. I was not expecting to be put in a situation like this, but I was going to make the best of it while I could. Red silhouette lights beam down from the ceiling as I move past the crowd and into the dining room. To relax my nerves, I get an alcoholic beverage from a pitcher in the kitchen and sit down in the dining room. After about 10 minutes, I head to the bathroom upstairs and come back down when I'm done. I drink the rest of my beverage and go into the kitchen to get some more. All of a sudden, I start to feel dizzy. My heart was beginning to beat faster than normal. My body temperature was increasing, and the room around me appeared blurry. Something wasn't right. A woman with long blonde hair sitting next to me in the dining room whispered in my ear and asked me if I was okay. I told her that I thought something was wrong. I felt weird. She shook her head in disappointment and went into the living room to approach Jerry. I could not tell what she was saying to him, but I assumed she was telling him to go talk to me, because she continuously kept pointing her finger in my direction. I prayed in my head that they would hurry and finish their conversation, because a guy kept staring at me from the couch in the living room. He was completely nude and was smoking some sort of pipe. He winked at me and smiled as he blew out smoke from his last hit. I was completely turned off. Moments later, Jerry walks over to me and we begin to talk for a few minutes. I convinced him to take me home. He kept trying to get me to stay at the party, but I told him that I felt nauseous and I was not having a good time. This was the red flag. He eventually gave up and began to drive me back to my friend's place. While he was driving, I sat in the back seat instead of the passenger seat. I felt waves of euphoria passing through my body, but I also felt this overwhelming sense of dread and nervousness. Whatever I had drank was more than just alcohol. We approach my friend's house. I notice that Jerry drives right past it. I ask him repeatedly to turn around and take me back. He doesn't say a word. I can see his red eyes staring at me through the rear view window. He looked angry. At this point, I was beyond terrified. I start screaming at him to let me out of the car, but he refused to hear my plea. There was only one option for me to escape. I had to jump out of the car. I noticed that my car door did not have a child lock, so all I had to do was plan where I was going to jump out. I waited until he reached a red light, and when he did, I ran out of the car quickly, leaving the door swinging open. I ran as fast as I could down the block and reminded myself in my head to not look back. The sound of his voice echoed down the street as I got farther away from him. When I got to my friend's house, I remembered that I did not have a key, and I was not supposed to be there. I looked around to see if anyone was watching me. When the coast became clear, I climbed into the living room window, closed it back up, and ran upstairs. Before I could even enter the bedroom, I passed out on the hallway floor. I woke up in the middle of the night, crying and upset about what took place on Thanksgiving. At that moment, I decided to put my differences to the side with my father, and I went back home. I learned that you cannot run away from your problems, because they will eventually come back, or another one will arise. To preface, I recently passed my driver's test and got my license, meaning I can now work as a part-time delivery service for my parents. I honestly don't mind. However, as there's something peaceful about the freedom of driving somewhere with simply yourself and a good playlist. On this particular night, my dad asked me to pick up a few groceries from a halal store, such as fish and Indian sweets. The drive was around 30 minutes, and I left around 6:30, and by the time I arrived, the place was getting ready to close. Thankfully, the store owner has known us for almost 9 years, as we frequent that location for food that you can't find at a local grocery store. As I was waiting for them to slice the fish into pieces and bag it up, I stepped out to take a call. As I finished, I watched as a woman seemingly appeared from the bus stop and began making her way towards me. She seemed panicked, as if she was on the run from someone, and was wearing a tattered blue raincoat despite it being almost 90 degrees at sunset. She slowly walked up to me and asked in a labored tone, "Hi sir, do you have any change? I'm trying to get away from someone." Just as I assumed. Now I can understand if some people find my decision to be a bit rude and possibly an instigator for the events. I'm someone who believes in helping people, but also understands the risk of helping strangers whose intentions aren't as clear. Instead of handing her money, I recommended that she go inside and ask the owner if he could help her, and that maybe he would be willing to get her help for her situation. She defeatedly looked at me and said in an almost sarcastic tone, "Okay, thanks for the help, I guess." Despite her slightly condescending mannerism, I was willing to believe that something was wrong and just brushed it off and hoped that the people inside could help. I watched as she almost unnaturally went from a look of dissatisfaction to a look for a plea for help. I watched as she asked the owner for change and told him a quick spiel about her situation. But this is where things took a turn for the worst. The owner said something and her face turned from sadness to pure hatred, and she said something along the lines of, "You people have no care for others," pointing angrily at the owner and a few surrounding customers, and stormed out the back. I quickly went inside and just paid the owner for the fish, not wanting to question him about what happened. As I was walking over to my car, I thought I saw a figure in blue dash across to get behind my car. I knew for a fact now that this lady was probably having issues with something else, and I began to move much more slowly, facing the direction in which I thought I had seen her duck behind the car. Nothing. Thoroughly weirded out, I jumped in my car and started down the road. As I was pulling out of the parking lot, I watched as a white Ford van pulled up behind me, almost tailgating. I looked in my rearview mirror. I not only saw that lady, but in the driver's seat sat a bulky man with a bald head and a beard almost resembling that of a crazy wrestler or bodybuilder. The look of anger in their eyes is what haunts me the most thinking about it. I realized that I was now stuck in traffic with these crazies sitting mere inches behind me, so I knew I had to do something I didn't want to. Drive on the highway. I quickly made a beeline for the first exit as the light turned green. and the big van screeched behind me as I began speeding to almost 80 miles per hour, praying that I wouldn't lose control. I kept looking back, only to see them just as close as they had been before. I watched as they kept trying to signal to move into the lane next to mine, but kept missing their timing, which seemed to make the guy angrier. At this point, it had been almost 10 minutes that I was traveling these random interstates and had almost no clue what was happening. I knew I had to find an exit and find one quick, because the last thing I wanted was for my parents to start worrying and for the roads to start getting more vacant. Also, pair this with the fact that I was going almost 100 miles per hour, and it was impending recipe for disaster. Just then I saw my chance to get out. My phone alerted me to an exit that led right back onto main roads, which, if I was able to make it on them, it would be easier for me to lose the psychos. I hatched my plan to trick the driver into thinking I was surrendering, but in truth, I was going to make a daring escape, or a really good attempt at one at least. I baited the van into thinking I was about to turn into the left lane. I saw an exit about a mile ahead, and realized that if I could turn onto it at the last second, I could be free from this mess. So bracing myself for what could be a serious accident, I near swerved my car into the Subaru next to me and barely made it onto the main road again without a scratch. My nightmare was over. I hightailed it home while constantly staring in my rearview mirror, out of pure paranoia that I hadn't lost them and that they were going to follow me home. Thankfully, I made it home safe without my parents questioning me, and I am now able to share this truly gut-wrenching experience with everyone. It's safe to say I'll have my eyes in the back of my head next time I go to get groceries after 6 o'clock. This happened at the school I went to in the Philippines, which was a local Catholic one, but not that strict. To describe where it happened, my classroom that time was at the end of the hallway located at the first floor. It also was across our mini library, where our kind librarian sits behind the door. Beside the library were the bathrooms for girls and boys. The girls' bathroom is bigger, with 3 cubicles inside of it. The boys' bathroom was just an entire bathroom without a cubicle. It's way back in 2003. I was in 3rd grade. It happened during the summertime, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had an ongoing class at that time, in that classroom, when I excused myself to go to the bathroom. I walked across the hallway and reached the girls' bathroom. Just a brief description of how the bathroom looked. When you enter, a big, dirty, scratchy mirror on the wall will welcome you. Beneath it was a clogged and dirty sink. Beside the sink were the cubicles, 3 of them, made of soft aluminum material. The locks on the doors were broken. This is an important detail. So when I entered the bathroom, I was the only one inside. No other students around. All the doors of the cubicles were wide open. I am the usual scaredy cat girl, so I went inside the first cubicle. Since the locks were broken, I just held the door while going to the bathroom, so if anyone entered, they would know I was there. As I was finishing my business, a sudden gust of wind entered the bathroom, and I felt someone, a presence, had entered. I waited for that someone to enter one of the cubicles, but nothing happened. I was clueless, but I heard the faucet in the 3rd cubicle open, and water was flowing. I, without thinking too much, peeped below the cubicles. There was no one. No feet. Nothing. Just water flowing. I freaked out, so I hurriedly fixed my uniform, and when I was trying to open the door, it would not open. Remember, the lock was broken, so just a little nudge would open it, but it was not moving. I was hysterical. I was punching the door so hard that I put dents in it. I was screaming, crying, really, really scared. I tried kicking the door, but it just wouldn't budge. I screamed loud. My throat was getting sore until my teacher and the librarian rushed inside. They opened the door, Mind you, without any issue. I was dumbfounded, and they asked me what had happened, and I told them everything. They just stared at each other and gave me a faint but worried laugh and helped me to get back to class. It was the scariest feeling I ever felt, because I felt helpless, trapped. I remember stories of other students seeing ghosts and such at that school. Some say that the school was initially rice plains where salvaged bodies were usually thrown. So I guess that can explain if it's all true. 18 years passed, and that memory is still as clear as glass. I hope nothing like this ever happens to me again. Alright, this is going to sound crazy. I'll admit it, if I heard this and it wasn't my own story, I probably wouldn't believe it happened. But this is 100% true. You'll just have to take my word for it. I was at a friend of a friend's birthday party the summer after our last year of middle school. It was a warm, clear night. I didn't know the birthday girl personally, as again, she was a friend of a friend. The party consisted of a huge game of sardines in her huge backyard. I'll describe the yard more in detail, as it'll assist in painting a better picture in your head as to what I experienced. She lived on what could arguably be described as a small ranch. The backyard consisted of about 40 to 50 yards of lawn, before gradually ascending up a hill where a thick forest started. The hill was untouched land with trees, rocks, and bushes. In the middle of the hill ran a stream, about 2 or 3 feet wide. On the left side of the backyard down on the lawn was a barn. A classic red one with a hayloft and everything. Her back patio had cafe lights strung on the border with a fire pit in the corner. These details seem overbearing, but they will all be important later on in the story. I promise. The game of sardines started with 2 seekers. The rest of the group, around 30 kids, sprinted through the backyard looking for hiding places, while the seekers counted to 60. 4 kids and I decided to hide together, and deemed that the top of the hill, right along the forest's edge, would be our best bet. We sprinted up the hill, dodging rocks and ducking trees, and finally got to the top. We jumped behind the first line of brush, and turned to face the back of the house. Though far away, we could see the seekers running through the backyard. They had begun their search. Keep in mind, with us facing the yard, our backs were turned to the thick, dark forest on the edge of her property. After about 5 minutes of hiding, Jay, one of my friends I was hiding with, claimed he had heard rustling behind us, coming from the forest. We looked back, only to see nothing, and started teasing Jay about being a wuss, or a baby, or whatever. Though I can't remember, I bet we were as scared as he was, just trying to look brave in front of the 2 girls who had hidden with us. Only a mere 30 seconds or so after the first false alarm, Jay claimed to hear more rustling. Though this time, we all heard it. We looked behind us into the thick, dark, rustling forest, and saw what I can only describe as the most confusing yet horrifying thing I have ever seen. Standing about 15 yards into the wood line stood a grown man. He seemed to be about 6'2" or 6'3", though there was a catch. He was wearing a bunny suit, a full-on Easter bunny type bunny suit. It took a second or two for me and my friends to process what we were seeing. And right when we were done processing, he started running towards us. We couldn't believe it. After about a second delay of internally freaking out at the situation at hand, we all started sprinting down the hill. Though not as dense as the forest we were running from, we had to actively dodge and avoid trees and bushes. I was the second farthest from the bunny man, having one of my friends in front of me with Jay, and the 2 others behind me. After clearing the stream, my nails curled as I heard a scream from behind me. I looked back, only to feel my heart drop. The bunny man had grabbed Jay. He was trying to drag him back up the hill. Miraculously, Jay was able to shake himself free. Jay played football and was the biggest kid in our grade, so he was able to loosen himself free somewhat easily. We sprinted back to the house as fast as we could, screaming as we went. We were yelling for everyone to get back to the house, that there was an immediate threat and that we were in danger. Luckily, the panic in our voices was genuine enough that the rest of the group listened and followed us back into the kitchen. We gathered everyone and counted, making sure we didn't leave anyone outside, with whoever was in that horrible costume. Once everything died down, I had only started to catch my breath when I heard the one line that still sticks with me to this day. Someone piped up and timidly asked, "Where's Sadie?" Sadie was the birthday girl who I didn't know that well. After the question was asked, everyone started desperately looking around the kitchen, living room area, looking for what they knew wasn't there. Sadie was still outside, somewhere. The boys in the group, including myself, decided that we would split up into groups of 3 or 4 and go out looking for Sadie. We thought we were tough crap, a group of 18 or so hormonally driven teenagers with something to prove to the girls inside the house. We had to be tough guys who weren't scared of anything. I am not sure the facade worked. My group was assigned to the hill. We searched everywhere, behind trees, between bushes, calling out Sadie's name and flashing our flashlights everywhere we could. After about 3 minutes of searching, we heard a loud, optimistic, "We got her! We found her!" We sprinted back down the hill going buck 20, itching to know where she was and if she was okay. After we all met up in the middle of the backyard, everything became clear after everything died down. This is what happened from Sadie's point of view. Sadie had hidden by herself in the barn. To the left of the main doors was a pile of squared hay. Sadie had hidden behind the pile, covering herself with loose hay she had found on the floor in order to conceal herself. She said that for the main part, nobody had really gotten close to her hiding place. Why didn't she come out when we yelled at her? She thought it was a decoy to draw herself out of her hiding place. A little shaken, but overall okay. We all walked back to the house to regroup and retell to the girls in the house what had happened. I wish it ended there. About 20 minutes later, when we were all, for the most part, calmed down, we were sitting on the couch talking about everything and anything. At this point, a good amount of the kids had gone home, whether forced by curfew or at their own will due to the fears of the Bunny Man. So it was down to me, Sadie, and 3 or 4 other people. Out of nowhere, Sadie spoke up. "You know, now that I think about it, you guys did almost catch me." I would have had no idea, as I was a hider myself. But the 2 seekers from the game of sardines were still at Sadie's house. They both admitted to her that they did venture into the barn, and that they must have missed her. Sadie then said this: "I knew the screaming to go inside was a decoy." Somewhat confused at her statement, we urged her to elaborate. "Don't play dumb," she told the seekers. "I heard you guys come in about 2 minutes after I heard the yelling. You guys were looking everywhere for me and actually walked up right next to my hiding spot before walking away, for some reason. That's when you guys almost caught me." It took a minute for us to process what she said, but then it clicked. We were all inside 2 minutes after we had been yelling, and everyone was accounted for, except for Sadie. So nobody would have been outside when Sadie claimed that they would have been. That left one possibility. Sadie wasn't close to being caught by us. Sadie was close to being caught by whoever was in that bunny costume. Whoever that was had walked up right next to her hiding place. If he had moved the loose hay, or even moved 1 block of tied hay, he would have found her. And heaven knows what would have happened next. But that was all in the past. We were all inside now, safe and behind locked doors. My mom came shortly afterwards to pick me up, and on the drive home, I realized something I hadn't realized before. As I was looking out the window thinking about the events of the night, I realized that I was watching fields and farmland fly by. Sadie's nearest neighbor was 2 miles away from her house. She lived in a very, very rural part of town. It may seem like a small detail that should easily be thrown to the side, but to me, it illustrated a glaring and disturbing circumstance. The bunny man could not have been a neighbor, family friend, or neighborhood teenager looking for entertainment. The closest house to Sadie's was 2 miles away. This was no teenager trying to scare younger kids or creepy adult on some power trip. This was a man in the middle of the forest, late at night, 2 miles away from any sort of other civilization, stalking and chasing us. To this day, the bunny man has not been identified or found. And now that I'm telling this, all the details are coming back, and I am remembering just how scary and traumatizing that night was for my 14-year-old mind. When I was around 12 years old, I had a pretty creepy experience in my house. To give some backstory, I'm the youngest of 3 with 2 sisters. The way my house was laid out is my mom and dad's room was on the one side of the house, and me and my sister's rooms were on the other side with the living room in the middle. Now my oldest sister is actually my stepsister, even though I have never thought of her like that. She has always been a true sister to me. During this time, she was going through a lot. She struggles with bipolar disorder and had spent many nights getting into screaming matches with her boyfriends at ungodly hours of the morning. These arguments would almost always end in some sort of violent situation. I remember one specific instance very clearly where my sister was so furious at her boyfriend for watching something, I'll leave to your imagination, on his phone right in front of her. She started to beat and scratch his face with a high-heel shoe. Anyway, one night something was weird. No guest was in the house, and I knew this when falling asleep. Yet when I heard the screams at 2 a.m, I was still unaffected. I imagined that one of my sister's boyfriends had snuck in through the window to see her, and they were now erupting into another fight. But I was wrong. I heard my parents run into my sister's room, bursting through the door. They were silent for a few seconds as my sister continued to scream and scream. I started to realize this was not like the other times. This wasn't an argument with a high school boy. These were wails of true terror. After what seemed like forever, but was really like 15 seconds, my parents started yelling, "What? What? Why are you screaming?" All I could hear while sitting in my bed was my sister responding, "Right there! Right there! How can you not see? How can you ask me that?" This went on for a while, and my sister was taken out of her room by my parents, and she stayed in the kitchen drinking tea for the rest of the night. My parents and sister didn't tell me anything that had happened, since in comparison to the drama that has happened in our household previously, this was a pretty peaceful night. Now, it was the next day, and time for bed again. I was having a little trouble falling asleep, because I was still thinking about what my sister was screaming about. Was she seeing things? Sleep paralysis? Was she on something? Was there a ghost in the house? The hallways then proceeded to carry my sister's screams throughout the house again. This time, several hours earlier than last night, and even louder. My sister screamed like I have never heard any scream before. The words she said, mixed with the tone of her voice, gives me ice-cold skin-penetrating chills just as I tell this story. My sister was screaming the words, "Just kill me fast. Don't hurt me. Just kill me fast." This time my whole family, myself included, ran into her room. This sounded serious. She was screaming in terror and pointing into the corner of her room. But again, there was nothing there. She claimed that a large dark figure with a purple robe and red eyes was standing in the corner of her room, watching her with a sinister presence. I began to get frustrated with my sister. I thought she was doing this for some kind of twisted desire for attention. In a lot of ways, that's what I felt a lot of her dramatic situations were. But on the third night, I would come to believe her. On the third night, we put one of our dogs in my sister's room to keep her company. She was a small Pappy-Poo, which is a ridiculous name for a mix of Papillon and Poodle. Her name was Twilight. She was a good dog and always very perceptive. Twilight was always the first to know when someone was approaching our house, or even just walking past it. That night, I didn't even bother sleeping, as I knew there was going to be screams to startle me awake anyway. I was just staying up playing Saints Row 3 until I passed out from exhaustion or something. I hadn't been sleeping for the past 2 nights, and was a train wreck at school, but at this point, I didn't really care. And then, right on cue, at around 1 in the morning, the screams. I was mad that my sister was carrying on with this act, keeping me and my whole family awake. I was the only one who decided to stay awake in my house, and my sister's room is right next to mine, so I got up, walked in there fast, getting ready to give my sister a piece of my mind on her attention-seeking behavior. But then, I heard Twilight, not just barking, but howling, like a desperate, urgent howling. I had never heard it before from her, and would never hear it again as long as Twilight lived. I was taken aback by that, but I barged in the room anyway, and there was my sister, screaming in terror, while staring eyes wide open into the corner of the room. And there was Twilight, looking at the exact, and I mean exact same place my sister was looking. Twilight had her head up looking at the corner of the room, howling. It was such an uncanny image. 2 beings reacting in terror and distress at something I could not see. Now, I am not a religious person. I was raised to believe that angels and demons exist, but I have no real belief in any kind of spiritual warfare anymore than I believe in the QAnon theories of Hollywood celebrities sacrificing babies to the devil or whatever. But I do believe in my own 2 eyes, and I still can't explain what they saw. After all this, my sister was brought into therapy after taking my dad's advice, and my mom had the room blessed by the priest from our church. It never happened again. This is a story I don't usually tell because I am not sure if I was overreacting, but it's something that still haunts me to this day. This took place during my freshman year at university, a few years ago. It was around 5 a.m. on the day I was supposed to leave to go back home for summer break. I am a huge procrastinator, so I had been up all night packing up my dorm room and doing a ton of laundry. Before I get into what happened, I think it's important to mention that my dorm building was 17 floors high, and I was on the 15th floor. Each floor had its own little laundry room. The laundry room on our floor was all the way across the building from me because my room was at the very end of the hall in an entire different wing. Since my dorm was at the end of the hall, my room was directly across the exit door leading to the staircase. While I was packing that night into the early morning, I kept hearing the door to the staircase occasionally opening and shutting, a few times every hour. It wasn't exactly weird enough for me to be concerned about, since the RAs did their rounds every hour or so, and it was policy for them to use the staircase to patrol every floor. However, it was weird enough for me to notice the amount of times the door kept opening and closing, as that was uncommon, and usually the RAs stopped their rounds around 2 a.m., but I just brushed it off and figured they were doing extra rounds because it was move-out day. Sometime between 4:30 and 5 a.m., I was standing in my room, about to put on a shirt to go switch around my laundry. As I was pulling the shirt over my head, my door opened, and a man stepped in. He was dressed in all black with a hood over his head and made it difficult to see his face. From what I could tell, he looked like a student. He was young, maybe early 20s or so, and filled my door frame at about 6 feet tall. I stood in fear and confusion, without a shirt on, and stared at this man with my mouth wide open, in shock. We just stared at each other, not saying a word, for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or so. Still, in perspective, it was too long. He had the most blank and lifeless expression I had ever seen. I had no idea who this man was. I was already so tired and stressed from packing, I barely remember finally muttering the words. "What the heck?" The man quietly mumbled, "Sorry," backed out of the room, and slowly shut my door. I stood there in shock for a few seconds before quickly putting on my shirt and grabbing a small pocket knife I had in my desk drawer. I hurried and locked my door before I could even take a breath. My thoughts began racing. Who was that guy? Why did he just walk into my room? Why didn't he seem surprised or shocked that he just walked into a stranger's room? My brain forced rational thought, and I came to the conclusion that he must have accidentally came into my room and meant to go into my suite mate's room, who lived next door to me. I told myself it was probably her boyfriend, and maybe he was drunk and went to the wrong door or something, but he didn't seem drunk. In fact, he didn't seem to have any emotion at all. I felt much better after coming to this conclusion, but I was still reluctant to go out and get my laundry. After a few minutes of hyping myself up and telling myself that it was just an accident, I finally went to get my laundry, making sure the coast was clear first, and making sure to lock my door behind me, just in case. I switched the clothes and dragged my laundry basket quickly down the hall and back to my room. As I stood in front of my door to unlock it, I glanced up, and all of the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked up and saw my huge name tag that my RA placed on my door at the beginning of the year. I realized he could not have possibly mistaken my room for someone else's, as my name was written in big black letters on my door. I rushed into my room and locked the door behind me as more questions began to fill my head. I was still really freaked out about what had happened, and it replayed in my head over and over again. Time had passed, and it was around 6 a.m. at this point. I could still hear the staircase door being opened and closed periodically, but thought nothing of it at the time. I continued to pack my clothes while being overly aware of my surroundings, which probably made the next part of this even more horrifying for me. It's like that feeling when you're waiting for something really scary to happen, or you're trying to scare yourself and you have this huge pit in your stomach, and you're constantly on edge, but nothing happens. Except something did happen. My doorknob began to violently turn. It was constant and forceful, like somebody knew they wanted to get in here, even though the door was locked. I grabbed my knife and stood in the middle of my room, facing the door, telling myself that I might actually have to stab this guy. After about an entire minute of him trying to open my door, he left. I knew something was definitely wrong now. I was completely and utterly freaked out. If I had any thought left that this man had accidentally came to the wrong room, it was definitely no more. He could not have possibly came to the wrong room twice. Especially when my door was labeled with my name, and I had no idea who he was. I picked up my phone and called my mom, who was 5 hours away, and frantically explained what had happened, and she told me to keep my door locked and that if he came back again, I should call the police. We hung up the phone, and I tried my hardest to stay focused on finishing up my room. Around 6:30, there was frantic knocking at my door. I was horrified and just wished whatever this was would stop. I looked through the peephole and saw a girl who lived across from me at my door. I opened it, and she was hysterical. She was crying and asking me for help. I asked her what was wrong, and what she told me left me speechless. She said that she woke up to a man standing in her room. She explained that she was sleeping and a little tipsy when she woke up from drinking the previous night, and had woken up suddenly to the feeling of being watched. When she realized there was someone standing by her bed, she screamed and he ran out of the room. That's when she got dressed and came to my door. She had no idea how long he had been there for. I told her we needed to call the campus police and reassured her she would not get in trouble for being intoxicated. I called the police for her, and we waited together for them to come. When they arrived about 10 minutes later, the officer questioned us about what had happened, and I explained the incident that went down only an hour earlier. While I was explaining what the man looked like, my suite mate stepped out of her room and said, "Are you talking about a man coming into your room?" I told her yes, and asked if she had heard anything. My suite mate told us about an hour ago, she woke up next to a man standing next to her bed, just watching her. After about 30 seconds of him standing there, he spoke. What he said to her will continue to haunt me for the rest of my life. He looked at her blank and dead-eyed and said, "That's what you get for sleeping with your door unlocked," and walked out of her room like it was nothing. This happened right after he initially came into my room. I don't think the police ever figured out who it was, since I never heard back from them, but there are still questions that rack my brain. Who was that guy? Was he one just walking in and out of their staircase for hours, doing this on multiple floors? What was he doing at 5 in the morning? How did he get into the dorm in the first place? And the one question that still gives me goosebumps: what would have happened if I didn't lock the door the first time, and he actually got into my room the second time he came back? This is a true story that happened in 2014. I am a female junior high school teacher in a province in the Philippines. The school where I teach is one of the first private schools in that province to install CCTVs in all classrooms for the safety of students, teachers, and all staff. 3 months previously, I had what I can only assume is a paranormal experience while teaching in one of the third-floor classrooms. But when I checked the CCTV footage in the admin office, the feed from my classroom malfunctioned. The security officer back then found it really strange too, because every single feed in the building was working properly, except for the room where I was at, and at the exact period where this strange occurrence happened. Long story short, I saw and interacted with a student who turned out not to be there on that day, and I didn't even have CCTV footage to prove it. Ever since then, I was on the lookout for more strange encounters in the classrooms. Remember, this school was in a province, and the people who were born and raised there have a lot of stories to tell of unexplainable circumstances that can only be described as paranormal. But the months passed without incident, and I started to forget what happened. Until one day, I was in my 10th grade class at this time, in room 405. The second quarterly exams were just finished last week, and I wanted to spend this period showing my students their progress. 1, so that I can congratulate and give credits to students who did well, and 2, so that I can talk to students who are falling behind. I have their grades in an Excel file on my laptop, but grades are private documents, so I arranged my Excel sheet, zoomed it in, and froze some of the cells, so that only one student's grades will be shown at a time. I then placed my laptop on the high table situated at the front and right side of the classroom. My laptop facing me, of course, away from the students' eyes. I then asked my students to form a line in front of me so that I can show them their grades one by one. The rest of the students can just chill or review for their next class while waiting for their turn. And so it started. After the first student is done, I tell the next student in line to wait for a few seconds, while I adjust the Excel sheet, my hand raised in the air in a stop gesture. This is to avoid students seeing the grades of those before them. Then when the Excel file is ready, I tell them to approach. Remember, I made it so that only one grade is visible at a time. Some students were pumping their fists in the air, or high-fiving me, or hugging each other when they see how well they did. Others were sighing sadly, asking me for ways to make up for it, or laughing at how bad they did. Each interaction with a student lasted for about 5 seconds to a minute. Some students taking longer if they needed assurance that they can do better next time. I was dreading showing one of my students her grade. Let's call her Anna. Admittedly, she was the noisiest girl in class, but in the first quarter, She was one of my brightest students. For the second quarter, she lost interest in the subject, oftentimes chatting with her seatmate, turning in assignments late, and performing poorly overall. Her grade for this quarter went down by 3 points, and I was preparing myself mentally to comfort her when it was her turn. She was coming up next in line, right behind her friend, who we will call Jane. Please remember that in the line, Jane was standing before Anna. This will be important later. After I showed Jane her grade, I took a deep breath and faced Anna. I motioned for her to come forward. She was silent, expressionless. She looked at the screen for a few seconds, then turned away and went back to her seat without saying anything. I was confused because Anna was not the silent type. I shrugged it off and just went on showing my students their grades, one by one. A little bit further down the line, I can hear some students chatting and laughing away, and as the line inched forward, I noticed that these happy, loud students included Anna. She was next in line again. I was quite relieved to see that she was in a better mood, but I was confused why she was in line again. I asked her, "You wanted to see your grades again?" Anna said, "Huh? Again? I haven't seen my grades yet." Once again, I shrugged it off and showed her her grade. This time she reacted. She gasped, covered her mouth, and whined. "Oh, my grades went down. What am I going to do?" In that funny drama queen way that we're all so familiar with. Her friends laughed and teased her good-naturedly, and they went on their way. At that moment, I had a strange feeling. Who was the first Anna who checked her grade? Was she telling the truth when she told me she had been in line only once? When that period ended, I could not wait to check the CCTV footage. I wanted real, tangible proof that Anna was in that line twice. Immediately after class, I marched down to the admin office and asked if I could see the CCTV footage of room 405. I will try to explain what I saw in the best way I can. In the monitor where I can see the footage for room 405, I could see myself standing in the upper right-hand corner with that line of students starting from that point to the lower right-hand corner. It was grainy, but I could clearly see myself clicking on my laptop, gesturing for the next students in line to wait, then telling them to come closer, so on and so forth. I could even see the facial expressions on my face and my students. Now, before I tell you what I saw next, I would just like to ask you to think back to when you last lined up in a queue. There's this automatic response in everyone, that if the person ahead of you moves forward, you move forward as well, and that the distance between each person in line is somewhat equal. You just don't leave an empty space in front of you when you're in line. Back to the CCTV footage. A few minutes later, at the bottom of the screen, I could see Jane falling in line, talking to some people in front of her. I waited with bated breath to see Anna in the footage. As the line inched forward, Jane did too. Any moment now, I expect to see Anna at the bottom of the screen. But Anna was not there. The line inched forward again. Jane stepped forward. Still no Anna. I can clearly see another student step behind Jane, but for some reason, she stayed about 3 to 4 feet behind Jane. You know, a space large enough to fit another person in the line. But there was no one in that empty space. As the line continues to move forward, I noticed that the people behind Jane maintained their distance. That empty space behind her remained constant. This seemed really weird to me, because the people behind Jane are looking forward, talking to Jane, and that she sometimes looks back to them, talking, laughing, but never occupying that space. This is really weird because you just don't leave an empty space in front of you when you're in a line, right? Finally, it's Jane's turn to approach me in that upper right corner in the footage. The space behind her still remained empty. When Jane left, I saw myself look at my laptop, with the light from the monitor shining on my face, and then I saw myself in the video, completely freeze up. None of the students behind Jane were approaching me. They can clearly see me. That was apparent in the footage. They were still moving. Everything was still moving, except for me in the video. I asked the security officer to zoom in on my face. Me in the video was completely still. I was not even blinking. I don't think I was even breathing. After 10 seconds, me in the video started moving again. And that's when the next student in line finally occupied that empty space. The officer and I looked at each other, weirded out. "What happened there? Did you have a stroke or something?" he jokingly asked. Then, seeing my expression, asked me, "What's wrong?" So he paused the video and listened as I told him what happened earlier. After listening to my story, he said, "Nothing left to do but check if the second Anna was real." I nodded, and so we continued watching the footage. I kept my eyes focused on the bottom right. I asked the officer to forward the footage a bit until I could see Anna at the bottom of the line. This time, I could clearly see Anna chatting with her friends in line, being her usual self. When she finally reached me at the top, I can see our interaction the way I remembered it earlier. Me smiling, her covering her mouth, her friends laughing at her. Exactly as I remembered it. I asked the officer to stop the video and thanked him for his time. The officer gave me a kind of look and told me to take it easy. My mind was racing. Did I really see Anna twice in the classroom? Did I just hallucinate the first Anna that approached me? It's possible, maybe. I'm pretty sure there's a scientific or neurological explanation for stuff like that, but I have never experienced that before. I mean, if I randomly freeze during the day, surely my students and my co-teachers will have noticed it by now. I was ready to accept that the first Anna, the silent Anna, the expressionless Anna, was my imagination. But then, if there really was no one in line after Jane, why didn't the student after her approach me after I was done talking to Jane? It's apparent in the footage that they can see me. For the 10 seconds that I was not moving, the students next in line could see me. If I did really freeze up, surely one of the students will approach, if not to see her grade, then to ask me if I was okay. And also, why was there an empty space behind Jane? An empty space that the students behind her never stepped into? Could they have possibly seen someone in the line behind Jane? Could they perhaps, like me, saw this silent girl approach me? A silent girl who looked just like Anna, but was not Anna? This is not my story, but my dad's. He gave me permission to share it. When my dad was around the age of 10, he had a somewhat creepy experience that to this day keeps him from leaving windows open in the night. His mother worked at a mental health facility, and they actually lived just down the road from said facility. His mother was head cook in a large kitchen there. All the patients adored her, as she had worked there a very long time. My dad and his younger brother shared a room together. They had 2 twin beds that sat on either side of a large window that was right smack dab between their beds. Things were different back then. It was perfectly safe to sleep with your windows wide open when it was hot outside. One hot summer late night, my dad awoke to someone touching his face. When he realized that what he was feeling was an adult hand, he opened his eyes to a woman caressing his face while lightly singing. He leaped out of bed and stood there staring at her. She wore a white dress, and she did nothing but stand right at their window with a smile on her face. Leaving his sleeping brother, my dad ran from the room to his parents' bedroom to get help. All 3 of them rushed into the room to find the woman attempting to crawl inside. His mom screamed a woman's name, shocking them all, then said, "She is a patient from my work." She wasn't wearing a dress like my dad had initially thought. It was actually a hospital gown. The hospital was quickly called. Searchers had been looking for her for a short time already. She had gotten out somehow and had wandered down to their home, since it was a short distance away. My dad is in his 60s now, and he still checks the windows nightly to make sure they are shut and locked. When I was 22, I moved into a rental home in Harveys Lake, Pennsylvania. It was very small and somewhat run down. It reminded me of a cabin that you see on fishing trips. Honestly, I hated it, but could not afford anything better at the time. The basement was creepy. The bathroom ceiling sloped downwards so that the shower head was aimed at my chest, and I could not stand to pee without my head touching the ceiling. The floor also sloped, but hey, it was cheap with all utilities provided. Shortly after I had moved in, I had a dream one night. I dreamt in the third person, and at first, I assumed that what I was seeing was from my point of view. It was like I was floating towards my front door in the middle of a full moon lit night. Once I got to the front door, a thin, pale hand turned the knob and slowly opened it. It wasn't my hand, so now I knew that I was seeing the vision of someone else. Slowly, I started walking towards my bedroom, which was the first room on the right immediately after the small kitchen, and I could see myself sleeping in my bed. My vision then slowly glided into my room and to the side of my bed by a window, and I was looking down at myself sleeping on my stomach. After a second, the thin, pale hand reached down to grab me. Seeing myself about to be attacked, I violently woke from the dream and lashed out towards where the figure was standing, knocking things off the nightstand next to me. But there was no one there. Although I told myself that it was just a dream, I thought it was incredibly weird that there was no difference in the amount of darkness in my room. It was apparently a full moon, visible right outside my window, and that made the room more blue and brighter than usual. It was exactly the same as in my dream. Most nights, it is very dark in my room. A week or so later, I had friends over. There was an old bar down the road that we could quickly walk to, so we got a little drunk and walked back to my place. We were watching a movie to pass the time so that my friends could sober up to drive home. But after a while, they all decided to just stay over. As we were watching the end of a movie, my friend's girlfriend woke up looking alarmed, like she was having a nightmare, and was about to yell. We all looked at her, and she looked relieved to be awake. But she kept saying to her boyfriend, who was my best friend, "Come on, let's go. I want to go. I really don't want to be here." After a minute of him telling her that they could not drive, she calmed down and reluctantly agreed to stay. Nothing else happened, and in the morning, they all got up and drove home. She called me as soon as she got home to apologize. She was afraid that I got offended that she did not want to stay in my home, and I just laughed and told her that it was fine. No big deal. She then proceeded to tell me why she wanted to leave so bad. She said she fell asleep and had a dream that some pale, evil-looking lady, who resembled a demonic witch dressed in black, grabbed her in the apartment and was dragging her away across the floor. It was very violent apparently, but she woke up in the middle of the nightmare. She said it was the scariest thing she ever experienced. I thought she was joking with me until I realized that I told no one of my similar dream. I then told her about my dream, and she freaked out and spent days doing research into the area and the home, thinking that something bad must have happened there, but found nothing. She never came over again after that, but it didn't matter. I was out of there within a few months, and the house was torn down about 10 years later. This happened to me when I was around the age of 6. I was watching late-night cartoons on the TV, as I did every night before bed, and my parents were having company over, as this was very common for them around this time. I don't remember falling asleep, but I remember waking up in my room, and the TV was off, and the only light coming into my room was from the moonlight peering through my window. My room was almost completely black. I couldn't move at all, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Not a feeling of something on my chest, but rather my throat was closed up so tight, I could barely get a breath of air. I knew something was wrong, so I tried to call out to my parents, but I was unable to speak. I sat there for probably 5 minutes, scared out of my mind. I heard my parents conversing loudly with their friends in the other room, and I thought to myself that they'll never hear me. I stared at my door, hoping my parents would come in and save me from whatever was happening. After about 10 minutes, my door cracked open a little bit, and slowly crept open a few inches. There was a tall figure staring at me through the crack of my door. I couldn't make out anything other than they were really tall and had a blank stare in their eyes. The figure in the doorway backed away, and after another few minutes of trying to cry for help, my mom came in and turned the lights on. I still couldn't move or talk. My mom grabbed my dad, told him there's something wrong with me, and I need to go to the hospital. They loaded me up in the backseat of the family van and drove off frantically. The only thing I remember about being taken to the hospital is seeing the streetlights coming in and out of the window as we drove down the street. Then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed surrounded by nurses. I had an oxygen mask on my face, and I was hooked up to the IV. I could almost talk again, and I tried to say the words, "What's happening to me?" But before I could say anything, the nurse said, "Don't worry, you're going to be fine," and I fell back asleep. I woke up again, seeing my parents happy, standing next to the bed, and the nurses were saying that I would be ready to leave shortly. Then, the nurse took off my mask and gave me this peach juice that I'll always remember. My dad carried me on his back and put me back into the van, and we went home. I woke up in bed the next day and felt really weird, but was relieved everything was okay. I didn't talk to my parents about it too much, because every time I tried to bring it up, they wouldn't talk about it, and they would just change the subject. I kind of forgot about it for a long time, but would still think about it when people would ask me, "What's the scariest thing that's ever happened to you?" Years later, when I was in my teens, I brought it up, laughing, saying, "Remember the time you guys had to take me to the hospital?" They just stared at me with a confused look on their faces. So I described the whole event in detail, and they looked at me like I was on something and said that I must have dreamt it. So I gave up trying to get them to remember and went back to my bedroom, confused. I wholeheartedly believe that this was not a dream. It was so vivid and real, and I remember almost everything about it. The man in the doorway, the oxygen masks, the juice the nurse gave me, and the absolute helplessness of not being able to move or speak. The weirdest thing is I was never taken to the hospital before and had never seen someone hooked up to an IV before. So how could I have dreamt that? When I was about 10 or 11, I shared a room with my 2 older sisters. Now, we would stay up late at night talking, sometimes getting us into trouble. But this one particular night, we had our window open ajar and the blinds open, meaning anyone on the outside could see in, because we also had a lamp in our bedroom. As we were laying in bed talking, there was a knock on the window. None of us could move or speak. We didn't know what to do, so we ignored it. 5 minutes went by, and nothing else happened. So we continued our conversation when knock, knock, knock. This time, we all ran out of our bedroom and went straight to our parents' room where we told them what was going on. First, we woke up our mom because she's a light sleeper anyway. Then she woke up our dad. My dad, being the brave guy he is, went outside with a bat, while my mom went into our room with us. When my dad came back inside, he told us there was no one out there, reassuring us it's okay to go back to sleep. We did. 10 minutes go by when another knock woke us all up, including our mom. She jumped out of bed, went into her room, woke up our dad, and I remember I heard her say, "Call the police." As the police arrived, they looked around the house and found nothing. Now I thought that was the end of it, but as I got older, I asked my mom about it. That's when I learned something very disturbing. The police found footprints underneath our window, in the garden. Also, they found a chair from our porch below our window, meaning whoever was out there that night must have been watching us for who knows how long. All I have to say is, close your blinds at night, and always close your window. You never know who may be watching. One summer in the late 90s, when I was about 11 or 12, my dad took my little brother and I on vacation to Northern California. We decided to spend a day at the Santa Cruz Boardwalk. I sat alone on our blanket on the sand, while my dad and brother played in the ocean not too far away. A man walking by himself on the beach crept up and squatted beside me so that he sat eye level with me. He was probably early to mid-20s, had black spiky hair, and all black clothing. He held a lit cigarette in the hand closest to me, and wore a mischievous smirk on his face. He smiled and quietly said, "Hi, I'm Shadow. What's your name?" I replied, "Hi, Catherine." "What a beautiful name. Do you know how pretty you are?" I shook my head as he looked me up and down. "Are you here all by yourself?" "No, I'm here with my dad and my brother. They're right there." I pointed. "Oh, well, do you want to go for a walk?" The way he overpronounced the K in walk gave me chills, even though it was hot and sunny out. This is when a light bulb went off in my head. I should not be talking to this guy. I didn't know how to tell him to leave me alone, and I was honestly kind of scared to be rude to him. Within a split second, so many thoughts went racing through my head. Was he going to pick me up and carry me away? Would my dad turn around to check on me, only to find an empty blanket and no trace of which direction I had gone? I was panicking internally, and I just sat there, paralyzed and silent. I looked towards the water to find my dad with his mouth agape and a look of horror on his face. Rage overtook him. He picked up my brother and stormed towards us, my brother now crying. My dad yelled at the man to get away from me as he violently ran closer to us. Thank goodness, Shadow took him seriously. By the time my dad reached me, Shadow had already fled down the beach. After arriving home the following week, my dad was catching up on the previous week's newspapers. He made it a point to show me the article, and I will never, ever forget it. The article reported that the body of a young girl was found near the Santa Cruz Boardwalk. Allegedly, she had been abducted, assaulted, and murdered, and left behind a dumpster. Fortunately, they caught the person that did it. Unfortunately, there was no picture or detailed description of the perp. They only described him as a local man in his 20s. I won't ever know for sure if it was Shadow that committed the horrendous crime against an innocent little girl. I can only be thankful that it wasn't me. I went to a party one night and was told by my mother to be home at a certain time or the door would be locked, and we didn't have an extra key. So off to the party I went, and it was a banger. Drinks and lots of friends. I didn't want to leave. By the time I left, it was 1 or 2 a.m., and I knew I was going to be locked out of my mom's house, and she was going to be upset in the morning if I woke her up. So I pulled around back where I parked my car. I got out and checked the back door. Crap. Locked. I staggered around to the front. Crap. Locked. Now I'm screwed, and gonna have to spend the night in my car. So I laid the seat back, grabbed an old sweater out of the back to cover up with, and sighed. Being locked out sucks. During the night, I woke up hearing footsteps. So I poked my head up and looked around. I didn't see anything at first, so I laid back down. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was up, and was too afraid to get out of the car. I reached over and locked my doors and heard the footsteps again. Poked my head up and again. Froze. There was a shadowy figure creeping around my house. I watched as he walked around looking into the windows and checking to see if he could open them. I had no cell phone and no way to warn my mom, who was inside, asleep. My heart was jackhammering in my chest as I thought of what to do. I sat up a little higher to watch as he walked around the front of my house, going to the front door. I leaned forward, following his progress, and bumped my steering wheel, and a very loud honk sounded, scaring the heck out of me. It must have woke up my mom because the porch light came on, and she stood on the porch looking furious. So I ran up to her screaming to get back into the house, that there was a man outside trying to get in. As soon as we got back inside, I ran into my mom's room and grabbed her weapon and a flashlight, instructing her to call the cops. I went back outside, weapon and flashlight in hand. The man was nowhere to be found. We waited for the cops to show up, and when they did, they told us there had been a couple guys from a jail nearby that had escaped that day, and that they had been looking for them, and for us to keep our doors locked tight. They never found the man I saw that night, but the escapees were caught weeks later 100 miles away. I am so thankful my mom locked me out of the house that night. I can't imagine what would have happened if we both had been inside and asleep. Winter of 2013 in Phoenix, Arizona. I worked in the shipping department of a small warehouse facility. I am a stocky male, so the company tasked me with boxing products and loading pallets for shipping early in the morning. I was the first to arrive most days at 4:30 a.m., and I was alone most of the time until 6 a.m. Because of this, I had to unlock the entrance and deactivate the security alarm. There were security cameras, but they had major blind spots caused by some concrete pillars. For the desert, it was a chilly mid-December morning. I arrived to work as usual, around 4:30 a.m. The ground was wet from a light rain scenting the air with mud. I parked and turned off my car, and noticed something. In the distance, there appeared to be a man pacing back and forth. He would walk about 10 feet, turn around, and then walk right back. I would guess he was roughly 40 yards away from me. There was very little light, so I couldn't make out any distinguishing features apart from him wearing a heavy white down jacket. There is a gas station not too far away, so I figured he was just another customer. After a few moments, I reasoned he was either on his cell phone or listening to music, so I got out of my car and headed to the entrance to work. As I approached the door, I heard heavy, sprinting footsteps closing in on me fast. I turned around to look. It was the same person I saw pacing. I must have startled him, as he abruptly stopped. He acted as if he didn't think I would turn around. He was about my height, maybe 180 pounds, wearing dark jeans and gray gloves, with weathered and dirty white shoes. Now, this sounds impossible, but this is what I saw, and I assure you, it's accurate. His white down jacket was pulled all the way up, over his head. Let me be clear. His thick jacket was pulled up over his head, covering his entire face. I don't know how he could see anything when he was sprinting to me. Even with his jacket blocking his face, I could feel his eyes were somehow locked onto me. To this day, I still ask myself how this guy was able to do this. We faced off at each other like we were in a standoff. But there was something more. Something that still remains in my mind, and still causes a haunting feeling in me, even today. His breathing. His breathing was so angry and full of rage, like he was getting ready to charge me. This odd, covered from head to toe, threatening guy was standing 10 feet from me, breathing like he hated me, and wanted me dead. I stood there thinking, this is it. I'm going to get robbed, shot, or stabbed. He's going to pull out a weapon. As soon as I thought this, he suddenly reached into his jacket, and I felt my stomach churn. I could not get to safety at this point. He was between me and my car, and he could reach me before I could unlock the door and get inside. I was unarmed. I had a moment where I thought this was the end of my life, and felt for the first time what it was like to think you're going to die. I fully expected him to pull out a weapon from his coat and attack me. But rather, he spoke, muffled through his jacket.
What are you doing?
Adrenaline had frozen me in place, but I responded standing my ground. I'm just going to work. What are you doing? He answered back swiftly.
I'm just checking this out.
Then he took his hands out of his pockets, turned, and began running away with his jacket still up over his head. I got inside and locked the door behind me, feeling relieved. I don't know what became of him, and to this day, I still wonder how he was able to see me with that thick jacket over his face, and the sound of his angry breathing remains a fearful memory. Now, I thought of calling the police. However, after the shock of the incident wore off, I reasoned the guy didn't really do anything to me. He didn't actually threaten me, show a weapon, say something intimidating, or anything like that. Sure, he was unsettling, but he really didn't commit a crime other than being intimidating and suspicious. Even if I did call the police, I imagined the incident would be low priority and the guy would be long gone by the time the police investigated. I put the ordeal out of my mind and did my work. Later that day, I shared the story with some of my coworkers. Many believed the guy was going to rob me, but then changed his mind. Some thought the guy was on something and just acting weird. The security camera footage only caught a small portion of the incident due to the blind spots. I'm not sure what to think. So, I would like to ask you, what do you think this guy was up to? Do you think he was going to rob me? Was he just on something? Do you think he was crazy, but harmless? I hope you enjoyed the video. Please remember to subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any future videos like this.